Wow. Good to see you guys. Welcome to the what's it called? Gabbin Games Live. Good to see everybody. It is May 2nd. We are almost at the Star Wars Day. Don't tell me I'm late. People in the chat saying I'm late. I tweeted earlier. I went to Discord. I said, "Hey, I'm gonna be doing a live stream in about an hour or so. That was not a definitive time. It's like around that time. Come on, give me a break, man." I ended up getting into a very engaging conversation with someone about Israel and Palestine. So, forgive me. Here we go. All right, fellas, welcome. Good to see everybody. I appreciate you being here. I thought he was playing Republic Commando for Geeky Star Wars Day. No, I mean, I am very much looking forward to Star Wars Day. I think because I don't know why suddenly I found myself back into Star Wars. Like I'm kind of vibing with it again. What did I see? I saw a letter yesterday that Ron Howard had sent to a critic who had not even seen Phantom Menace, but he had heard that Jake Lloyd's performance was terrible. And so he kind of wrote about that. And then Ron Howard kind of took him out to the woodshed. But, he's a critic. Look, George Lucas put some money in the movie. And yeah, he wasn't reviewing the final movie. He hadn't seen it, but I think it's fair game. It's totally fucking fair game. He was terrible in that movie. That's not to knock the human known as Jake Lloyd. I know he suffered mightily, but there are good actors out there. And at that age, and he just simply wasn't one of them. Or maybe shut up, Tatman to the rescue. Maybe don't schedule it if you have no idea of showing up for the time listed. Some were concerned. Nobody was concerned. They're trolling you, sir. Nobody was concerned. Good Lord. Good God. I said 4:30 or so. This is so. If I would have said 4:30, I'll be there. And then it rolls around to 5:30. You're like, what's going on? But come on now. Wallace Shawn, good sir. Wallace Shawn's been a member of our merry band of fucksticks for 5 months. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. God damn it, Jaffe. He says it's good to see you live again. Any behind the scenes info on Twisted Metal 2012 DLC that was canceled? Nothing that I haven't shared before. We were fully prepared and beginning the process. You can see concept art of it online of 2012 Twisted Metal content. I know we were going to do Twister, which I think was modeled already, may have already been to some degree put in the game. One of our first levels was going to be kind of a carved out version of the pirate ship section of the theme park. But it was surrounded by like a pit of lava, kind of like a throwback to TM2. But obviously, I mean, we knew relatively quickly that we weren't going to be getting a DLC contract for that game. So Nick Pacheco. Thank you, buddy. He's a new member here at the Gabbin Games. Everybody welcome good sir Nick and tell him about your deepest, darkest fantasy. He would appreciate it, as would I. It'll keep him occupied and keep him from chewing on the furniture. Nick, welcome, buddy. It's good to have you here. Okay. Hey, Rox Heart Lollipop. Roxy Hart. The name on everybody's. Come on, that's a good show. Good to see you, Roxy. All right. Is this Kirk says, is this one you'd want me for? Come on in, Kirk. Here's what Gabbin Games Live is. I've decided. I finally put a line in the sand, and I've said, look, Gabbin Games proper is going to be recorded, pre-recorded, no audience for the most part. It'll be edited. It'll be meant to be listened to long form in podcast form or just on your TV. And then this is more just like we're going to talk games. It's not like we'll talk about anything. It's still game centric, but we'll we'll be much more casual. I figured that way both types of folks can get what they want, because people were bitching that I wasn't uh, streaming live as much. So I says, okay. But anyway, yeah. So point being is that's why I was back into Star Wars a little bit, is I'd been thinking about the Jake Lloyd thing from Ron Howard, and then obviously May the 4th is coming up, and I gotta ask you guys a question here. So Andor, everybody tells me Andor is the shit. I have watched the first episode and maybe 5 minutes of the second episode. I find it really slow and boring. Is that normal and it gets better? Or if by the time I get to the second episode, if I'm not fucking in love with it, is it going to be, is it going to be like this? Not for you. I should just go watch, Ahsoka or Ashoka or whatever. That's a question I have for you. In the meantime, I want to show you some stuff, that I've been doing. I know Good Sir Mutant Mo was asking about magazines and stuff. I did finally get my first issue of Game Informer. I started subscribing to the print version because I realized I was missing print magazines. So I picked it up. They started a subscription just for the magazine. It's like $25 a month or $19 a year. Sorry. And it's good. The problem with it is you can read the digital well in advance. So I had already read a bunch of it online, but it was nice to sort of have a magazine to kind of sit and, lose yourself into things without links and ads popping up every 5 seconds. And, it's just kind of a nice analog chill experience. I don't like the quality of it paper wise. Like I it's very, right. You can sit there and you can read it, but it's just like, you got to kind of fold it 3 times just to be able to get in a good position to read it. It's almost like a newspaper. But yeah, it's good stuff. Also, what I got in the mail today, I've been looking forward to this. This is called The Impact of Awada. This was a Kickstarter, but it's on the Amazon now. It's pretty cool if you're a fan of Awada-san, as I am. Listen to this. This is the back of the book. It says, "What kind of company is Nintendo?" Here was his answer. "We're a manufacturer of smiles. I think that's what any entertainment company should be." I'm a big fan of the guy. I'm a big fan of what he brought to games. And I have met some of the Nintendo bigwigs. I've never met, or I never did meet him. Obviously, it's too late now, unless I get my Ouija board out. But I kind of like that. I like the fact that he can kind of live unblemished in my memory as just a fan. I can just be a fan of his and not really worry about, I knew him as a real person. So I'm enjoying it. It's really good. I very much recommend it. It's written kind of like a blog. It's a very casually written book. So it doesn't feel, it is a biography, but it doesn't feel like a really, deep biography. It's more like a fan blog, but it's got a lot of great art, a lot of great anecdotes. And it's good stuff, man. I recommend it. So it'll cost you about, I don't know how much this was, $20, $25. Wisdom, The Impact of Awada. If I met Kojima, I'd probably cry, says Eddie T. I met Kojima. He's a nice guy. He's a nice fella. I only met him once. And then him or his company sent me a Christmas gift after we met, which was nice. But then he probably saw that I went off the rails, and he's like, "I'm not talking to that guy anymore." The other thing I found out that I'm reading right now is I didn't find out that I was reading right now, but I was, I'm going through all my comics and I'm putting them in bags and boards. And I came across this one. I remember this issue because this was like, I was a big G.I. Joe fan of the comic. And this is issue 33 from Marvel. And it was where someone tried to assassinate Cobra Commander. And it turned out they had brainwashed his son. But what I had forgotten about, and it was him who was trying to kill his dad. But what I had forgotten about was this thing. And I've got to like dig through and find all my G.I. Joes, or at least just go to Wikipedia. There's a scene with Destro and Baroness. And she's like, why should you've never demonstrated your trust or whatever. And then suddenly he says, okay, well, here's how I'm going to do it, lady. And he takes his mask off and we don't get to see it. But whatever's under that fucking mask causes Baroness to fucking faint outright. Look at that. I don't know. I don't remember what he was like under the mask. And then I have another one where we finally do get to see what Snake Eyes looks like, which is kind of looks like a burn victim, I guess. But yeah, I still have a PO box. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, free comic book day. If you like the comics, our comment is coming up this Saturday. I'm getting back into physical book and comic and magazine media, as you can tell. So I'm very much looking forward to that. I don't really, again, guys, P Turtle he comes when he wants to come. That sounds terrible. I don't really have a real connection. He just shows up. I want to also let you know that our good friend Benji Martinez has been a member for 42 months. Thank you, sir. He says, I got my Game Informer too, but I couldn't get into any of the articles. I don't know if it was just nostalgia, then reality of not having time for games set in. I read the article. There was a good article on it's not like a good article, like a great New York Times article, but there was an article on Sea of Thieves and sort of the history of it. And they interviewed the creative director. I thought that was interesting, and to hear about sort of some of their philosophies and whatnot. And then there was an article, and some of the reviews were good. The Unicorn Overlord review was good, Unicorn Overlord and all that. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly a nostalgia play more than anything else. But it's nice to have, though. I'm digging it. I'm totally digging it. Okay. Why do we need a mod, Jojo D? What's going on? Did you see the digital comic by Housemark, says Lutron? I did. I'm interested, but I'm a little turned off by it because I was hoping for actually a real announcement, which is dumb to hope for. The game wasn't a success. But I was still holding out hope there was going to be a checkpoint mode or not a sequel, but something. Eric wants to know, will I play Rise of the Ronin? I don't have any intention to play it. No. In fact, one of the reviews I read in Game Informer was Rise of the Ronin's review, and they were just it said pretty much what everybody said, which is, the open world stuff is very underwhelming. The combat's great. There's real big frame rate problems at parts. I just really wasn't all that down with it. Your thoughts on Sony canceling the new Twisted game? I'm stunned, to be honest with you, sir, that they greenlit a brand new Twisted Metal game. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I would fucking do to make Twisted Metal relevant today. That doesn't mean there's no answer, but I'm just saying that I don't wander around sad because of it, because I was like, yeah, maybe it was like, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I need to know more about what it was than before I feel anything, basically. Good Sir Vitaphone, been a member for 30 months. Thank you, sir. He says, Andor, the Star Wars show, is more of a prestige drama than Flash Thompson. Than Flash Gordon? Flash Thompson, like from Spider-Man? It focuses on building characters, dynamics in the world. Got it. Yeah, maybe not for me then. Several people seem to think the press fucked up on Ronin. I mean, what does that mean? They clearly they did not like it, but that, there does seem to be kind of a consistent complaint about it. Okay, here's the deal. This is the thing you click if you want to join the show and talk live, either with your beautiful face or just your beautiful voice. I'll be here for you. I'll bring you on the show, and you can share your views. Obviously, we'll get into some topics pretty much right now. Listen to this. This is annoying. The writer who wrote this article was probably young. It's VG 24/7, written by, I don't know who wrote it. Oh, here we go. Olsen Kunke, contributor. Fallout, here's the headline. Fallout is already Amazon's second most watched show ever, proving Bethesda should have had a new game ready yesterday. There's always the opportunity to line one up with season 2. Come on. Does she not remember the days where these companies, these game companies, would rush games out like a motherfucker in order to meet the launch, and in that the games were terrible? Look, man, I'm going to tell you something. I remember God of War getting beaten in sales week 1. And you know what beat it? Was the fucking movie adaptation of the Fantastic Four, the first one with Jessica Alba, not the one from Roger Corman. And it was horrible game. So, I certainly think Bethesda's fine staying right where they are. Let me tell you something else, by the way. There's been a lot of noise the last couple of days because what's the guy's name? I was going to say Tom Holland. What's the guy's name? Not Ted Lasso. God damn it, you're getting old, Jaffe. Todd Howard. Been a lot of talk as Todd Howard gave a interview with, I think it was Kind of Funny. And he was talking about the future of Bethesda games, Fallout, and Starfield, of course, comes up. There was a new Starfield patch that dropped for the Steam version, beta the other day. And then there are vehicles coming this year. And then towards the end of the year, they're going to drop their first really big DLC. And it had been in my mind. So I'm like, you know what? Let me go back. I hadn't played really Starfield for about 3 or 4 months. Let me go back and just kind of, play it. And I once again immediately was like, this is great. I love it. I still fucking love Starfield. I'm a big fucking fan. I'm excited for the new stuff. There was an article in PC Gamer that this was the headline. Fraser Brown wrote it. Bethesda should just say, screw it, move on from Starfield and put all that energy into Fallout. Come on. Could you guys just stop following the trends? The people who succeed in life are the ones who fucking make the trends, or at least see where the trends are going and get there first. Just because now Fallout's the shit, let's just totally spam the fuck out of Fallout content. Starfield is, to me, remains a great game. Okay. And I want to tell you something. This was tweeted out by, you guys know, Hogue Law, the law guy who does video game law and talks on tweets and shit. Here's what he wrote. I think this is very accurate. My current working theory, this was a tweet, is that Starfield is optimistic and forward-looking in a way that doesn't match the present cultural zeitgeist, while Fallout is cynical and backwards-looking in a way that does. I expect Starfield to be better received when the culture again cycles around. I would agree with this. I think the thing is, and I don't have the stats to back this up other than my own anecdotal experience, but I would argue that people who are of my generation, a little younger, a little older, probably enjoyed Starfield a lot more because they're, from the music to some of the missions, to the art, to the design, it's the kind of space stuff we grew up with, right? It's optimistic, and it is adventurous, and it is hopeful. And I get that if you're a much younger gamer today playing a game like that, you can't necessarily relate to it or connect with it in a way that someone my age can't. So, and the other thing I'll say is the people in the chat that are saying, oh, well, Starfield is boring. Again, Starfield is as boring or exciting as you want it to be. If all you do is make your character walk around New Atlantis for a few minutes, then just fly to some random planet, and you're like, what the fuck? This is boring. Yeah. I agree. And it is problematic at a design level that they trusted the gamers enough to sort of make their own fun. But if you follow some of the core paths that are laid out, like I did, And yes, Benji Martinez, I did beat it. I've beaten it twice, or I've gone through the story twice, and now I'm on my third. It's fucking awesome. It's all of the wonderful. It's a blend of the space opera of Star Trek with the philosophical space stuff of 2001 and some more hard sci-fi. And I'll tell you something else. There's rumors. One of the guys was it Jez Corden, but apparently he started the rumor mill going. So, and there's also another rumor I saw today that the June Xbox conference or showcase, whatever. One of the things they're going to announce is that Starfield will be coming to PlayStation 5, which I do not think that would be unheard of. And I'll tell you something. I guarantee you the worm will turn when it comes to PlayStation. I guarantee you that at least a meaningful percentage of the people that are shitting on Starfield is because they are anti-Xbox bullshit. And it has really led to a groupthink that this game was not good. And I absolutely disagree. The game, I'm sorry, I just disagree with you guys. When you guys say the gameplay is boring, I was playing it today. Here's what I did. I took my ship off some planet I was exploring, and I just started flying around. I was just curious what I would find because I've already done a lot of the missions and stuff, and I just wanted to explore a little bit. And I found this satellite fucking thing or whatever it was. Float. It's like a Deep Space Nine thing or whatever. And I docked with it, and it turned out to be an abandoned casino that had been taken over by space raiders, and all the gravity was fucked. And so I'm flying in 0G around this abandoned casino in space while fighting space pirates, and it was awesome. It was awesome. I don't know when you guys say the gameplay was outdated. What? I mean, I'm not saying it was like on the vanguard. It was the vanguard of game design, but what's outdated about it? Fuck you, Cosmic Bandito. Benji Martinez says, wow, that's amazing. I couldn't trek it out to the end. Played probably 100 hours though. Enjoyed it, but would have preferred Fallout or Elder Scrolls. Well, what I'll tell you again is I do think that, yeah, just like Joker says, Starfield feels better if you do one storyline than go to the end. I think that is because they assumed gamers would be able to sort of find their own fun. And if you played for 100 hours, my guess is that you were kind of going all over the place and just sort of making your own golden path, which is fine. The game lets you do that. But in that, I think you really miss at least the stuff that I love about it. And it's been enough time that I don't mind doing some spoilers. I'm not going to get into deep spoilers, but the fact that if you take that main path and that you get to find, for example, a museum on Earth of NASA, and you literally get to go through this museum that's part embedded into the game design of the history of flight and space exploration and man's ascent to the stars. Shit like that is cool. The fact that where this whole thing goes narratively has a lot. I'm not saying that this is as good as 2001, the book or the movie. Stop getting all crazy, you fuckers. But what I'm saying is that idea of the next phase of man's evolution and why are we here? All of that stuff is addressed as part of the narrative and gameplay. And I think that stuff is fucking great, man. But again, I don't care if you play it. I don't care if you like it. I'm glad that there's a big expansion coming this fall. And I'm glad that there is vehicles coming to the planets. That's going to be pretty cool. There is no call-in waiting room. The only way to interface with Gavin Games Live, at least at the moment, is to click on that link I just put in the chat. You can bring yourself in the camera or not, doesn't matter. Toxmod says, I think a game should be fun regardless of how you approach it. People approached it many different ways. No one did the same side quest, and everyone gave it this. No one did the same side. Everyone gave it the same. I don't understand the last sentence. But what I will tell you is that I don't think I do. I think a game. I think the game creators need to take into account the fact that if you're going to give people a lot of freedom and you're not going in that, the risk is run that the first impression will be negative because they may just wander off and get bored. I think that's a them problem. And I don't think they should not have given people freedom, but I do think they probably should have maybe waited a little bit until they opened up the pasture for you to just go wherever you want it. Bill Bone says, are those expansions free on Game Pass? Probably not. Yeah, it's a good question. I have no idea. Eddie T says, do you think it was a mistake for Bethesda to make so many empty planets for the sake of scale? Again, I don't, I'll get you in a sec, Ravnos. Not for me, right? Because I didn't need to go to every planet and be wowed. And I'm not saying that like I'm making excuses. I'm saying that for me, the planets that were off the beaten path, which were well designed, were places that you go or I go for just a different cadence of the game. So, like, for example, yesterday I went to this planet because someone's like, hey, we'll pay all this money if you go 100% survey this planet. And there are enemies there that I fought and stuff. It's not like I had nothing to do, but I did enjoy. I was at that point in the game where, like, I'm just going to go chill and get lost in the immersion of this simulation of just being this lone guy on this planet. And I'm trying to kind of find all the flora and fauna and animals, and then I'll go, to some horrible planet filled that looks like cyberpunk and get into a big fucking adventure. I like that all that's out there. But I get that it could have been a mistake if they assumed that players were not looking for that. And I get it. I can see a lot of players going to these planets and going, what the fuck? Nothing's going on. I mean, there was stuff going on, but you know what I'm saying? But yeah, again, you're not going to convince me. I'm not going to convince you. I think it's great. I think it's great for personal reasons. Like I said, kid of the 80s, growing up loving space and sci-fi. And I think it's also just great at a level as a great fun simulation, but don't play it. I don't give a fuck. I got it. But yeah, it's a good question though about the what's it called? The how much is going to cost when it comes out. Morgan says Bethesda has never had a good campaign. Honestly, the main story in their games are so fucking weak. It only gets worse with each game. Yeah, I just don't agree with you. I'm sorry. I think the idea of this organization that's finding these artifacts all over the universe that is causing weird behavior, and then as they start to assemble what this means, it's kind of like in the movie Contact. It's a key left behind to sort of figure out who we are as a species. I think that's pretty compelling stuff, man. I'm a fan, but bugs aside, says Toxmod, because to a certain extent they were cute. Most of them have bugs. Yeah, games have bugs. It didn't bother me, but I appreciate it if it bothered you. Okay. Let me bring in Ravnos for a moment, see what he's got to say. A weird noise. Yeah. Ravnos, here you go, buddy. All right. What's up?
Okay, first of all, I 99% agree with Morgan. But that's fine. People can like different things. And
she's not going to fuck you, dude. She's not going to fuck you.
I know, but like I said,
I'm kidding. I hate when people say that. It drives me batshit. Go ahead, though.
I rarely say that. Only on Twitter.
Yep.
My problem with it, and I'm not trying to make you dislike it. That's the thing.
I assure you that will not be possible, but continue.
I think people who try to ruin other people's fun are assholes. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. I just think that you kind of you did your thing where you generalize a black and white. The people that don't liking it and hating on it, they're just this, they're just that, and it's like, no.
I didn't say you're bad for now. I just said you don't have to like it. I don't care.
I didn't say bad, but you said those people just hate Xbox and like. No.
I said there is a group and probably a meaning. Are you guys saying he's quiet? Is he too quiet? Can you guys not hear him?
Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you fine, but I want to see what they say. What I'm saying though is there a group of people that are predisposed to not like it because it is on Xbox and it was their big exclusive, and there were a lot of Sony fanboys that jumped on the bandwagon of beating up on it who'd never even touched it? Yes. Absolutely, that's real. Do I think that that's every? Of course not. No. There are valid reasons people don't like this game. I get it. If I had bought the game and gotten off the main path, I would have probably said I don't like the game.
Well, see, that's a weird thing because that's the weakest part of the whole game, other than the planets being okay. Look, I don't want to do spoilers because I know you don't like the spoiler stuff.
I don't mind spoilers at this point if they're kind of loose.
Okay, good.
Okay. But I don't want to be giving it. I don't want to give away the ending, for example.
Perfect example. You were talking about the Foundation, how they're, oh, look, we explored the universe. That's our goal. You know, we're created to explore. Here's my issue with that. You show up there, and at this point, I'm all in. Oh, cool. Awesome, right? You go to the lodge. All of a sudden, I can't remember the names of anything.
The lodge, yep.
Yeah, you go to the lodge. You give them the artifact. You find out they had, what did they have, 3 or 4 already?
No, they've already been on the quest, yes.
Yeah. So then it's like, oh, go here to this planet. We've never been there. And it's like, okay. And then go here. And then you realize, number one, every planet you go to has already been explored. There's already buildings built by humans, not aliens. Every single planet that you can land on has human buildings on it. So that right there destroys the sense of exploration because like, oh, I'm just somewhere that someone else has already been. And then this, you know, you have this organization that they say they're explorers, yet no one ever explores. It's just you. In all these years that they've existed, they couldn't find these things, but yet you do in like a week. How is that good storytelling? That would be like Indiana Jones going like,
yeah, but it's like,
Mr.
okay,
Jones, join our archaeological survey.
No,
We're
okay. You are not wrong. You are not wrong if you hold every piece of narrative entertainment to the same standards as a video game. In the sense that, like, yeah, if you were to make Indiana Jones into a video game, which they are, you know, every video game character is fundamentally a Mary Sue, or they become a Mary Sue very quickly. Because otherwise,
world that does everything. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if that's a problem for you, that's fine. But that's a problem for you from everything from Chrono Trigger to Zelda to how far back to Space Invaders.
Well, not so much Chrono Trigger.
You're always the guy who they call on to save the universe. That's, not every game, but most games.
Sure. I mean, I will grant you that, but I do believe talented writers could come up with a backstory that explains it better, and to where you're like, oh, I'm not just the only one capable of doing jack shit in this whole organization, but that's fine.
Right. And if I remember, it's been a while since I played that through line. If I remember, there is something special about her that is embedded into the narrative, but I don't remember what it is. So
her who?
Mine was her, the main character.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
The character you create.
I don't know if there's anything specifically special about our main character other than supposedly we've done this before.
Right.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
I mean, that's
the other thing is the New Game Plus. Like, I don't want to spoil New Game Plus, but that is when I finally went from it's okay to, yeah, this game just ain't it for me.
Yeah, that's fine. I loved that. I loved it.
You have that part where it's like, whoa, it's going to be different. It's going to be different. And then you go through the game again. You're like, oh, it's just the same exact game. Every once in a while, a line of dialogue will be slightly altered because they'll make reference to, you're not the one they know.
How many times have you played it beyond the first game?
You mean like gone back and started a new game, or do you mean gone through New Game Plus?
Basically, you've gone back after in the narrative, you've completed the first experience and you've let the story continue.
Yet 2 full times, stopped during the third.
Okay, so I am under
Because
the
I didn't
impression
notice anything different. Like all the quests happened identically for me.
it may be the reason I'm still enamored by it is because my first playthrough, I pretty much, like I said, stayed
You
on the main
skipped
path.
most everything, yeah.
And so now I'm going back and I'm doing, oh, I want to do this faction or whatever. And I also hear that it is, it does address, there are things to find in the game that really speak to the way that New Game Plus works at a narrative level, but maybe it doesn't. But I haven't played it enough in that way to have that takeaway. But again, whatever. Don't, I mean, it clearly was a game that didn't deliver to most people's expectations. And whether that's because they gave you too much freedom, whether because it was janky and old fashioned game design, whether it's because there was a bunch of PlayStation fanboys and that carve the narrative, which it tends to do, not because PlayStation, but it's like the internet will carve the narrative out. And people, it's kind of like Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad was a good game. It had problems, and it's not a great game, but it was a good game.
Yeah.
It was fun. And you cannot say that on the internet because people who haven't even played it are gonna go no.
Yeah, I just like the NASA thing. I don't have NASA nostalgia that you do, but I thought it was cool right up until I got to the end, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is the story they're going with? The world is like this because the geniuses at NASA were suddenly mentally deranged and couldn't add 1 + 1 = 2. Like literally, we didn't realize we were destroying the planet this whole time. It's like, as soon as they do an experiment, NASA would spend months, if not years, analyzing data. They would just keep pushing forward. Wait, we got to figure out why this didn't work exactly like we wanted. Oops, you mean all those times we did that, we were slowly destroying the planet and making it uninhabitable for humans? That right there causes you to have to assume that the people at NASA are dumber than Todd Howard. So I refuse to believe that. And then you have this planet that is all desert except for 8 iconic buildings. The NASA launch tower in Houston, the Great Pyramid of Giza, a part of Paris, a part of London. It's like, are you kidding me right now? Like, make your world almost semi-believable. That goes a long way towards not being a nitpicker. And then the thing that really broke the camel's back was when I decided to do quest dialogue choices differently in New Game Plus, and it had the exact 100% same outcome, because in Bethesda games, ever since Todd Howard kind of really wrestled complete control right after probably Oblivion, here's what dialogue choices mean for Bethesda games. Yes means yes, no means yes, maybe means yes, and sarcastic response means eventually you'll get to yes with extra steps. If they want the player to do something, the player has no choice but to only ever get the result Bethesda desires, because Todd Howard is scared to death of people not experiencing things he wants them to. He does not believe in choice.
Gee, I can't imagine why.
Well, but like seriously though, in an RPG, shouldn't you have choice?
It like should, but there's a well, come on. Not every game is, The Legend of Zelda has zero choice.
But that's not a role-playing game. That's an adventure game.
Well, it's an action RPG.
The man who created it. I always will believe the creator of a thing. That's why I choose to believe this.
Well, if you demand every game you play that's called an RPG to basically
have some choice, yes.
Well, there is choice, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Don't play it. I don't give a fuck. I'm having fun with it.
Like I said, I'm not trying to make people dislike it. I'm just saying this is when it really broke down. Is when
I know, but you're saying it as if it's a matter of fact. I liked the story they told, so I don't, and frankly, I don't want to land on ancient Earth and have to basically walk around a Google Map version of every fucking street like Google Earth 3D from my childhood.
Well, no,
but I mean that's ridiculous. There's a reason. It's the equivalent of a movie when a character gets out of a car to go to a door and he gets out of the car and then they cut and he's at the door. because you don't want to watch the motherfucker walk up the sidewalk.
Yes,
right?
but like the Earth was like the moon, except for I can't remember if there's 13, 9, or 8. For some reason, those are the three numbers.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. It's irrelevant to your point.
They could have like maybe tried a little harder there, but like I said, I could forgive that if in other places it didn't break down. Like which side quests which factions have you completed? Not dabbled with, but complete.
None.
Oh, none.
No, I told you I'm going back now and doing all the side stuff.
Well, I thought you had done at least some of them because you said you were on your 3rd playthrough. Well, do me a huge favor. Do a full faction side quest and then do another one and see if you're like, wait a minute, what? Why? What?
Fuck you, Morgan. Morgan's like, I barely played the game. I finished it. I played it a second time. If that's not enough to have a goddamn cockadoodie opinion of the goddamn cockadoodie fucking video game, Morgan, we got ourselves a failure to communicate, my friend.
What did show yourself at the end? Like, did it show one scene or 2 scene or like hardly any scenes? You know what I'm talking about at the end when you
I mean, it showed, I don't know, like 5, I think.
Well, then you did some stuff.
Of course I did some stuff.
Well, that's why I want to see. I'm just surprised you haven't like done any of the stuff that really kind of breaks immersion. Okay. Specifically, if you do the one where you are either working for the good guys.
I'm gonna let you go because I got your point. The audience got your point, Larry, and we're gonna move on. Thank you, buddy. All right. Do you think Black Myth Wukong is better than God of War? I haven't played it yet. It certainly looks better than God of War, but God of War came out in 2005. I don't know what you're talking about. But no, it's a very pretty looking game, and it's got some wonderful character design or enemy design. I'm super compelled to play it when it comes out. But Stop the Clown says, I think the stuff Jaffe likes Starfield for, No Man's Sky does better. I've never played that game. And I hear, really good things. It's gotten a lot better. I stayed away from it mostly because it at least when it was pitched to me, it's like there was no real narrative. And what I really was engaged by with Starfield was the story. That was the main thing. I love the world. I love the lore, blah, 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 blah. But it didn't really feel like something that was more than just like a space sim versus a adventure. But I'll give it a try. It's, all right. I'm going to bring in Kirkland in just 1 second, fellas. Let me change this over here real quick. 1 moment. I was going to talk about, we'll talk about that, but let me bring in Kirkland. Hang on. Gray Kirkland Gray. That's right. Where is he? There he is. Well, Kirkland Gray. Hello. How are you? Are the kids still trying to steal your Lucky Charms?
Is this like a derivative of the Elijah Wood thing? I don't know.
No, lucky the Brad Skaggs says Jaffe comes off as a foot enjoyer. I'm absolutely not a foot fetish guy. I don't have a problem with it. I know that it's a big fetish, man. I know that it is a very popular fetish, kink, whatever you want to call it. Oh yeah. But I've never really found feet to be anything other than just practical, functional things to help us move around. It's kind of like Ted Danson says when he's in The Good Place. He's like, all you humans are like weird with like hands that have sticks on the end. It's like, that's how I think of feet. They're just these things that function. Anyway, how you been, Kurt? Well, listen, what have you been playing?
I've been playing Stellar Blade.
Yeah, people love it.
Yeah,
people love it. But the
users, that
controversy, the controversy is bullshit, but welcome to America and life 2024.
That conversation's been played out, right?
It's just dumb. It's fucking dumb. It doesn't make any sense. But here's what I started doing. I'm going to tell you something right now, Kirkland Gray. I started playing on easy most games because I'm just old and my reflex. I am. My reflexes, are not what they used to be. So I'm actually excited now. The reason I had been staying away from Stellar Blade is because I'm like, you know what? It's going to be another one of these Lies of P games, which I loved Lies of P, but I can't do it. I can't succeed. And someone says, yeah, but there's an easy mode. I'm like, fuck it. I'm in. I want to play it. And I'm playing that Zao game right now on easy, and I'm loving that game. It's really fun. So what do you think of Stellar? You like Stellar?
I do. I'm currently in the process.
Which X says, stop trying to make this dude the new P Turtle. What about Good Sir Kirkland Good Sir Kirkland Gray is anything close to P Turtle? Are you fucking a underage child or girl, Kirkland Gray?
The Kirk David comment. That's a deep cut. Greg
Where'd it
Digger.
go? Where'd it go?
That's a deep cut.
Good to see Kirk David back on the show.
There were like only 10 people in here, I think, when that happened. And you were like,
I don't even know what he's
Kirk
talking
David?
I said that? Was I high?
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to say that I like was in the chat. And he was like, and you were like, I don't know who Kirk David is.
Gotcha. That's a great story. So anyway, what do you think about Stellar Blade? You enjoying it?
Are you an AI? Yeah, I am. I'm reviewing it for Pure Dead Gaming, and I already did a review for on Reforge.
Okay.
I'm probably sitting at around like an 8 for it. I'm currently going through New Game Plus. It's fun. Like, it's good old fashioned fun. Like, you'll know this better than anyone. Like, after God of War came out, especially like, you know, the sequels as well, pretty much every action game that came out after that had to copy y'all. Like, whether it was Dante's Inferno or I can't think of other Lords of the Fallen, not Lords of the Fallen. Castlevania, Lords of Shadow.
Yep.
Like, a bunch of games started copying. Like, Castlevania is not that, but they were like, oh, let's go be God of War. So like, there's actually not that many action games that are like what I generally refer to as like the Kingdom Hearts style of action game. Like the closest thing that we really have to that, I feel like, is Nier Automata, which is also from Square. Other Platinum games like maybe Astral Chain, and then the like Devil May Cry reboot that Ninja Theory did for like the end of the Xbox 360 PS3
So it is, because
era.
Morgan in the chat was saying that as well, that Stellar Blade is not a Souls game at all. It really is more of a action-y Devil May Cry thing.
Until you get to the last 5 hours and it beats you over the head.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm playing on easy though. There's no fucking
but it's just like the type of, it's so bizarre, this game. First of all, from a design standpoint, it's sort of the opposite of Lies of P, where this primarily mobile developer came in and just, you know, blew the doors off, right? I mean, they literally replicated basically what From Software can do with minor discrepancies, I would say. And people were really impressed by that. This game is really cool. It's just like good old-fashioned fun. But there are a lot of like glaring design deficiencies that are just like irksome. Like the fact that I just don't have the ability to pull up my map and warp to the like the hub area. Like, I can't just go to the hub area. I've got to like fast travel to a thing that then lets me fast travel there. Sometimes it can even take 3 steps. There's like but it remains an 8 for you, correct? Yes, and that should give you an idea of how good the combat is and how. I think it's a unique experience. Like, if you want that like kind of Kingdom Heartsy, like I'm just running in and just swiping a sword or I guess a keyblade at enemies or whatever, I, you know, am really fast and it's fun and frenetic type of combat. And it's not like, I mean, Final Fantasy 16 is doing that now too, so like that's cool, I guess. But like, there's so much more going on with that game. Like, I feel like this is sort of like it's more digestible. Like, it's like a 25-hour experience, and a lot of it is linear. They try to open it up. They do 2 big open areas that
That's what I heard. I heard the second one you can totally skip, and people are like,
you skip both of them. You skip both of them.
All right. Well, then maybe
some people really like it. Some people really like the open area.
$70 or no?
It depends on how bad you want that type of game. Like it depends on how
okay,
bad.
I'm going to wait for it to drop price, or I'm going to wait for it to come to PS
I would
Plus.
say it's easily 40. And
Okay.
I think you could make an argument for 50 or like in that 53 range pretty easily.
There's so much else to play right now. Have you played? Has anybody in the chat played No Rest for the Wicked? That thing is amazing. That game
it's
is
PC, man. I don't
it
touch
is.
PC.
What's the matter with you?
I like convenience and I don't like to download drivers.
Yeah, so you should get $19 a month, get GeForce, which I have.
Now. Okay, whatever.
It is no, it's not even whatever, man. It is the best
I get it, but I already have like a PlayStation, an Xbox, and a Nintendo.
Yeah, but like, you can't play the games.
One game. One
really?
game I can't play.
There's so much to play on PC that you're never going to see on console. Do you know what I started playing last night? I started playing a game, and I was up till 2 a.m. playing a game called what's this thing called? Regency Solitaire.
I was gonna say nobody knows but you, Jaffe. So
I'm gonna read you the description on the Steam page. Listen to this now. I'm not even fucking with you. Experience romantic Regency England in this sumptuous solitaire game. Play your cards right as your historic London, Brighton, and Bath, and help Bella, our damsel in distress, create a dazzling ballroom. Unlock gameplay features with your makeover project and improve Bella's chances of finding true love. It is so good. It's really addictive and it's really fun. But I understand that it's not for everybody.
Have you played Balatro?
Yeah, it's great. It's
Talk about card games, man, right?
It's wonderful. It's no Marvel Snap, but it's excellent.
Ooh.
It is wonderful.
Ooh, no, I like Marvel Snap maybe even more than you do, and I would push back on that. I think Balatro is in that weight class for sure. Absolutely. It's coming to mobile too. It's
that's
mobile.
where it's going to be insane on mobile. I like how Magnum says the Regency Solitaire game sounds stupid. Shut up. I'm playing what an idiot. Indica came out today. Has anybody heard of Indica? Apparently it's this very weird horror game that I bought. I'm going to play it.
I could request that as a reviewer. Should I do that?
Yeah.
I thought it looked weird.
I hear it's incredibly weird. You play a nun who doesn't believe in God, who teams up with the devil to do something, and apparently it's very fuck you, Addie Pie. My taste in games is kind of bad. No, bitch. My taste in games is called eclectic. My taste in games is that of someone who genuinely loves the artistic medium of video games. And I don't fucking care where the herd goes. I don't care what's being hyped. I don't care what's da bomba. I care what's fucking good. I care what's interesting. Even if it's shit, I want to play it. The reason I'm going to go play Alone in the Dark, the new one, I understand it's not game of the year, bitch. But it doesn't have to be, because anyone who's played that game to conclusion says, is it great? No. Does it do some really interesting things with the horror formula? Yes. And I play enough and respect the medium enough that I will go where things are interesting, even if the cool kids aren't hanging out there. So sit down, shut the fuck up, and learn something. Am I right, Kirkland?
Yeah, I definitely respect the medium of horror games. I just don't respect the medium, the horror game.
Oh yeah, I'm with you. No, it didn't. I just, I don't
that
think
game sucks.
It didn't.
Oh my god,
it was not good. It didn't suck, but it wasn't.
They're gonna make Silent Hill 2.
Jaffe, are you interested in the next Don't Nod game, Lost Records? Yes, Keon, very much. I saw it at the Xbox Indie Fest thing they did this week, and yeah, it looks really interesting. Have you seen the trailer for that, Kirkland?
I haven't. I really liked their last game, Harmony Fall of Reverie. Which
I didn't play that.
Kind of like a it's like Hades art with like the Don't Nod formula of like making choices and stuff. But it was sort of like it was like innovative for them, because they went more down the like Detroit Become Human road, where you have like the branching like story paths and stuff.
Okay.
So I always think that's cool. I never really liked the like Telltale style of choice driven games where it's like, we're going to give you like marginally different experiences to make you feel like your choices matter. Like I always thought that what Quantic Dream did with Detroit was like incredible, where it's like,
yeah, it was cool.
You literally end up in a whole different place in the final third of the game, depending on
I have never finished that game because I was so turned off by David Cage as just a human.
That's understandable.
He's such an arrogant shithead,
Yeah.
in my opinion. But I should go back because what I played
You'll
of it,
have a lot in common.
I really.
Just kidding. I'm sorry.
Are you able to hear that?
Yeah.
That's the Go Fuck Yourself song. Would you like to hear it again? So
you get me every time I come on here.
Sky Gonzalez says, I've been playing Sandland. It's super great. It's great, super fun. I played the demo. I liked it, but all the complaints about that game were it's so similar and it gets really repetitive and you're just going through the desert ad nauseum. And as much as I love
like
the
Stellar
look,
Blade.
yeah, well, I mean, maybe. So, but it's good to hear, Sky, that you're vibing with it. Listen to this. What about the leak that all Xbox first-party games are coming to PlayStation? There's nothing to talk about. It's not a leak.
No leak.
It was Jez Corden was speculating on a podcast, maybe he's kind of experienced doing this, that I don't think he just kind of accidentally slipped up. I think he was just speculating. But even if he heard a rumor, there's no guarantee it's true. But do I think it's possible? Yes. Do I think it's probable? Yeah. I think it's absolutely probable. They clearly are not worried about losing market share in consoles because they don't have a market share. So this seems to be working for them, whatever they're doing. So why not? I'd love to see Starfield on PS5. People would actually not be so cruel to it. Yeah.
Speaking of Don't Nod, did you play Banishers earlier this year?
Yeah, I did. It got too long. I couldn't.
game.
I loved it. Couldn't finish it though. Couldn't. These games are too fucking long. Everybody, no. Everybody knows it. They're too fucking goddamn long. And let me tell you something else.
What's the ideal length for you?
Well, 4 to 5 hours.
That's short.
Yeah. But it depends on the game though, right? I don't want Marvel Snap or Balatro or Mario Kart or Super Mario Wonder to be 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah, but it's not like the original God of War trilogy was 4 hours.
No, but it was like 8 to 9. I mean, I'm just throwing 4 out for the perfect, I don't think you should charge $70 for 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah.
Right. But if you're talking about a narrative based game, and the reason you're playing it is to get lost in that world and someone's story, I think 4 to 5 hours makes sense because most games cannot sustain that. If you're talking about something that's more of a systems based game and there's narrative like a Cyberpunk or a Witcher or what have you, then I think that's a very different thing. I'm talking specifically about narrative games. And I'm also, it's rare that a game can continue to entertain you. I mean, let me tell you something. I mean, the fact you have
ADHD, right?
It's yeah, but I can watch I can watch 8 seasons of, or 7 seasons of The West Wing and I'm fine. There's tons of things that I'll watch long form television or I'll read novels that are 600 pages. It's the lack of editing in games that need editing, right? It's if you're going to tell a story-based game and that's one of the main things that keeps you compelled because let's say the mechanics get samey, then you better fucking be a good writer and you better fucking make sure that some of that or all of that or most of that gameplay reflects the narrative. But it's a lot of these games outwear their welcome, and I'm sorry, but they just fucking do. And I've been playing shorter games and I've been enjoying that, but I don't think that's all games, and I certainly don't think it's a $70 price point. But yeah, I mean, how many games have you played where you have had to force yourself to finish, where you really don't want to, but you want to say you finished?
Not many. I mean,
really?
I review games, so it's more about that time sensitivity, where it's like I got to get it done before the embargo or whatever. So that can be painful.
Okay.
But as far as like just finishing games at all, they've got to be in that 6 territory for me. If I'm like really like,
but aren't there better things to do with your time? If you're playing a game and you're like, okay, I've played it for 7 hours and you're like, okay, I get it. I know what this is. Maybe there's a few twists in the tail that I'll miss if I drop it. But after 6 or 7 hours, if you're starting to get into that sense of like, okay, I get it. Don't you have other games to play? I mean, aren't you busy with other things?
No, because I'm poor. So I don't buy a lot.
Okay, but see, that's the thing is that if you know, I there was a article that wrote this. I was surprised to actually see them saying, as they say, the silent part out loud. Even Ravno says most of us are not millionaires. That is the point. That is the point. Is that you shouldn't be Stockholm syndrome for the art being worse because it fits your lifestyle better. Okay, I agree games are too expensive. But this argument of like, oh, you know, one of the reasons I was such a champion of Game Pass and subservices is because those games are easy to drop.
Game Pass is awesome, yeah.
And the developers are now, if Game Pass would have been as successful as I had hoped, and I still think it's all going to go subscription anyway, is that they will be forced to get rid of this insanely arrogant 3, 4, 5 hours before it gets really good. Or the fact that because people will drop
what
it.
Games are you alluding to with that?
There's a lot of, well, I even think I love The Last of Us Part 2, but I think The Last of Us Part 2 starts slow as fucking molasses.
Last of Us Part 2 is a good example of what you're talking about. I played 7 hours and I was like, I'm not playing this anymore, and I have not picked it up since.
Right. And it got better for me beyond that, before that. But I'm just saying that there are a number of games where they don't put their best foot forward right away. And they also would rather pad the game because the business model supports it instead of going, we're going to edit this like a movie. You think you go to a goddamn test screening and there's a scene that's not playing, they don't just keep it in because the audience is like, well, the movie's got to be this long because the ticket price, even if the movie, I do know.
I mean, I understand that you have the game dev background, but I'm willing to push back a little bit on the idea that it's almost like you're arguing. I know this isn't what you're arguing. I guess I'm changing it. I'm tweaking it slightly to sort of point out a logical flaw in what you're arguing. It's almost like you're arguing that they're intentionally making the game worse or the product worse in some sort of effort to like elongate engagement. And I don't necessarily agree with that. If it's not live service. If it's live service, maybe.
You in this conversation are proof that they're doing that, because it's clear that the majority of people value the sense of value of the game being something that you spend $70 on, and in that it's not going to be over in 5 hours. That holds water more than someone like me that's either playing on Game Pass or I don't worry about money as much as this person or that person. And so I'm okay with the fact that if I spend $40 and the game is over in 5 hours, but I've had a great fucking 5 hours, that's better for the art form. The art form suffers because the business model in this case.
But I don't think Hogwarts starts out like really slow or goes.
I haven't played it. I
mean, Lives of P, same thing. I think there's a lot of games that are good counterpoints to what you're saying, and so I would use those to substantiate my position, which is counter to yours, which is that I think some devs just don't make particularly good games. And so they don't start off very well. Like if you start up, I mean, I'm like the Skull and Bones guy, apparently out of content creators that, you know, do game commentary and reviews and stuff. I
can edit that out if you want later. If you
I do. I like it, but
I like it too. I played it for the beta.
The first 4 or 5 hours is not selling itself very well. So like I totally get that. Like and there's the age-old adage of like, no, just stick with it. Like it gets good. And that existed before we were in the like the high prioritization of like gamer engagement in the online era. So I don't know if that, I mean, I think these devs set out to make a good game and they want there to be a lot of content there, and some devs are just better at doing that than others. But I think there's plenty of games out there that are long and good.
There, of course, there are, but take Ragnarok, right? I finished God of War 2018. I enjoyed not every moment of it, but I never felt like I wanted to put it down. It was compelling almost all the way through. Ragnarok, I think, probably has better combat than God of War 2018. It's more nuanced. It's deeper. Obviously, I think there's some great puzzle level design in that game, but it goes on way too fucking long. Okay,
there's a lot of people that would disagree with you.
I don't know many people who, for example, think that the sequence in God of War Ragnarok where you're riding a yak, if I am remembering the story right, or where that girl's talking to y'all. Nobody cares. It's the pacing was terrible.
So
So
just Ragnarok, right? Not the first one.
no, yeah, I said, what is it?
Okay.
You're riding a goat. I don't fucking know what it is. You're riding something.
I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 had, tough
terrible
pacing.
opening. Yeah. So I'm saying
Great
that's
game,
bad.
amazing game.
I appreciate that, but a lot of it is, I'm sorry, it's utterly bad. I think certain games need to be shorter, but I understand that $70, blah, blah, blah. All right, listen. Kuga Cygnus says, Jaffe, what do you look for in men? I basically look for men who can dress up really well so they look like your mom after a 2-day bender in Vegas. That's what I try to find. Because usually their dicks are so small that I can pretend I'm eating your mother's vagina. Welcome.
I can edit that out.
I don't need you to edit that out. That's going on the fucking highlight reel. Yes, everybody, that's right. Kunga Singus comes in, doesn't have the stones to actually come in and speak. Here, let me put let's bring the old bitch in, shall we?
Come in, you.
Yeah, zing. Let's bring him in here, boys, and let's see anybody who wants to get on and chat. And you guys let me know if you're getting bored of Kirkland, young Kirkland here. I'm
still waiting on that dude that was like real mad at me the first time I came on to like come debate me with his his woke feminist girlfriend or whatever.
I don't know. Yeah, he's the guy who told the girl she walked away from him.
Yeah,
because she was
of
all
the woke mind virus.
Yeah. Did you see that dad who put his toddler on the treadmill and he's in court now?
No.
He put it, now he's not a toddler. He's like a 6-year-old kid. And the kid wasn't fat, but he says, not that it matters, but he says, oh, he's too fat. And he puts the kid on a treadmill and there's video of it. And he's like falling and the dad keeps yelling at him and he goes faster and faster and faster and faster. And the kid eventually had a concussion and died. And now he's on trial for manslaughter. And I don't know if this is the case, but it seems very much that it is the case of one of those fucking idiot alpha guys who's like, I'm going to raise my kid to be, you got to push through the pain. But he's fucking 6 years old, you fucking goon. The point of this, Kirkland, is Singa's mother is fucking hot tamale when she was young. Now she's a corpse, of course, but I'll fuck her. By the way, Love and Stellar Blade says One Winged Angel and the jiggle physics are amazing. I have no idea what people's problem with it is. I don't know either. Shut up, Cosmic Bandito. Cosmic says game. Kid couldn't keep up. That's terrible. That kid's dead.
It's crazy the design disparities in that game, like just from the first half to the second half. Like it's like they almost learned how to make good bosses like halfway through. It's crazy.
No, it's their first game like that. Maybe it is, you know.
Yeah.
Listen, Dave and Buster's is going to start allowing gambling on some of their games. You see this? Kirkland?
Okay.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
I don't love that. No.
It's interesting. It's kind of interesting. It's if you're one of their members or whatever they call them, there's like 5 million of them in the world, and they haven't announced the actual games. It doesn't sound like they're going to be arcade games. It sounds like it's going to be more like skee ball and the basketball game and things that are more very obviously purely skill based to some extent. And not only can you and I go in there and I can bet against you being worse than me or better than me at the basketball game, but you can stand around and you can bet on people who are playing. So if people are watching us and it's like, dude, Jaffe is understandably awesome at this game and Kirkland is shit at this game, understandably, you can totally fucking bet and make money. And that's something on the app. People says, oh, it's bad for young kids and stuff, but
yeah, I generally don't love any form of gambling. I mean, I understand that people enjoy it, but just in general, the thing that makes gambling compelling from a mental standpoint, like the chemical reaction, everything, it's highly addictive and dangerous. So it's not that people can't do it, but it's just like anything else, like alcohol or any substance. Like it's certain people can be very predisposed to, it harming them and influencing their behavior. And the thing about gambling too is like more so than, even like cigarettes or whatever. Like I think there's a lot of avenues. We see this in games, right? There's a lot of avenues toward like employing that in a predatory manner that can capitalize on certain people.
And
take
I mean,
advantage.
it can also totally wreck families. I mean, that's the other part about it. I mean, any addiction
Yes.
can, but you know, let me show you this. I'm going to put this on the screen again. If you want to come in and be part of the conversation, don't be a fucking baby. I'm shy. I'm shy. What are you being shy for, you baby? Look at your screen. Let me see if I can.
Who did
show
we
you.
talk to last time with the long
don't
hair?
I don't know. The long hair. Oh yeah, that guy. I don't know.
He was cool.
He was cool.
He was a nice gentleman.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is the most loved video game character in every country. It's surprising to me a little bit. Mario obviously rules the roost in most places. Pikachu's up there. Kratos is in a couple of places.
There's no
That was
way.
weird. And the Prince, I guess the Prince and Prince of Persia is big in Turkey. I get it. United Arab.
Who took this poll? There is no way.
This is recent. This is
Green
2021.
Earth that Sam Fisher is the most beloved character in the United States of
No,
America.
that's not Sam Fisher, is it?
Yeah.
They're not saying. Oh, that is weird. Sam Fisher. Oh,
that's what I'm saying. There's no way.
Well, here's where it's from. The 10 most loved characters worldwide. How about that? We got the Mario.
There's absolutely no way.
Mega Man number 2, Zelda 3, Rayman 4. There's no way Rayman is fucking 4. Rayman is a horrible character. Go fuck yourself.
Ezio is such a good character. Oh my god, dude.
Who?
Ezio is a masterclass in character design.
This guy up here?
Yeah.
Crash is whatever 5. Spyro. It almost seems like this is old, but it's
Ezio
not.
is one of the best characters ever created for like narrative purposes. I mean, he's one of the most dynamic characters in terms of like what his motivations are.
How about this? How about the most hated? You want to see the most hated?
Tom Nook.
Tom Nook is the most hated. Joel
that's not real though, right? Like I feel like that's a meme. Like nobody actually hates Tom, right?
I mean, I'll tell you where it says. Look, it says here's the people who took the poll. Okay, I'm not a fucking liar. Using this is from 1 year ago. Using an AI sentiment analysis tool that determines positivity and negativity, the world's tweets have been processed.
That sounds like
and
not
the data
accurate
has been
or reliable
extracted
at all.
The people have strong opinions about games. Look at this. Let me go then to Ranker. Let's see what Ranker says. Okay, we'll see what the Ranker most loved game.
Greg Miller.
Greg Miller.
Somebody just said Greg Miller with a question mark in the chat.
Oh. Okay.
I love Ezio. Somehow they took the Robin Hood concept and made it better, which is like against all odds.
Semenosuke. Okay, we're gonna skip all these. We're just gonna go down to the top 10. Fuck all this bullshit. No one's got time for this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That was Life is Strange, girl. Let's do top 15.
Okay. Topo 15. And this is 2 years ago. Okay, there you go.
25.
There's your boy.
God, be still my heart.
Jesus Christ. Leon.
So low.
24.
Nah, I honestly, Leon is more iconic than Ezio.
I don't think. Yeah, I think he's a blank.
Like Ezio's
slate.
a better character. Leon's kind of just a. The thing that makes Leon great is he's one step above like Doof with a gun, right?
Yeah. All right, Joe. Good to see you, buddy. GLaDOS, 23.
GLaDOS is great.
Commander Shepard, 22. Samus, 21. Rayman, 20. Shut up.
People like Rayman, dude.
Rayman is so dumb. Rayman is the video game equivalent of those fucking Minions, that fucking movie. I fucking hate it. It's so rip-off bullshit. Fuck you. Gordon Freeman, 19. Cloud 18.
That's wild. Gordon Freeman that high is wild.
Really?
I think so.
I mean, again, what's wild is this is from a year ago. You'd think this would make sense in 2001. Cloud is 18, 17 is Chun-Li. Agent, this is wrong. This is Ranker. No, this is Games Radar. Agent 47, Nathan Drake 15.
Cloud Spyro, under those two is crazy.
Ellie's 12. Z-shaped Tetris block is 11. Solidal Snickle is 10. Kratos, the good one.
9.
Come on now. Number 9. Crash 8, 7 Link. Wait, that's Zelda. It's not Link.
What?
8 is Master
Wait, what?
Chief. Huh?
No. Go back.
They say
go back.
Link is the main character, is the most beloved, but they put a picture up of Zelda because it's the Legend of Zelda is the game, and that's Zelda right there.
Are you making a joke?
Master Chief is number 6.
He's
Pac-Man is 5.
He's making a joke, right? He's memeing,
Lara Croft
right?
is number 4.
Chat. He
3
he
is
definitely
Sonic the
knows who Link
Hedgehog.
is, right?
2 is Snoopy from the Peanuts, and 1 is Chris Pratt. I love making people think I don't know that Link is Link and Zelda's Zelda because they just it's like.
Have you ever seen that meme that's like, what if Zelda was a girl?
It's the gaming equivalent of like, or the game equivalent when people go, oh, all you have to do is tell somebody who's into movies, you don't know what the Wilhelm scream is, and they'll spend 20 minutes. Well, let me explain it. Let me explain it to you. It's like, yeah, I know what it is. I'm just fucking with you, moron.
Dude, Agent 47 is a great character too. He's way more beloved than even Square Enix anticipated. When they made Absolution, they recast him, and there was probably one of the last successful gaming community petitions. There was a petition that asked for them to get their original voice actor back, and so they got him, and they had him do all the VO.
Do you see what's happening at the bottom of my screen? This is a new game that just came out last week. That is a little
Stardew meets Link's Awakening or something.
It is like a little farming sim that happens at the bottom of your screen while you're doing other things. So you give it a couple little instructions, you come back to it every so often, but it just lives there at the bottom of your screen, and you build a little farm community. This is what you can have if you have a PC. But whatever.
Yeah, really selling it.
I love this stuff, man. The PC is the shit. It is the shit. That's where all.
I like when I turn my PlayStation on and can immediately play Stellar Blade, and there's no issues. Same with Rise of the Ronin. You were slandering Rise of the Ronin earlier, and I don't appreciate it. It's one of the best.
I wasn't
games to come out this
slandering it. I was telling you what the reviews said.
Yeah, well, the reviews are wrong.
And the sales have been decent.
They've been really good in Japan. That game's kicking ass in Japan because they know how cool that time period is. It's just all Americans are uncultured and they don't give a shit about other countries' history and their cool
okay. But if that
figures.
okay, sure. But if that were the case, then you would not see Ghost of Tsushima have done that well. I mean, there are,
Ghost of Tsushima is complete historical fiction, right? Like it doesn't cover.
No, it's not
like Rise of the Ronin is like about literal historical people that actually lived, but it's like Hamilton or something. Like it's not real. It just takes those characters and does a like fictional depiction of their lives, but they're real people that like actually live.
Here's the complaint that people make. Okay, do you guys want me to get rid of Kirkland? I like talking to the man. He's got a lot of opinions that are interesting, but don't fucking take pot shots. Let me know. I said, if you want somebody else on. And by the way, I put the goddamn thing in there. There's the link. You want to call in? Somebody
has to debate me for my spot.
Yeah, I like that idea.
It's like Gladiator.
Yeah.
And then you just do the thumbs up.
Yeah, fuck it. Down. Most people say keep them. So we're keeping them for now, but you guys can call in too. But let me ask you on the goddamn Rise of the Ronin game. Okay. So here's the complaint I hear a lot, which is the open world is very underwhelming. It's kind of boring,
but yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying I mean, I get it, like Starfield, right? But and I hear that the combat is great and the level design of the moment to moment combat, like when you're in a more, handcrafted area is great. But they should have just made that, because when you get out into the open world, it just kind of collapses like a poorly prepared souffle.
I think people it's the same issue with Starfield. I think people have very, very low attention spans. And like Rise of Ronin, in terms of its open world, is a very like aimless feeling game. Like it's very much a like, I'm going to ride that direction and like see what I find. And I get that like Ghost Tsushima does that better. I haven't actually played Ghost Tsushima, and so I would assume that is, if I had, it might like, tank my opinion of Rise of the Ronin, but I'm happy that I don't have that, detractor there. I just think that Rise does certain things really, really well. The thing that I really like about Rise of the Ronin is that it have you played any of the like Yakuza series or the Like a Dragon series?
I played a little bit of the Yakuza series. I hear this feels like Way of the Samurai is what I hear, which I love.
Yes.
That.
Yeah, and I think Way of the Samurai feels like the more recent Like a Dragon entries, especially like in terms of like basically like meaningful and enjoyable character interactions, and then that translating to actual gameplay effects. So like I'm like with my boys, right? Like we're starting the revolution. You know,
You have boys. You don't strike me as the kind of guy who would have boys.
I'm saying
I don't
in
have.
the game. I do, but
I don't have boys. I have one
Okay.
boy. I have a boy and a half when I think about it.
I don't want to dissect that, but
Well, meaning there's like one guy in LA is definitely I would consider my boy,
okay.
and then there's a guy depending on when he's available because he's very busy. He would be my boy if he was more available. But I've always been more of a, I like hanging out with women more than men. What does that say about me? Talk to me. Analyze me.
It means you really like Dazzler. No,
Dazzler from the Marvel thing.
Isn't Taylor Swift actually going to play her?
That is the rumor. That is the rumor.
That'll be interesting.
She's kind of old for Dazzler. Little old.
Ouch. Well, she's feeling 22, so it'll be just fine.
Sydney Sweeney, Dazzler.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't have boys, so I don't know what you're talking about. But Mutant Mo wants to know.
In the game, my character
says, did Kirk finish Rise of the Ronin?
Yes.
And what are your thoughts? He gives it an 8.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't finish it, actually.
You didn't finish it?
Technically, I've not finished it. No, I put like 40 hours into it. But I haven't finished. It's a long game. It's kind of what you were talking about. It's basically like their version of like an Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but it's got like the Team Ninja Neo combat or whatever, and the open world is like a little bit barren, but I think it's very beautiful. It's a great recreation in an artistic aesthetic of like what the Japanese countryside like would look like. And
have you been to Japan?
No, I'd like to.
The Japanese countryside is gorgeous. So
I have
beautiful.
a friend that met his wife there, so.
Was
one of my boys, actually.
Your boys?
Yeah, one of my boys met his wife there. But no, I'm there with my boys. It's like it's very like Hamilton feeling, kind of like
Hamilton's
it's like
a big thing with you. It's a big
yeah,
thing
I've
with
mentioned
you,
it twice now. That makes it a big thing, I guess. It's very like Hamilton feeling, I guess, like with like the young revolutionaries or whatever starting a movement.
He should have gone with Eliza or because he loved the other sister more. That was the true love of his life.
Well, so it wasn't really his prerogative; it was hers, right?
Yeah, but what were the two sisters? There was 3. There was Peggy,
Eliza, Peggy, Angelica.
Right. So the one that he married was Eliza.
Yeah.
Right. But Angelica was his true love. Like he was
it takes real skill to keep up with this man's ADHD.
Mind at work. And listen to this about Hamilton. I want to talk to you guys. Anybody in the chat who's not seen Hamilton, it doesn't matter. There's a point I love this theory. So there's a point at the end of the show. I'll get to Charisma's chat in a second. There's a point at the end of the show.
Are we going to get back to Rise of the Ronin?
We are.
Probably not.
Listen, I got to tell you, this is so creepy and cool, though. And this theory's kind of been debunked, but it's still beautiful, and I don't think it should be debunked because it's beautiful.
Musical boys. It all makes sense now.
So that's not but My Boys with a Z. So at the end of the musical, Hamilton's wife, he's since died and she's left behind, and she's singing this song, and the song's about the people who are living are the ones that write history, and
who lives, who dies, who tells your story,
right? And she talks about how she did all this stuff, and she wanted people to remember him. And then there's this moment, and it just when you watch the moment and you have the theory, it's weird. So she looks at the audience. Well, she basically looks up at the end, the last moment in the play, the musical. She looks up and she has this like this revelation of something on her face, and the lights go out, and that's the end of the whole show, right? And at first I was like, but what is that? What is she seeing? Is she seeing a ghost? Did she die and she's in heaven and she sees Hamilton again? And somebody said, no, the theory is that she's breaking the fourth wall. And that's the moment where she realized, I'm going to cry saying it. That's the moment when she realizes that his story has continued, and the work that she did to allow it to continue. She opens her eyes and looks up and sees us in the audience and goes, oh my God, people are still remembering all the stuff that my husband did. And that's the end. And I have chills telling that right now. Isn't that an amazing theory?
I don't even think that's a theory. I think that would be like the pervasive way to interpret that moment. Yeah.
Well, what's the guy's name? Lin-Manuel says it's not
Miranda.
true. Miranda.
really?
Fuck that guy. Listen to this. Jaffe says, charisma. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. Trick or Treat Studios got the license to make me an official Sweet Tooth mask. Releases this fall. They got the rights to make just you personally one, or you mean they're making one and you're going to buy one? Regardless, thank you for the super chat. And that's pretty cool. I love that he's still out there kicking around. I mean, clearly the series was a success, so it makes sense that the licensing is going to be ramping up a little bit.
I think Sony should have given Twisted Metal to the Wreckfest devs. See what
oh, fuck you, Slow Mercy. Mercy's like, boring. Is it? Is it boring? You fucking moron.
Honestly, Jaffe, that was a weird story to tell this chat. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I appreciated it, but
people should have open minds.
He's trying to culture y'all, you know.
I'm not trying to culture you. I'm just kind of like, interesting things are out there. More
like
than
Rise
just
of the Ronin. No, seriously, if you want to learn about like Japanese history and you want to learn it by like endearing yourself to like charismatic recreations or adaptations of like actual Japanese historical figures that are very important to Japanese people, by the way, and are actually very popular. Like it's their version of Thomas Jefferson and George Washington or whatever. That's why I reference Hamilton. It's kind of the same. Like there was this revolution that happened in Japan, and there were these like young upstarts that sort of were at the head of it. The main not political really, but the main historical figure at the head of that would have been, let me not butcher this, Ryoma Sakamoto, I believe is the correct way to say his name. He's like top 3 most like popular historical figures in Japan. And he's one of the main
one
characters.
Who's running PlayStation in the interim for a year?
I hate you. I hate you so much.
Because, it's serious.
Such a jackass.
Listen to me. I love that story. I love that story that you just told about the historical figure in him.
I really loved when you told chat about like the most inconsequential story about a musical that they don't care about. That was great.
They should though, but they should. Listen.
Kirk David?
No, I know what your name is. I'm not high.
I remembered what that was from. So I said, "Hey, what's up? It's me, Kirk David." And then you said, "I don't know what Kirk David."
Oh, that's funny. That was good. That's good. The Xbox is King says the new Sony leader's name is hilarious. I don't know why, because it's hilarious. His name
Isn't it like Toki or Toda?
It's Hodoroki, Toki Moki Koki Oki Kanoki. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not Todoroki. That's the guy from My Hero Academia, but it's I think it's I don't know.
Okay, let's talk about
kick Jaffe out.
Fuck you. Let's talk about Manor Lords. I can't play it. Yeah, whatever. I can't play it. It's too hard. Well, you don't have a PC, so never mind. We're not going to talk about that one.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Skull and Bones, am I right? No, I'm kidding.
Someone what?
I said Skull and Bones, am I right?
Well, I mean, look.
Yeah, we started out the year with some duds, didn't we? With Skull and Bones and Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad is just like that game is like that game is like the wreck on the side of the road, and you're like,
you mean the quality of it or how successful it was?
Both.
Oh, it's not a bad game at all. That's a ridiculous.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
It's one of the worst designed live service games ever made. There's no content. There's no end game. There's no raid.
Different thing. I did not engage with it as a live service game.
Oh, but that's what it is, dude. That'd be like buying Destiny just to play the campaign. I know people do it, but that's not what the game's for.
I know, but I bought the game and I played it by myself as a single player experience. It was really fun for about 12, 13 hours. It was absolutely a good, solid 6 out of 10 if you use the rating scale accordingly.
Yeah. Well, if you're not accounting for it as a live service game at all, like if you're just pretending that the campaign is in isolation, 6 is about the ceiling. Yeah, I gave it a 6 and I regret it. It should have been a 5, but yeah, 6 is about the ceiling. And
fuck you, Duncan, in the chat. You goddamn Teddy Duncan's husband and Charlie's dad. Yeah, I know the references.
What do you think about the premise? I got in a debate about this on Reforge Gaming. I do a show there every Monday at noon.
Oh, I know. People are say he's problematic. Is he problematic? People said he did some assault thing or did some bad thing. Why do you always hook up with these guys that end up being not good?
Well,
I'm the only one.
Do you want the honest answer to that question?
Well,
it's because
first off, is he that? I don't want to, is it slander or libel? I don't want to slander the guy, but somebody said that to me, and I don't remember who it was.
I don't want to get too deep into it on a live stream. I will just say that he got Me Too'd. And basically what he did was at that time, and I guess is still considered to be not good. But before that, it wasn't necessarily something that you could get canceled over, which is basically just approaching women, hitting on them in a sexual manner, and being creepy about it, and them not liking it. And
that's just
basically he did it repeatedly, from what I understand, and like he was a prominent streamer, and they were also streamers, so it was kind of like a proximity and positioning thing, and so it started to have that feeling of like it basically the most parallel situation I would liken it to is probably like the Louis C.K. thing of like, okay, here's somebody that's prominent in this field of entertainment. Here's young women, not young, but like, I don't know, 23, 24 women in this line of work also that like might look up to this individual or whatever. He's trying to hit on them unsuccessfully. He's coming off creepy, because like it's an art as a man to know how to talk to a beautiful woman, like, and not be creepy. Like that can be difficult for a lot of men out there, and they can feel very, very spurned when it doesn't go well, and then they get ridiculed and ostracized because like, oh, you're creepy, like don't talk to me, like whatever. But like the truth is, like, a lot of men are just freaking creepy, and women shouldn't have to be subjected to that. That's just a fact. But also like there's a certain level of culpability. Like you can't just be oblivious. You have to be aware of the fact that like you can't subject women who are just trying to exist and live their lives to your creepiness. But also, if you're not intentionally trying to be creepy, you're not a terrible human being, right? So it's just about being self-aware and getting better at how you communicate and understanding if you're invading somebody's personal space. If they don't want to be talking to you, you need to be able to pick up on those signs and not like infiltrate their space and basically force them to talk to you. Like there's an etiquette thing at play there. And like some people have trouble learning that. And one thing about Me Too was basically just that it was a period of time where society underwent a reckoning. And we just decided as a society that, hey, if you do that shit, you're going to face consequences. And people face consequences for it. And I mean, whether they should or shouldn't is I guess up for debate, but it kind of got the job done, and that now men are afraid to be creepy to women, which I think is probably good. People do need to probably be a little more self-conscious about that. So, but in terms of him being problematic, I don't know.
Okay, so he was just a dumb guy, not really knowing what he was doing. Okay, so it's not like he went out and did something terrible. He was just a dumb guy. Okay, so you're on his show. Mm-hmm. And you did what on his show again? You guys raped somebody? What?
Oh my God, bro! Come on, like let's have a line.
What did you? I don't do the cocaine. I do marijuana, and DMT.
You understand what I'm saying? So internalize that.
What were you talking about with him though?
I don't even remember now.
You were on his show and something happened.
Oh, we were debating because I do reviews, right? And I do reviews now that actually count on like Oprah Critic and stuff. So I guess I'm like an actual bona fide reviewer technically. Although they let everybody do it apparently. No. Not just kidding. It's like somewhere in between those two things. But basically Stellar Blade got a 7 from IGN and Starfield got a 7 as well from IGN, and he was basically making the argument that 7 is not good. Like basically because IGN scale is masterpiece, amazing for 9. Is amazing. Great is 8.
I got it. Yeah. It goes all the way.
Is 6.
They play the whole field.
To me, if you say what your freaking score means, and people are like, "Well, 7's not good," and it literally says "good" under, like that's what 7 is. That seems like brain dead ignoramus to me when they literally spell out what the meanings are.
So did you get
like, well, 7's not good.
And so you gave that game what? Right.
Well, we talked about Stellar Blade earlier. I actually feel like it's an 8. We were talking about it at the embargo, so I hadn't been able to play it yet because I got it at launch. And I was like, I don't see. Basically, the criticism was the review reads like this is a good game. Why did you give it a 7? And my response was Yadoy, because 7 means good on their rating scale.
So there was a guy, Paul Tassi, who was complaining about this, and
They hate each other, by the way.
Okay, so
if you didn't know, the two of them hate each other.
No, I don't care.
So it was really funny that they like almost were in total unison on this particular topic.
Well, he said something about talking about the scale and stuff, but what it got me thinking was maybe
your boy Hogue. Hold on, sorry to interject, but your boy Hogue Law.
Oh, I have another boy. I have 2 boys.
You do have boys. Nice. We've established that you have boys. Sick. Your boy Hogue Law took Paul out of context, and I did not like that. So Paul was basically making the same argument of like, yo, 7 is not good. Like 7 is seen as kind of like a failure for a studio that sets out to make a really great game. Like Starfield getting a 7 is a failure for Bethesda. It's a minor failure, but it's a failure to some extent, right? He was saying, and like to further exemplify that, a 5 can literally close a studio like immediately. Like these are not 5 to 7 are not good scores, is what he was arguing. And then Hogue quote tweeted him and was like, the fact that you're concerned at all about the well-being of studios as a reviewer is why the industry is like going to like hell in a handbasket, basically, or, you know, going to shit or whatever. And it's like, that's not what he was saying at all. Like, he, in no way was he saying, oh, well, I'll give a higher review score to make sure that the studio is successful. He was literally just using a metric of like.
So but here's the thing. This is what it got me thinking, though. Most movie critics, and I would easily argue and win this argument in most cases, that most movie critics that review a medium that is much more advanced and nuanced when it comes to narrative and character development and emotional resonance on the regular compared to video games, they usually stick with 4 to 5 stars. So maybe just the very nature of trying to review this particular medium with the nuance of a scale that goes up that high is fundamentally the real problem. Like, it seems to me that it should be at most 5 stars, you know, but probably 4, right? Because then it's kind of like, look, it's a 3, it's a 2, it's a 4. But when you start getting into 7, is it a 6, 7, or 8, for example, or is it a 3, 4, or 2? Who gives a shit? Like, what are you really arguing about at that point? You know what I'm saying? So I think a big part of it is just you need to kind of simplify. I like scores. I'm not one of these get rid of scores. No, I fucking love scores. Hang on, Alexa, stop. I'm just saying that I think that range is way too high for most mediums. Certainly this medium is what I would say. Honestly, the best review scores ever, and I was not a big fan of this magazine, was GamePro. EGM had it right to some extent in that they had 3 reviewers just give a number and it was 1 paragraph. But GamePro broke it down. And they just said, look, here, the game is really fun, but it looks like shit. The game is beautiful, but it's boring. It's beautiful and it's fun, but my God, this sounds terrible. That's all you really fucking need. But people are unhappy. You think people are fundamentally unhappy in their lives, and this is why they argue about such stupid shit? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I was confused because somebody in chat was saying fix your batteries, and I don't know what that
means. Lutron, no, you can come in whenever you want. I
was like, is my mic not working or something?
But no, okay. I can hear you. Honestly, IGN should abandon the 10 score scale, use a 5-star, says Milkmaster. Yeah, I think most of them did. Hello, Philly Fred. What do you think of Philly Fred, Kirkland?
I don't know anything about Philly Fred.
Here's what's interesting about this show, and this is why this is what's great about this show. This is what I get told by, the tastemakers, is that this is why now I do the proper Gabbing Games as a pre-recorded show, because I can rein in the crazy and I can stay focused on the topic. But some people say, no, we like the crazy. and so I give them this show with you, good Sir Kirkland. Is this your son? Says Payne. No. Somebody's asking how
But
old
he is my
you are.
daddy.
Yeah, why not? Arseni Corello, hello, buddy. Marvel Snap's got a new season. I made it to Infinite, motherfuckers.
Congratulations.
I made it to Infinite, and I kind of figured
Because the dinosaur moves the card and it's fun.
the dinosaur moves the card.
Yeah, you were like, I like the
I
dinosaur.
love the
'cause he moves
dinosaur.
the-
But yeah. So
Did you ever get Cannonball? Cannonball turned out to be good. I was dead ass wrong.
I did not get him.
Yeah.
I got the new White Widow, who I'm enjoying playing a lot. She's a lot of
Who
fun.
you cannot figure out how to play, by the way. You look ridiculous on Twitter. Stop doing that.
The problem with
Stop
it is, listen, the way
Yeah,
they work,
and you're adding second dinner like it's their game that's fucked up, and you just like need to learn to read is the actual problem.
Let me read it. Let me read it to the chat right now. I will read you what this card says. You don't even have to like this shit. Marvel Snap. I'm just gonna read it to you. Marvel Snap White Widow.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
Give me a minute, bitch.
Show it
Hang
on
on.
screen.
Jesus fucking Christ. Sit the fuck down.
I could do it. You want me to pull my graphic out that I prepared that took me 2 hours to prepare for the show we didn't do? You want me to do that?
I've got it right here. Why is Ravenos continuing to call in? Where's Lutron? Where's Lutron?
If you don't want Ravenous on?
I don't mind, but let me pull this
I
out.
think he wants to debate me on Lono, which I don't know if I want to do.
On Lono? What the fuck is Lono?
Reforge.
Oh, his name's Lono.
I'm not here to like, you know.
Okay,
like, I'm
White Widow.
my own person.
So here's what you do: you put down the White Widow card, and she sends a white Widow's Kiss. I think is what it's called. Look at this one. This is the one.
Onto the other person's board.
Onto the other person's board. Don't. That's it. Sends it up to the other person's board. Widow's Kiss. Let me read you what Widow's Kiss does.
Yes.
Ongoing. This, meaning this card, has -4 power. Disable this ability if your side of this location is full.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm the guy playing the card.
No, you played the original card.
But it sent this card, so I'm doing
to
this
them. It's
to
their
them.
card. Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's poorly worded. They do this a lot in this game. There's another one that's like this.
But
it's
no, it's not though, because when you read this, you never read this until it's on their side. Like the card does not exist until it is on their side. Okay, then
here's what it should be. It's a fucking video
it's not
game.
In your hand.
Change the text depending on who has it. So when I have it, this has -4 power. It will be disabled if your opponent's location is full. And then when he has it, use this text. Simple, easy, clean and breezy.
Is it easy for them to do that? I don't know.
Yes,
they don't do that for any other card.
They could do it, and they should do it for a number of fucking cards. Goddamn Ben Brody motherfucker.
Or that they could change the text to say this has -4 power, disable this ability if the side of the location this is played on or something like there's a better way to word that, but basically the side that it's on, the side that the actual card is on.
Yeah, whatever. Here's Ravnos. I like how Ravnos is like, I'm some rando trying to sneak in.
I'm a rando.
But we know who you are because it's the same goddamn icon.
Well, I thought that maybe you weren't letting me in because I had already been on, but no.
Oh, you are? No, you're the guy from before, right? You just had a camera on, right?
Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah, you're good people. You're a good dude. What?
I use an iPad, and no matter what angle.
Nobody cares. Go ahead, Ravnos.
I care. We had a good talk last time about
no, keep going, talk.
Jaffe,
but
nobody being wrong about nobody caring about movie stars anymore. That was fun.
Nobody cares about movie stars anymore.
Okay,
but also they do. But also they don't.
The Reforge guy, I don't want to debate him at all.
Okay.
All I was going to add to it was that he was massively sexually harassing one of the upper-ups at Bungie's wife. That is why he is permanently banned from all Bungie events. And he was
so let me ask you,
he says he doesn't want to talk about it, but then
I don't want to debate.
Immediately launches into talking about it.
You don't drop it and walk. You got to answer a question. Okay, so does that mean Kirkland's view is that he was just kind of like, look, you're not a very self-aware guy. You're flirting with ladies wrong. You need to recognize there are some women that are going to be vibing with you, and the ones that aren't, it's, nothing wrong with approaching in a nice, kind way. But if it's clear that she's not interested, move the fuck on. You're saying it goes beyond that with this particular individual in terms of why he is now persona non grata in the vagina. Is this what you're saying?
Well, have you ever heard of the quartering?
I have. I've interviewed.
He was basically the quartering, but towards people at Bungie events, if that makes sense. Now, the quartering never raped or groped any woman. He just was very disgusting and overtly hitting on.
Okay, so Reforged hasn't done that either, has he? Or you're not suggesting that he's
no one has. No, I am not saying he ever touched a woman or attempted to. I'm saying he just was very sex pesty, like, hey, my hotel room here, want my hotel room key type of thing. And
100%.
Like, gross, no. And then
okay, but just say gross, no.
But if you're a smooth operator, that works. I mean, I've literally done that. I've literally been at a work conference and been like, hey, like, you're extraordinarily gorgeous. We're here for professional reasons, so please don't take this as like inappropriate. But
one of the major.
Oh, I want to hear where this is going. I'm sorry, Ravnos. One moment. Okay, you're extremely gorgeous, and what?
She was the wife of someone that worked for Bungie.
What happened?
That was it.
No, he's talking about trying to pick up a woman.
Go.
Come on.
She gave me her hotel room number.
Nobody. Yes, Zeke's Kirkland. No one believes you. I don't either.
I don't care.
I know you don't care. I don't believe you, Kirkland.
That's fine.
I don't believe you. I mean,
it only happened once in my life. Like, I mean, whatever.
It may be true. Because
I look better and older in a suit. I will say.
I could see women, a certain type of woman vibing with you.
Oh God! Don't say certain type.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because you make it sound like you're gonna say like a weird type or something.
No, meaning that I could see women who are maybe like, oh, he's so cute. Like, he's got this Elijah Wood, Michael J. Fox back before he was shaken every day.
Are you trying to say youthful appearance?
No, just kind of like boyish thing. And there are women that like there. I'm not there.
Again, I look older and more professional, and I'm not literally.
I'm not insulting the guy. I'm saying he's got this kind of boyish look about him, and there are women I know that like guys like that. That's not an insult.
Yeah. No, I can see that. Yeah. That's not. But okay, Rise of Ronin.
I get Reed from Criminal Minds a lot for no reason. I feel like it's like a nerdy thing. I think
Criminal Minds.
Yeah.
You still watch network television?
I'm just telling you who people say. I'm just saying women have characters that they have the hots for, and they'll tell you who you remind them of. Okay. They fantasize about. They read books and they watch stuff, and they're like, "Oh, I would love."
You let women read? Women read? Listen, I want to just tell you,
a woman who reads. That's how you spot.
Oh, I know. Listen, I was watching this. Listen to me. I found my new girlfriend. Fuck Taylor Swift. I was watching the Steve Martin documentary on Apple. What the fuck is happening, Ravnos?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Are you in an apothecary?
I'm stirring a salad.
If we can tie the bow on the Lono thing, though, all this on Reforged. Lono, his name is Lono. It's weird to call him by his
problem.
His name. His name's a problem.
Well, why did he change the name of his old show? Was it so that people would forget who he was and not realize, oh, that's the sex pest guy from the Bungie events? Because he used to have a thing that wasn't called what it is now, right?
Like, I mean, he reforged quite literally.
Yeah.
No, I think his channel and everything was taken away as part of him being canceled.
Oh,
I just want to tie a bow on that, which is that the majority of that stuff happened in around 2018. It then came to light in 2020. He basically lost everything. Bungie banned him from the game that he was like one of the top 3 streamers of. He couldn't play it anymore. Twitch banned him from the platform. Like, he suffered major repercussions from basically doing something that like other people can do successfully by being less creepy and like you're using the word sex pesty. I've never
or less married.
heard that.
He was also married at the time, correct?
Yes, he was married.
Yeah.
I'm not,
Trying to hit on
and
other
that's
people.
more of like a, I'm not a holier than thou guy. Like that's a like between you and your wife type of thing for me. But sure, ethically and morally, that's not ideal. It's not great. But like that was 4 years ago now.
Yep.
He built back everything from scratch. He has been in therapy. He's been in marriage counseling. Like, if he hold on.
He's
Jesus,
going
let me
to
finish.
hell.
Let me finish. Sure,
He's
let me
going
finish
to
talking,
hell.
please, for fuck's sake.
I can know why.
You know, this was 4 years ago, and like people watch this dude like a hawk to literally clip him like out of context every single day. Like if he says anything that makes him sound angry or like mean or whatever, it'll be all over Twitter. So like if he had exhibited any of this type of behavior in the last 4 years, like people would have caught him. So it's like he's basically reformed. He's trying to be a faithful and devoted husband, a devoted father, and he's really like invested in making good content for people. And like I just don't necessarily believe that people should just be judged in perpetuity for their past behaviors. Like
I agree.
He faced consequences for it. And like I'm not even going to argue that he shouldn't have. There's other people out there that say it was bullshit and like he should have not suffered any repercussions for that. I'm not really even arguing that. I'm just saying like once your boy has lost everything, like what else do you want at that point?
What about Hitler?
Oh god.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, Hitler I would judge in perpetuity.
Got a light head. Listen.
Let's do the Kirkland and Ravno show.
Yeah, you guys go do that.
Well, you have to get on cam for that on your stupid iPad.
Listen.
It is a stupid iPad.
I want to tell you about my new girlfriend, please.
Okay.
Let me tell you about my girlfriend.
Oh no, you poor son of a bitch. Listen, I'm watching the Steve Martin documentary, and she's my new girlfriend, his wife. This man is 75 years old. And look at the bird he's landed. Look at the bird he's landed. Hang on.
Not looking at anything right now.
Bird's a word.
Oh, have you not heard? Lois, I was under the impression that you had heard.
Oh no, you guys should go have a show, please. Look at that woman. Come on. How's he get that? That?
Yeah. She's got sexy nerd vibe.
Yeah, I know. I know.
She's like hotter Tina Fey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there another?
Yeah, okay. I mean, Tina Fey's, I
think Tina Fey might be cuter.
Tina Fey's.
She's not 20. She's 50 years old.
She's a stunner for 50. Yeah.
Goddamn right. Okay, what did she say? Put her on. I'm tired of this bullshit.
Get the fuck away from me.
I need to speak with her.
She don't want to speak with you.
I need to speak with her because I have to tell her about Kirkland's boys.
Oh God. You kidding me? I'm out front now in the rain.
Ravenous, I thought you were spitting earlier about Starfield though, for real. Like I had never really thought about that, like how the lodge or like whatever the organization is just filled with a bunch of lames that are just like rich benefactors that like don't do anything. They just read a bunch of books. Just sit around and read a bunch of books.
Morgan's what, the third leader of it or the fourth? It's like you're telling me in
just a fucking nerd club, dude.
You found 3-4 things?
Now I will say I'm gonna push back on you. I have not played Fallout 3. So, take that for what it is. I know that's bad. I missed the train that came in and went out on, basically.
You don't need to play it. Just watch the H Bomber guy's review called Fallout 3 is garbage. It created the garbage trend.
Wow. There's a lot of people that say it's like one of the best Bethesda games of all time, but never mind.
Those people
okay.
probably think their system
Look,
is cute.
I would argue that like since Oblivion, like Oblivion being the last one that rebuked this, everybody knows that the main quest sucks in Bethesda games. You don't play the main story quest. You do the other shit. The main quest in Bethesda games is always middling. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to go do other stuff.
I agree.
So like, I don't know, like, yeah, like I literally walked into the lodge, talked to everybody here. I was like, these guys are lame. And then I left. I never did any more of the main quest after that. And I really, really enjoyed.
Yeah, see, my problem is I did all of the quests. Like all. And then you find out, oh, none of these choices do anything except for at the very end, they have like a...
It's better than Fallout, though. Like, or it's at least just as good. Like, people had additional expectations because it was in space. Like, if it hadn't been in space, people would think it was good, I think.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of stuff to nitpick about it. That
Why is Jaffe having a seizure? Like, what's happening?
No, because listen, I'm frustrated. People in the chat. Here's what they tell me. Jaffe, we don't like it when you do your recorded shows. We like the energy of the live. And now I do it live. You gotta talk about this. Fuck off.
I want to talk about.
Come to the pre-recorded show. You'll get nothing but well-edited gaming content. This is live, man. This is where
make sure you do your paperwork, Wazowski.
That's Monsters Inc.
Let me tell you something, Darth Nugget. He says Kirkland has low T. I'm tired of that being an insult.
Show me your muscles, Kirkland.
I got plenty of tea. I got Pusha T.
Pusha T.
I assure you, because you just said that way. No, you don't. But the bigger point.
Do you even know what that's from, Jaffe? Like, are you in on that?
I know that's a rapper or some such
Enough
shit.
about pushing P. Better about pushing T. Are you not up on the Drake and Kendrick drama, Jaffe? Do we need to educate you?
No, I don't care. Listen to me.
You won't work with me no more. Fuck? Okay. Yeah, I thought that was like a nip or something.
That's a nip.
Come on now.
Do you have like a full beard now?
Here's the problem I have with all that bullshit.
Or who is getting pornographic in here?
Here's
the
problem.
The nerd guys that did the free Stellar Blade thing, and the one guy pulled up his shirt. He's like, "Look, I work out with these 5-pound weights."
This is to protest the censorship in Stellar Blade.
Hey, this is good.
Tolerate
the views are going up. Keep showing off the bod, man. I don't care what causes the views to go up. Let's go.
Oh wait, you'll get bait.
No,
stream will go down.
Which X says, is this dude like 50? I'm 53. Jaffe doesn't.
I can do impressions.
But I'm chubby. Look how fat I am, dude.
You're a big dude.
Got a little bit of belly. Big dude. Got a little bit of belly going on.
Jaffe says, Mutant Mo, I'm going to calm down on the Mark Kern cum stuff. What?
Mark Kern is
He always says stuff about me.
I know who he is, but what cum stuff?
He's a coomer. He's a gooner and a coomer.
Yeah, why is there two words for that? Coomer is the
well, coomer is a gooner is technically like the antithesis of cooming. You're either a coomer or a gooner. You can't be both. Actually.
Do you ever see those?
I guess you can be a gooner and then ultimately a coomer.
You ever see those things where the guy will take his belly button and paint a face on it and make it look like the belly button's whistling?
Or
that is prime.
No,
that is prime.
I'm very glad that I have not seen that in my life.
This guy has a tattoo of a monkey and his belly button is the butthole.
I love that.
You're also not the guy that I thought that you were.
No,
but that's
you were
okay.
thinking of John. He was a younger dude, like 24, maybe.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
The one that was on with you and P Turtle. Just destroyed P Turtle, like you shredded him to a corpse.
Yes.
But then certain people in the chat, Darth Nugget, thought that he was winning.
I mean, hey, he probably thinks Drake's winning the rap beat too.
Oh my god, you clearly want to talk about Drake.
He probably thinks Drake's winning the rap beat too if he sides with pedophiles.
What's the I don't know anything about it. Give me a one-sentence take. What is happening in the world of Drake and Kendrick Lamar?
Kendrick is a Pulitzer Prize winning poet, and he took Drake to task.
Over what though?
They just don't fucking like each other.
Okay, this is a great.
And that's
story.
what he said. He said, "I hate the way that you talk, the way that you walk, the way that you dress. I hate everything about you. I hate how you say the N-word.
I feel that way
about. I don't want you to say
about
the N-word anymore.
I feel that way about Aloy and Horizon. I hate her.
Yeah,
I really
Jaffe
do.
hates Aloy.
I fucking hate that character.
You sound like one of those anti-woke
I'm not
dummies.
anti. I'm super fucking.
She's too ugly.
Not because of that. I just hate her.
I haven't played.
You ever see people's
This is
faces?
going to go
and you
against
just
my
hate their
gamer
face?
cred, but I haven't played the Horizon game, so
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
her.
You
I don't
should
like
play
her as a
'em.
character. I don't like her
Yeah, I
face.
Do
In
you
this,
like
Well, I
that
played
Perez?
too many goddamn Ubisoft games, and it's designed kind of like one of those,
The
but like
I don't like
Sony
it.
made it.
Awesome. Ask
I don't
Darth
like it.
Nugget.
Like I played every Watch Dogs. Do you know what that does to a person?
I think Horizon's way better than the Watch Dogs game.
Oh, for sure. I'm just saying, like, I'm already burnt out on like go and do the tower again.
Larry,
games.
are you a Larry's Ravenous, guys? Larry, are you a white supremacist? Somebody wants to know.
No.
Oh
in
my
the
god,
chat.
dude.
Well,
Yeah, they
Because the
announced
bald head?
they announced that
Because of
they're not
that?
making any more Watch Dogs games. By the way, Watch
know.
Dogs is dead.
Good.
I that makes me sad. Watch Dogs 2 was a very good game, and the other
third
two
one
were
had
not.
some weird humor. Like you would scan just randos on the street, and it's like, oh, this person has a huge foot fetish collection. on
2
their
was
computer.
great. 2 was ahead of its time. It really sort of like encapsulated California like woke, I guess, or like liberal culture in like a
have you
very
been
like
to
satirical,
California?
fun way.
You know, I think
No,
it was supposed
but-
to be like Frisco, though. So to be honest, in all fairness, I've only driven through it because I didn't want to step and poop.
if you want to call in, click this button. You can talk to the white supremacist
The
and
thing that
Elijah
cracked me
Wood.
up in too was you use your
Speaking of Jaffe,
of
so one of the weirdest things about me, and yes,
Here we-
this is one of
Here
the
we go.
weirdest things.
Here we go,
Yeah.
boys.
Yeah. One of the weirdest things about me is I've seen the 3 Hobbit movies. I've read The Hobbit as well, but I have not seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Yes, I know that is crazy.
No, it's crazy. It's a good movie.
But they're coming to theaters this summer. I already bought my tickets. So I'm going to get to see the
They're coming back-
remastered.
They're coming back.
Yeah, I'm going to get
Are
to
they
see the
coming back
remastered Lord of the Rings for the
with
first time.
directors- with direct like the
The extended
which
and
version?
everything, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I might go see those again. I love those, man. Those
You better
are
go
great.
buy your tickets because, like, I don't know where you live, but in my town, there's literally one theater that's playing each showing on one day at one time.
You
I don't know why they're doing
Is
that.
your mom in the background pedaling the bicycle for the electricity for your computer? Where do you live? There's nothing's ever sold out here. Because you can just buy tickets. I'm going to go see the Fall Guy this weekend with some people. I'm excited. I hear that's a good motion picture show.
Wow, Hobbit trilogy was better, says Bill Bones. That is a spicy take.
Look, I
That is
enjoyed
a
the Hobbit.
spicy take.
It is, but I did enjoy the Hobbit movies. I mean, I certainly enjoyed the Lord of the Rings trilogy more. But
I will say that one gets much maligned for like the new trend of cinema, like splitting up final parts into like 2 movies or splitting things into trilogies or whatever. I thought they did a very good job of taking that book and making it into a trilogy.
Yeah, they
like,
took a
movie
short
franchise.
story, effectively. I mean, The Hobbit wasn't really a short story, but it was a very small novel. Written
Yes, but they took a lot from
And
the
they made
Silmarillion and like
9
Tolkien lore
hours of shit.
and applied it like very well. I thought it was cool.
The biggest
Also,
issue I had
Shadow of
was
Mordor, good game.
Smaug. It's like, oh no, Smaug's attacking. It's like, oh,
Smaug!
there he is.
Is that how they say it? Smaug.
that's how you
I
say it. That's how it's written.
Smaug the dragon.
Smaug.
It's Smaug.
Troll in the dungeon.
I don't know what that is.
Thought you ought to know.
Listen now, is that a cat?
Wait. What is that?
Did y'all really not get that reference?
It's just,
It's
no,
not
we got
Princess
it.
Bride.
You know.
What is it?
Larry is so quiet, can't be the only one that can barely hear him, says Joker.
Harry Potter.
He's eating a salad. Leave him alone.
Oh,
Jaffe looks like he wants to play a LinkedIn game. Listen to me.
I'm in my
Some of the-
comic room. Salad's downstairs. I don't eat in this room.
Why?
I love that the New York Times has become a big gaming company to some extent. Every night we will play Wordle and then Connected and then the mini crossword and then we'll play the spelling bee game. Those are great. Those are great games. Have you boys played any of those? Have you enjoyed the Wordles and the connections?
Nope.
What's the matter with you guys? Hashtag theater kids.
We
says
like
Terry.
playing like good, like big project games.
Oh, here we go.
Stellar Blade and
Here we go.
Rise of Ronin and
Yeah.
Final
Real
Fantasy
gamers,
and
dude. We're know.
I
You're like,
should
oh,
have
I
been.
like playing this solitaire game that nobody's ever heard of.
Oh, it's so good.
You guys want to hear the
Walk
sick theory about the ending of Hamilton?
Yeah, because you know what? I don't. This is what I'm saying. I don't mask. I don't front. I
was like, let's talk about Marvel Snap. And he was like, yeah, my audience wouldn't care about that. I'm going to go on a 3-minute tangent about the ending of Hamilton.
Yeah. You know why? You know why? Hang on. I have to turn that down though. That's too loud. You guys probably
The
can't
Rise of the
hear it.
Ronin's really good, right?
Yes.
Do you think it's better than Blade?
Yes. Yes. I do.
Zeke says,
Because
if I get
Stellar
good
Blade
at
has
Marvel,
some
can I get
serious
laid like
design flaws.
Kirkland?
It has some
Please no.
serious pacing issues. It's not good platforming. There's terrible quality of life. Like the combat is fantastic. The bosses in the early game are not good. The bosses in the late game are amazing. It's so inconsistent and weird. Oh my god.
I heard the last 5 hours is just like an insane boss rush mode.
It's not a boss rush. People keep saying that. There are more bosses in that 5 hours than there are in, the rest of the game, I guess. But like it's the crescendo, right? It's like the final act. So, but in nowhere is it like boss. Like I thought that's the way it was going to be because I heard people saying boss rush, and like I would spend like an hour before I get to another boss. Like there's game in between. So
what is this?
This is the most
This is a
bougie
game
bullshit.
I
would play
love-
this.
This is.
I would play this.
It's
shit.
a great game. It's a lot of fun, and it's. I was up till 2 a.m.
You should play, Jaffe. You should play this game on console and I'm sure PC as well, called We the Revolution.
What's
it
that
takes
about?
place in the French Revolution, and you're like a tribunal judge, and so you have to try people that like the proletariat, like the liberty movement. There's a better way to describe that. The people that were rebelling. I need to study history again. People that were rebelling in the French Revolution and like the mob mentality were putting on trial, and you're like a tribunal judge that's like semi-establishment but semi-people because the people kind of took over the establishment, and you've got to judge these people that may or may not have done anything bad at all. And the cool thing about it is like there's the part about like evaluating like whether the person is like guilty or not, but then also there's the part about like you might get guillotined if you piss off anybody too much. So somebody might have to just like eat it and die because you can't lose your job and get guillotined.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's
so
crazy.
I don't know. If you
I've
like
never even heard of that
historical stuff. Yeah,
What's
it's cool.
it called?
We the Revolution.
Okay. Listen,
PP poopy.
Brad Skagg and Darth Nugget. This is why I'm more alpha than any of you bitches will ever be.
Absolutely.
That's funny, Darth.
Because it's like you guys are really concerned and aware of this idea.
Wait, what did you say?
Like, what is for boys and what is for girls?
Card game.
And it's just like I am so comfortable with myself and my masculinity and my connection with my feminine side.
Almost too comfortable
that I
might
can
say.
play. That I can
Look
play
at the
this
3 of diamonds.
Unironically because it's genuinely a good game. I like how Zeke is still stuck in the chat. He says, "I know why the chick gave Kirkland the room number. It was so he would walk away. It was for the. It turns out it was the room number for the boiler room. That's probably what it was in the hotel."
Do you guys not think that I went to her room? Like, do you think that's it? Okay.
I do not think you.
I
went
believe
to her
you.
room. Oh, come on.
Do you think Kirkland's a virgin?
Jaffe, you
No,
would be.
I
You
don't
would be
think he's
amazed.
virgin.
You would be amazed at the amount of sex I've had in my life. I'm amazed at the amount of sex I've had. In my
I would
life.
be amazed at the amount, as in, wow, you can have that little sex and still survive. I would be amazed by that.
Look,
Yes.
I don't feel any need to convince anybody of
What do
anything.
you
I'm just
think-
saying.
What do you think is the most appealing part of you if a woman you want to get with a woman? What do you think it is that makes her
Law degree.
Yeah, but he's not using it. So once she finds that out, she's out the door. So let's move on.
Well,
from
that didn't used to be a thing. I wasn't not using it until I had it.
Oh.
You were not.
So you used to say like I'm in law school.
Yeah.
But then once
Yeah.
I gotcha. You
Yeah.
passed the bar, right?
No, I failed it. I took it once and I failed it.
How hard is the bar?
It's extremely hard.
Is it just
we have-
regurgitation though?
of
can
like
you regurgitate information that you were learned in a big book?
yeah, it's like what you would need to know for a law school exam, which is tough enough as it is, times 12. It's really
Gotcha.
tough.
Geo, you are on the show. What may we do with you, sir? What's happening in your world?
Not what you want to do
it
with
went
him.
through the wrong. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear him.
fine.
I just wanted to take it off the like I'll hang up after my question, but I didn't know if you minded derailing a bit. I honestly wanted to
What?
know.
You come to the right place.
I wanted your take on Sessler leaving Twitter.
Oh, did he leave Twitter?
Oh yeah, he
yeah.
did. After
I mean,
saying that the protesters should get their
That's
teeth
like
knocked out.
not a great topic, but okay.
Well, wait. Don't go anywhere yet. Hang on a minute. I want to understand. Okay, you're asking my take on the fact that Adam
Something
Sessler
that
left
you don't
Twitter.
know about at all.
Right. Well, I know, but I do know Adam, and I've interviewed him on the show.
Yeah,
and
exactly. That's why I'm asking.
He had another breakdown. He tweeted 2 really super overtly anti-free speech / Israel Palestinian protesters, and then just deleted his account once he realized the shitstorm.
Yeah, I think it was the overwhelming, like,
because there was one before the tooth one.
Yeah, because let's be honest,
that was a
the
wild
hate on
tweet
both-
though. Like I don't know if he was high or if he was
what
just in a
was
weird
the tweet? I
place.
don't. Can somebody
He
tell me?
basically said, "I just had an epiphany. I just realized that everybody out there is a Trump supporter, and that means that they hate me. So fuck them. I would punch them in the mouth or something like that."
No, he said, I'll laugh when the riot police smash their teeth out.
No, okay,
Yeah.
so what he was referring to was all of the, like how there's like anti-Jew and then anti-Palestinian fervor on both sides that have just reached a fever pitch, and he was referring to the anti-Jew rhetoric, and or at least the people that like he felt like were just sort of going along with very anti-Jew like rhetoric, and he's just been overwhelmed by, I guess it's one of those things where like back in 2016 when so many Democrats were surprised Trump won, where he is like so surprised that there's been this so much, I guess, what he feels is hate towards that side. So he just I think he just mentally collapsed about it.
Yeah, he kind of had a breakdown, pretty much.
I mean, the guy. Look, Adam has been.
I'd give his mental health a 0 out of 5.
Adam has been very open about his struggles with his mental health and his alcoholism, and also the fact that him being so associated with gamers in the 2000s. I think he's struggled with that, and he has a lot of disdain for a lot of the people that used to be his fans, and I think some of it is very justified. So I think getting off Twitter, whatever you think of Sessler, is good as a human for his mental health, and I applaud that.
I 100% agree.
Yeah,
getting off Twitter is good for anybody.
Yeah,
I think it depends how you use it. I mean, but yeah,
I use.
But I mean, look,
Mark Kern.
Yeah. What I'll tell you though is the whole, I struggle with the whole protesters and all that because I'm a big fan of protest, and I'm a big fan of, I think all that's important, but I also think it is difficult to hear, and maybe it's just it's the nature of being older, because it's a cliche to say, oh, when you're a kid you think you know everything. But it's like, my God, some of the takes out of some of these people are just so fucking stupid. But it is what it is.
See, luckily,
I think it's gotten wild on
never
both
had
sides. Yeah.
this moment. Jaffe.
Say that again.
Our generation.
Sorry, I just was saying.
Go ahead,
I thought it was getting. It's been getting wild on both sides as far as like.
He says it's getting wild on both sides.
Well articulated.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I was paying attention, but I'm with you. Okay, well, that's what I think, buddy.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, man. Call back anytime. Can we make fun of Mark Kern for the remainder of this live? I reached out to Marcus and I says to the man, look, let's do a chat. And he says, well, and I get it. He says, I'm kind of taking a break right now. understandably.
No, he's not
so.
taking a break for shit.
Well, from interviews and stuff, I mean.
Yeah, I bet he is.
Okay, well, he didn't want to come on mine. I said, yeah, I don't agree with you, but we can still talk and debate it and discuss it. But he respectfully was like, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. So I don't understand him as it relates to this topic, only in the sense that it seems at this point like, yeah, you can have your opinion, but it seems like now it's just grifty, right?
Yeah, he's relevancy farming.
Yep.
Okay.
Nick from Second Wind Media is going to do a video all about it because he's been looking into it.
Nick.
Essentially,
Who's Nick?
He was the editor.
Oh, okay.
Video department of the Escape.
Because I know Marty Sleva and
So,
Frost with them.
Okay, you know Frost. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're really cool.
Yeah, Nick was like their boss.
Yeah.
And then they fired Nick and Jack
They all
Packard,
moved. Yeah.
who was like from RLM, and basically everybody, wait, you did what now? So then Yahtzee was like, yeah, I don't want to work here anymore. So
yeah,
I want to be out of my contract. And they're like, okay, we thought you might feel that way. And then everybody left. And then that day I tweeted Nick, I'm like, hey, dude, you guys should start your own thing. He's like, well, we kind of might have something in the works. And the very next day they started Second Wind, and they got Patreon numbers like crushing it for a day one thing. Their Patreon numbers were like about 10 to 20 times higher than the MinMax Patreon.
Wow.
And I know you love MinMax, Jaffe.
I love MinMax.
I have a problem with
they had Nick on. And
Yeah.
when Nick told
Are you about to shit on MinMax, Jaffe?
No. What's his name?
There's
Ben,
one
when
guy
they told
on
Ben-
MinMax that I think I would get along with that I like. I don't know. He's like the leader.
Ben Hansen.
Ben.
He's
But
awesome.
But there's these two guys that I think are
he
pricks.
just smiled. You're
Who?
being
Jeff Marchiafava?
Yes,
Jeff
Jeff
him?
Marchiafava smiled when little Jason Schreier was shitting on Jaffe.
Okay, that's not his name. It's Lil Jason Schreier. It's L-I-L.
Jason Schreier's a prick though.
Yeah.
Like very competent and very good at investigative
He's an
journalism,
arrogant snob.
but
No,
such a
he's not.
sassy
He would
prick.
get thrown out
Such
of
a
the
sassy
Washington
prick.
Post in a heartbeat. The fact that he's good
Well,
at
that's
investigative
weird.
journalism, the bar is so
He has
low.
connections.
That's very weird to say. Like that would basically be like, oh, LeBron James couldn't play in the NFL. Like maybe he could, maybe he could. Like
Yeah,
that's like
but-
weird.
Not today.
It's not weird because you basically
Like
said
oh,
he's
Jason
so
Schreier couldn't
good.
be a political reporter. No, he's
No,
good at
I
what
didn't
he
say
does.
that. You said investigative journalism.
The variety that
journalism
he
in
does.
the world
Have we
of
been
video
political?
games, sure,
Yes.
but
I figured that was presumed a qualifier, given that is the work that he does. Yeah.
yeah, well, whatever.
But anyway, I don't think. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do hate you. I don't know.
But yeah, he's a sassy prick, and there's literally people leak stuff on Twitter, and he'll be like, "Well, that's not right," and he'll like throw out some semantic bullshit. It's like, no, yeah, it's right. Like you're just mad that you didn't leak it. Tom Warren's kind of a prick too, but
These streams
lesser,
are always so political, says Adversary One. I heard a woman today on the Breakfast Club, and she says, "I'd never heard this before, but I'm sure it's a saying, but I just never heard it before."
When
And
I
she
recently
said-
watched the end of Hamilton, it almost made me cry.
Wait,
because-
The Breakfast Club. Isn't that the
It's
one?
it's a radio show out of New York
Yes.
City.
Is it the one with
I thought you were talking about the movie.
creator guy?
Who?
Tyler the Creator.
Yeah. No.
Oh yeah. I thought you said Don Prager. I'm like, no.
No. Tom
Um,
Prager. You. No.
But she says, you know, when people say, "Oh, I
Equity
don't
and equality are not the same thing. This is
I don't-
exhibited by.
I don't do politics," she says.
I'm
"You
just
can
here to
say
make
that."
Larry laugh.
But
Basically,
then
that's it.
why don't you guys go get a room? Because I know the woman that you gave your card to ain't in it. So you know, she says, "I don't do politics, but then politics will do you." The idea that Adversary One, these streams are always so political. They're not. I try to keep them not because I know people don't like
No, you
politics.
don't. No, you don't.
I try to push it to the end. That's what I always say. I'm like, if you're coming to a live stream, all the game stuff is front loaded because I know
You
there are
try to
people
push
who-
it to the end, but you just don't have the length for it.
Oh God. I thought you were going to say it was like pushing rope.
doesn't even make what I love about it is you so clearly have never been with a woman and yet you make jokes about like
That's
dick jokes,
hilarious to me.
but But it doesn't make any sense what you just said. That's what's funny about it.
It literally does. That's why it's funny.
You're kind of like the 40-year-old version where he says like touching a woman's boob is like, bags of sand. Remember that line? It's like what are you talking
Oh
about?
my god, dude.
Listen,
I said you had a small PP and it doesn't reach to the cervix.
That would make sense, I guess.
That's
but
literally
not
what I
you
said, but it was more clever and more
literally
funny. But...
not what you said unless
Yeah,
you
it
don't know
is.
the term of
Cervix
literally.
isn't the end. You can bounce off the cervix and go well past it. I mean,
Yeah, if you want to impale someone, I mean, how deep are you going?
Probably attest to this.
Who?
Oh, in the chat.
Who the fuck is
you could
Bo?
literally pass the
I
cervix.
said mutant Mo.
Oh, mutant Mo.
Where the fuck is the
You could, if you have a big enough penis, you could literally pass the cervix.
Well,
If it's sharp enough, you can go right through her goddamn back.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I don't like that image.
I don't like it either. That's why I have to be careful.
The angle to do that would be really weird.
Never mind. I'd rather go political than this.
Okay,
Listen, I never
We
understood
haven't
when
been
I was
political.
listen. When I was a kid, and I'd watch people, not porn, but just like romantic sex scenes and rom-coms and whatever,
Mhm.
and they would.
I wasn't watching porn. I wasn't watching porn.
I know. I would.
It wasn't
but-
gay porn. There weren't two men kissing.
And they'd lay on top of
Two
each
holes
other.
involved.
The two men did not. They were sleeping in the same. They were laying on top of each other for warmth. Okay, there were no tauntauns around to cut open, so they had to lay on top of each other. Their dicks might have touched. Okay, but it wasn't porn. It was. I did not fap. I did not jack off.
This is the opposite of last time. Last time Jaffe was hyper.
Somebody's got to carry the charisma.
And they would lay on top of each other.
Yep.
I bet they would. Yeah.
And I would go, oh, because it took me until I was in junior high that I realized, oh, the opening is in betwixt the legs, not on top. But in the movies, the guy would be here and she would be here, and he'd be going like, And I'd be like, what? Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird. I smell pot. Someone needs to join and bully Kirk. Well, anybody want to join and bully Kirk?
Yeah, you can try. I'm a little smarter than you might think I am.
I think you're clearly
You might
a
get
smart-
clapped.
The clap?
You might get clapped.
Jesus.
Oh yeah. Who's the person with the anime girl?
What
avatar?
is the clap, by the way? Like, what is that?
Oh, that's
That's what you use to
Ravnos.
turn on your lights.
Oh, I have it as
Sure.
like
End of bit. Yes.
End of bit.
Keep talking. I'm just
Where's
altering my
Bukaki?
name.
Where's Bukaki? Oh, shut up, Brad's virgin talk. I don't see you coming in the chat, bitch. To talk to us. What the fuck do you know, Bradley Skagley?
So you crumple up a cookie and sprinkle it over somebody's face.
What is that? What kind of kinky weird shit is that? You do cookie crumble face?
Oh.
Damn right. Listen, tomorrow is a big sale at the used car lot across the street from your mom's house. Come on by and get a balloon for the kids, some popcorn for you, and we'll make sure your wife gets satisfied in the back alley. Come on now. That's
Oh my
not cool.
word.
Oh my word. Oh, your stars and garters. Hey, Brad Skagg, the man of the hour.
What's up?
Well, Bradley Skagley, how you doing, pal?
What
I'm
is it with
doing
everybody
good,
coming
man.
in here shirtless?
You-
Jesus
I'll
Christ.
fuck you up, dude.
You
Don't
look
talk to
like-
me like that.
You
I'm not
look,
shirtless.
You look like Animal from the Muppets if he were.
Thank you.
That's not an insult. I'm just saying that's like Animal's cool, but you look like Animal with the hair and shit. It's crazy. It's good stuff.
Thank
What's
you,
up,
man.
Bradley
Thank you.
Stack? How you doing, buddy? What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. What were you guys talking about?
I don't. Who the fuck knows?
Used
what
car
this is?
salesman doing people's wives in the alley. I think.
Yeah, in the alley.
Used car
Somebody-
salesman.
Somebody just said heavens to Betsy in the chat. Think about that. What do you think about that?
Heavens to Betsy.
Heavens to Betsy.
Hey,
Okay.
Mo is in the stream.
Yeah, Mute Mo's here. Oh,
Yeah.
Darth Nugget says you look like Encino Man. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
You look kind of like the guy from Silence of the Lambs.
No,
I am
Buffalo
him,
Bill?
bro.
Can you do me a favor and say it puts the lotion on its skin and then
Oh, you're
What's
talking
that?
about Buffalo Bill?
Buffalo Bill, man.
Shit.
Listen to this. What's your opinion about games becoming very expensive to develop? What's the solution?
The solution to games becoming expensive to develop?
Yeah.
we
I
gotta
would
tip the
say-
devs?
I would say, yeah,
this is
you
great.
We're all
gotta
waiting.
purge. You gotta purge. You gotta purge the dev houses.
Oh my god.
Well, that's
Anybody with blue hair, you gotta wipe them out. You know, like just get rid of them. Night and eyes. You know what I'm saying, guys? Night and eyes.
Milkmaster is correct, though. He says just make them less expensive. The fact of the matter
You know what's
Yeah.
crazy to me though is that
the
like the hate.
the
devs don't make that
industry is very healthy
Uh-huh.
in certain quadrants. There are brilliant games being made at the indie and the AA space, and those budgets, like look at Beloutro. We were talking about Beloutro. Huge hit made by one guy, bringing lots of people happiness and joy. I understand that that's not Last of Us, but not every game needs to be, man. And so I think a lot of it is, the people who came onto the party bus to play just the big ticket cinema games, and they think that's all games will be. You're gonna be left by the wayside because those are not going to be as you're not going to have as many.
So, do you think making more indie games would lead to like fixing AAA games eventually?
No, but I think what it needs, I think ultimately there's a correction in the number of people that genuinely like what games do well, which is interactivity. Those people will continue to be served very well as they have been through the indie space, the AA space, and sometimes the AAA space. The people
Right.
that only think of games as these big budget tentpole cinematic things, that's great. But I think a lot of it is that those things are not going to be the norm like they were because they're simply too expensive and there's not enough people that like playing them.
I think Rockstar
Jaffe-
will keep making them.
Jaffe, can I bring up something that like I feel like nobody is talking about, which is that like there's all this hate out there for like there's the like blue hair, adage and like these like feminist liberal
Yeah, but Bradley
woke
is
women or
Yeah,
whatever you want to say about these women, right? Like the woman that anonymous guy that
Did your
hates
hand just
me or-
glow?
I don't know what you're talking about. The
Mine?
woman that like an anonymous guy that was in here that hated me or whatever that was woke and he lost her as a friend forever or whatever. Like all this hate for these like liberal, I guess like bisexual / lesbian aesthetic looking
question?
women or like whatever, like that would have short hair or blue hair or whatever. Like it's like do men that play video games realize that like those are like our people? Like do you want like a woman
You mean
that's
creative?
into Animal Crossing? Like do you want a woman that's into Dead by Daylight or like that would like play video games with you? Because she probably looks like that. Like she's not going to be like blonde and tan and talking with a southern accent. I mean that's a generalization, right? Like
I think
of
I
course
would
there
want
are
a woman
some.
I would want a woman that would get me out of doing that stuff. A woman that would pull me away from that eventually.
So is that what it
get me
is?
to the
That
gym
is that
and,
all
like-
men hate themselves, so they hate the women that would be okay with them as
I
themselves?
think that there's definitely a percentage of that going on.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't
That's
understand
also,
this
like-
hate for like feminist
Look, there's
liberal
the side
women.
thing in culture. There's the side thing going on, right? Where it's like left or right. And so gamers are just in that too.
But that's the thing. It's like gamer women are typically liberal. Like they would lean more liberal.
Most women are liberal.
Fabio.
Most women are liberal in general. So
Maybe. Not the trad wives.
Yeah,
I guess not.
I just don't know how gamers aren't like, oh, I'd like a wife that like would.
Well, they're feminists though.
Would talk about
The
Last of
wives
Us
are
with
still
me.
feminists. They want their vote, so they don't believe that they shouldn't be allowed to vote. So they would
That's
still
true.
be feminists.
Does anybody believe they shouldn't be allowed to vote?
Well,
There's some
anybody
weird
that wouldn't be a
people out
feminist, I
there.
guess.
You don't have to be a feminist to
I
think
want a
women
woman that
deserve
can
the
dominate
right
me,
to
says
vote.
Milkmaster.
Well, that would make you
69.
a first wave feminist. That's what first wave feminism
They've
was
only
about.
been able to vote for a little over 100 years.
And that's when
Well, there's
feminism
something.
started, was about 100 years
Yeah,
ago.
Chad, I shouldn't have said that generalization about tan blonde women. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, these very demonized, like very liberal, like I don't know, non-male gaze appealing women, that are sort of a stereotype or whatever. They're typically the ones that like games and would talk about nerdy gaming shit with you and might have a Zelda tattoo or something.
Right. Well, I mean, look, I guess the play would be to trick them, right?
No. Why are you obsessed with your hair? Leave your hair alone. It's
my
fine.
hair is tangled up. It's got knots in it. I got to get them out, Jaffe. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm sorry.
Just leave it alone. Just
shave
it off.
Shave it off.
I swear I pop into the live.
I don't know about that.
I do know about that. It's just you'll love it. You'll fucking love it. It's so wonderful.
I haven't had a haircut in like 3 years.
Yeah, well, now's the time. Now's the time.
I just figured.
What is this?
I just got off work. That's why.
My father.
Please don't get any closer.
My father was a gamer
drinker and a fiend.
That's pretty good, though.
Scars.
I can hit the bong. Would that be okay on stream?
Yeah,
but if I say that, why am I
Yeah.
all mayor?
Fuck, dude, I'm playing Drug Dealer Simulator 2 on the stream in the next day or two, and I'm gonna be high as a goddamn kite, man.
Kirkland.
Yeah.
I know why they say that. It's because they see the blue hair. They call it the lesbian swoosh, where it's shaved on one side, the right usually.
Right.
They think those are radical feminists who are destroying gaming by making everything gay shoved in our face, trans shoved in our face, homosexual.
Gay women are dope, especially bi ones. Like
most of them aren't like that at all.
Yeah.
So
bi women are dope. They'll play games with you on your couch. They're sick.
So what are we talking about? Wait a minute.
I'm just saying that like there's all these like angry men that hate DEI and hate Sweet Baby and hate the Stellar Blade censorship and all this whatever. And they hate these women that are like blue-haired and woke energy and all that. It's like they're the ones playing the games. Like they're the ones that would play and talk about games with you.
You're Pete Turtle. Say that again. Say they're the one playing the games.
Like I'm impersonating him.
Like you just did it.
Okay.
Like you just did it.
This voice cracked. No. They're the ones playing the games.
You're fucking Pete Turtle, bitch. This whole time, you would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for the meddling.
Or for those meddling kids.
Jeeves fucking heard it.
Hey, he would have gotten away for it too if it wasn't for those kids he was meddling with.
Jaffe, how many women were in development in your day and age? Like when you were at Sony Santa Monica before you became the big honcho.
How many women does Pete Turtle talk to that are still in development?
I will tell you. So we had let's just take God of War. God of War, we had 0 women in the coding section.
That would explain the cutscenes.
No, it would not. We had 0 women in the art and animation department. We had 1.
Were they all QA?
2. Hang on. We had 3 women on the design department.
For God of War?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had Joe. We had Ashley. And I'm so dumb that I can't remember the third one.
Did you have anything to do with Ascension?
Oh, I know. Jessica.
Are you responsible for that?
No,
I want answers.
I was long gone.
Okay.
So no, we had, but to be fair, there were not a lot of women
in game
or diversity at all in when I was back then. These days, though, yeah, my last company we had women, we had trans folks, we had many different nationalities, we had different political affiliations. We had no black people. But not because we didn't want to hire them, because we never got a resume in that led to an interview and the person walked in and they were a black person. So, you know,
where was this? Santa Monica, California?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, and then San Diego as well.
Right. Do you know if there's how many? Do you know if you know Ed Boon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which
he's based out of Chicago.
Yes.
Do you know how many like maybe people of color worked on his stuff? back when you were working on the God of War?
No
Like those
idea.
3D? Were you friends with them back then? Okay.
Well, we're
Nice.
colleagues. I've had lunch with them once, and I've hung out with them for maybe 20 minutes at an E3, and then we connect on social media. But
Okay, I thought maybe
we
you did a
don't
talk
hang
with
out.
them or something on this channel, but okay.
No,
That
because
makes
he's
sense.
Warner Brothers. None of the big publishers would allow. Like they're always like, yeah, I'd
Okay.
love to. Here's the
Right.
PR person's number, and I'm like, oh, not interested.
They're scared of Jaffe.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Because when I was at Interplay, I'll be honest, I don't know of a single female coder. I don't know of a single female artist. There was no females in the sound department. There was a lot in marketing. There was a lot of secretaries. And then there was probably like 5 is the most at one time in QA. And that was when QA had over 100 people. So it's just like, there just wasn't a lot of them.
You guys talking about gosh, there used to be no women. It's crazy. Is like riveting
in
discussion.
gaming, they just weren't into gaming as much.
Yeah,
Right.
And by the way, Milkmaster, we had a black person, one black guy, great Jason, who's now I think the head of design or something on God of War, on the first God of War, but we didn't have any black people at Bartlett Jones.
I heard this thing about programming where they changed the advertising to programming to focus on men, and it made all the women drop out. Is maybe something similar? Maybe
Could
that.
be.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Somebody's trying in chat. I lost them, but they were trying to say, "Oh, it's Mick Hammerpants, MC Hammerpants." He's saying hiring for DEI is bad. I don't think the gaming conversation is about hiring for DEI. It's about like DEI in the game narratives themselves.
Right.
Like,
hiring for DEI is kind of racist.
That's inclusion, though. That's the I part. When you hire, you do want.
When you include, you're also excluding though, and when you include for race, you're excluding for race as well.
I think it's good. I think it's good for companies to have a very, very marginal quota that basically is like, there's no way that you can have no diversity. Like if you have no diversity, there is an objective problem in your hiring process that you can't internally fix.
Well,
so
I mean,
it's like
it
that's
could
a
also
corrective
depend
measure.
It could depend on where you're set up, though. Like, I mean, a business in Africa is obviously going to be mostly black.
The age-old thing is like, oh, it should be the best candidate and whatever. If like 3 dudes or women that are white or whatever that aren't a minority don't get a job because of diversity inclusion, I'm comfortable with that. Like, there's a line, right? But like, I think like. Again, if you have an entirely non-diverse group of individuals in a place of employment, I don't know what happened, in a place of employment, like something is
decided
wrong.
to get rid of DEI. There was the one black guy.
Yeah, get rid of him,
bro.
Good job,
Where'd he go? Where did he go? Come back.
Did he lose connection like right when he came on? I don't know. Yeah, I just think that's what it's for. Like that's in theory, that's what it's for. And you can say people are pushing it too far. But the idea is that there should be nothing should exist with no diversity at all. Like nothing should be completely non-diverse.
Okay, why?
Why?
Because then you just get
then it means it's
you get a bunch of people that think
inherently exclusionary. Like it's only a particular sect of people that are allowed in that space.
Okay, so why is that an
Zeke
issue?
says it doesn't
Why is that an
mean there's
issue?
something
Because
wrong.
Why would a space? Okay, so our women only spaces like a women's book club, is that an issue?
No,
but that's like a hobby, like that's like a recreational
but that's a space. That's what we're talking about, and that's what people talk about with DEI
employment's a little
inclusion.
different.
It's invading all of the hobby spaces of these people that want to escape this stuff, right? That's like their big point.
Here's the thing. People,
right?
That's tough. I don't know.
White men that think DEI means a bunch of highly skilled, qualified white men are passed over for some dumb broad who doesn't know what they're doing. That's not how that works. It means if you
that's a fair point, I guess.
One of them is black,
I mean,
one of them
it just
white.
means being
They're both
conscientious
just as
towards
skilled.
trying to have some
Maybe
diversity
you hire
there.
a black guy.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean, oh, fuck whitey. We need a black guy who's less skilled. That's a good way to run your company into the dirt. That's why they don't do it.
But that's not even what we're talking about, right? We're talking about diversity, diversity, sensitivity, and inclusion in like.
Well, so like okay, so like the black girl gamers, corporation only hired black people, right? So was that an issue? because that didn't have
Are-
any
Are
inclusion.
you
It just
really?
has
Are you
one-
really asking like you
An
really want to
issue-
engage in
was
this?
it an
I mean,
issue for
I'm
who?
just asking, like, is it okay? So it's not okay for an all white space, but it's okay for an all black space. And
Yes.
it's like, I
I
think
would say
that it's
that the
okay
all
for
black
both. That's
spaces
just
are in response to
That's right.
regular
Sure.
spaces being
here's the thing.
inadvertently all white or
wait.
intentionally
Okay.
all white in
But correct
back
if
in
I'm
the
wrong,
60s. Like,
aren't you conflating two different things? You're talking about there was the one African American lady who was in Canada who her small group got hired as a support crew for EA games. I don't think she was part of.
no, I'm not
Black Girl
shaming
Gaming.
anyone.
Wasn't she a different company altogether? And she was on a thing saying, "Oh, we don't hire white people because we don't want the drama." Or
Well, she
whatever.
wanted to feel safe, is what she
feel
said.
safe.
Yeah.
Because somehow having white people makes you not safe.
To be
Which
clear, I'm
is a
not
dumb way to
shaming
work
Brad
it.
out of
It was just a dumb
expressing
way to
any
work it.
opinion. I just
All
don't
I
know
can tell you is
that some
if
things make
you've
for good
got-
content for a
I was
debate.
just questioning
You've
yours, man. I wasn't
got-
trying to express an opinion, really. I was
if
just asking
you've
questions.
got- hang on, I gotta mute everybody so I can say this. If you've got I don't understand why white dudes who have had for so long the podium, the gavel, the ruling the roost position, suddenly now can't recognize that most of their arguments of, well, that's not fair, is exactly what minority folks have been saying in this country anyway for over 200 years. And so, yeah, it probably isn't fair, but you know what? Maybe you could kind of take a step back and let the other kids have a go at the swing set for a while. And then, okay, fine. We'll bring everything into alignment. Sammy 11 says, stop right there, Jaffe. Two wrongs don't make a right. No, they don't. But given that there are no other alternatives that are being offered, it's better than doing nothing. And most people are not offering anything other than same as it ever was. So in that case, I think two wrongs may not make a right, but it's better than what's being offered. All right, now I'll turn the mics back on.
That's a fair
They
point.
have, yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons I don't have an issue with it.
Yeah, man.
A lot of people just get very angry, and it's like, well,
I'm not
there
gonna
was a
get very
time when
angry.
certain people couldn't use the same restrooms or drink the same fountains, so they kind of thought we need to do something to help these people, and you ended up with an imperfect fix, which I don't know. I mean, I look at this and say I think it's pretty diverse.
Maybe
except for the
sometimes
CEOs.
we should have black characters and things. Oh, no, that's woke.
Well, here's the thing, though. We did for a while, and no one.
Well, I mean, a lot of their issues are with people changing the race from one race to another, though. And I think that's a fair enough criticism.
Changing
100%
one
agree.
race.
I mean,
to
one of
another?
the
Yes.
best characters
Race swapping
ever
shit.
made.
Specifically,
is,
redheads with black girls. I that's like one I see a lot that they
the
complain
Little
about. a lot.
Mermaid. Like,
Yeah,
as if
that kind of
as
thing,
if
yeah.
anybody over the age of any male over the age of 30 should give an absolute damn about that. Actually, the age of 20, if we're serious.
That's fair, I guess.
I would have fucked Ariel as a fish.
Oh my
if she were
god, bro!
I
This
would have.
guy. How is this the guy with the
The new
channel?
one?
I would have. No, not.
How
well,
is
the
he
new-
the one that everybody's here to see?
I didn't see the new one, but I did see.
I didn't see the new one
cartoon
either.
And I'd have fucked the shit out of that mermaid.
Oh
That's
my
the truth.
God,
Only as
That's
a
the
fish.
god. Only as a fish, because then she's a total traitor.
If
when she-
only
I'm gonna
women
get
just
rid of-
gave you their hotel room numbers.
She can't talk though, so
She
that's a
can't talk. And where in the world is a mermaid going to
Carmen
get
San
into
Diego.
the hotel? Idiot. Mermaid.
Yes, bro. That's
the
Siri.
water.
Where in the world is Carmen San Diego?
Yeah, I'd have fucked that fish. What cartoon character would you have the sex with?
It always devolves into this, right?
Oh, it devolves into this. I was
Yeah.
waiting to jump out the window when we're talking about
Whether
how
it's
many-
Marvel
how many
Snap
more-
cards or
how many more
cartoons or
conversations on the internet
Jaffe
have
just
we
wants
had
to
about
fuck anything other than an actual
DEI?
human being.
Well, they're easier. You heard what Elon Musk said the other day? He's like, in 15 years, we're all going to be having robot companions that'll look like real people. But
And Tesla will
That's
sell-
some Westworld stuff right there.
that I agree with. But then the follow up to the tweet was the brilliant part where he says, in that way, women won't be able to make fun of the way you make love or have sex
Oh.
or your weird shaped penis.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I know.
what? What?
Wait,
Was
is
I mean,
that
what
that's a
did-
Yeah, he said
self-report
that.
of the highest
Uh-huh.
order?
I was like, is this a
What?
parody account? But I don't think it was. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
There's no
Elon
way
Musk.
that's real.
Musk.
That would be the greatest self-report of all time.
Am I weird for not wanting to fuck a robot?
I would fuck the shit out of a robot.
No.
What about
No,
that
it's-
robot from the Jetsons, the maid one?
I mean,
What
my
What about
vacuum,
the
my
robot from
vacuum
X?
cleaner
I
is
don't wanna
literally
see
a
it.
robot, and I fuck it.
Oh my God.
Okay.
What about the robot from Ex Machina?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait, which one?
Yeah,
Not
Either
the
Oh, true. Yeah,
Two of them.
Probably all the above.
Yeah.
If we get to that point, we're so
The main
boned
one.
as a society, though.
Oh,
like
yeah.
we're so done. We're cooked.
We'll
Why
be
are we
extinct in
done?
200
That's
years.
fun.
No,
Well,
we're
in
cooked.
global warming.
Every freaking movie that has hot robots in it is like the destruction of the human race.
Yeah,
Same
it's a
with AI.
movie.
It should give you a clue.
Has there
It's a
ever been a
movie.
science fiction book, short story, movie, comic about AI not wiping out humanity?
C3PO.
It's totally gonna
C-3PO
happen.
is not AI.
Star Trek.
It
Is
just
there
makes
AIs in Star
sense.
Trek?
Why would we
guess the Borg
create?
kinda
Why
tries,
would we
though.
create synthetically sentient life that we control like slaves,
Better
and then
question.
they would just be cool with that in perpetuity?
Why
Like
would we
eventually
teach
they're
our
going
Blade
to
Runner?
take.
They're probably not conscious.
They're gonna take the internet down and bring us to our knees.
Why
Like
do we
They
not
don't take over
unmanned
it.
F-16s?
They don't take over in Blade Runner.
Dude.
I guess they're
Benji,
trying, but-
Benji in the chat, you goddamn right. That show is the tits. Go watch Devs. What a show, man. What
Oh,
a
man,
fuck.
my
I do
cat.
need to watch that.
Hey, cat. Would I fucking Ewok? God no. God no.
My horse pickle.
Ewok.
Did you guys see Warwick
Ewoks are
Davis'
just little
wife
people in
died
suits.
though? Warwick Davis's wife died. He
Aw.
played Wicket in Jedi.
poor thing.
I didn't know that she died.
Why am I hearing myself in the background?
I don't know.
Because you
That's
took
weird.
acid.
I wish. Um,
Look at me.
uh, do you guys hear that?
Is it gone?
You know what bothers me, fellas? I'm going to tell you what bothers me. We had a
You know what really
black,
grinds my gears?
we had a black,
Peter Griffin.
a
He just
black dude
Had a black.
in the chat for
Yeah.
like a second. Like it was like
Did we
Britain
chase him
dude.
off?
I don't know. And like, come on, we're having all I ever want to do when these conversations about DEI come up is have a black person.
Yeah, just not have four white guys. I know.
Yeah,
right?
I want to hear,
Where is he? Come back.
from that.
Minority
So
God,
when
we'll
when
all
you were
shut up.
developing your games, Jaffe, was that were
I
there
don't
like
No, I want to hear from the people who are supposed to be benefiting from all this stuff. And
were
and-
there were there companies like this when you were developing games where they would console for writing and stuff?
Dude, that would be the most
I
amazing
hired
bit if
a
Jaffe
bunch of-
actually kicked him and he's just like complaining about the guy.
I hired writers for God of War. I worked with Paul Jenkins. I worked with Mark
Hold
Wade.
on, I'll be right back.
Mary
But were
Ann.
there the consulting companies though? Did that
Um,
exist?
Not that I'm aware of for video games. There are have
Okay.
always been consulting companies.
Right, for movies and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know. They consult about different things. Like
Those are like
there's-
technical consultants.
Not always. No, there's a kind of, if not famous, but if you're into movies and making movies and stuff, when the Sony pictures got hacked, and they released a bunch of the emails, there was one consultancy group, I think they were called the Astronauts or something, and they were consulting with Amy Pascal for Spider-Man, the movie. And it was so cringy because the guy was just sort of like, here's what the kids like today. They like,
Oh,
here's what a humble brag is. And, Peter could
Right.
do all this stuff, and
hey,
but-
fellow teens.
yeah,
It's that
but
way with these though. That's the argument. That these new consulting companies are the same way. right?
Yeah, but you don't have to use them. I mean, Amy Pascal didn't use any of the guy's recommendations.
Right.
I think most people want fairness, and
I think people should vote with their wallet, and all
They
the
are.
discourse is pointless. Like, just don't buy
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing.
Oh, all discourse
Buy
is
it.
masturbation. It's
Well, I mean, isn't that what kicked off Gamergate too? Was the them trying to ban
Yeah, but
the consulting or the Steam
yeah,
group
but
Yeah,
it
the group.
didn't.
Yeah.
But it didn't.
to
Right?
try to just tell people which games they worked on so that they didn't have to play them. That's exactly
Yeah,
what
but
you just said.
but Steam
Don't buy
came
with your
in.
wallet.
Yeah, but
Right.
had
But what
that
I'm
one
saying is
person not
the
voted
fact that
what
it
they
shouldn't
did-
have
Well,
kicked
Steam
off
came in and it didn't ban him for sure.
There was nothing that should have kicked off Gamergate 2. It was like Steam said, yeah, no, you have a right to put your thing up as long as you're not defaming the people. And Sweet Baby has a right to try to make you look like a bad guy as long as they're not defaming you. And life went on.
Right.
There was no
Until that fateful day when they took the boobies away, David, and then all hell broke
Yeah,
loose.
exactly. They stall on them.
And taken away, they added like 4 inches of black.
Those damn Joseph Stalins took her boobs.
I swear, there's no other reason for them to do that other than there must have been some sort of issue with that outfit where she would just have a total boob slip or something.
That's what I thought. I thought it was a physics engine thing.
Yes, that's true. There's no censorship. That's so stupid. Ugh.
Like, it's their prerogative if they want to have
Joseph Stalin
full
cut
areola
the guy
in
out
their
of the
game.
picture, Jaffe, and then they cut her boobs out of her chest. Okay? They Joseph Stalin her. They're communists.
Jaffe, have you seen the videos? Have you seen the petition
the
videos? Have you seen the petition videos?
Oh yeah, I made a
Okay,
video.
I was gonna say, if you haven't seen them, we need a live react right now.
No,
That's
because
why I showed my fat belly.
Because I feel for those guys. I'm like, because they're
You really
being
shouldn't.
bamboozled, they're being hoodwinked.
They're the guys that hit on the women and then they're creepy. It's a vicious cycle.
Because
It's
they're
a vicious
clearly raised
cycle.
poorly, and some of them are clearly dealing with sort of a level of neurodivergence that is probably difficult to live with. And I'm sympathetic, but at the same time,
Jaffe, I have a level of neurodivergence that is difficult to live with, and I'm doing just fine. So,
well,
you can only excuse so much. I think people have to be accountable.
there is a limit. I agree. I absolutely agree with that. I'm just saying that
there's a schizophrenia limit.
I mean, there's a limit where it's like, okay, you can have problems, but you're responsible. But I'm not going to just sit up here and make fun of some of these people that are genuinely feel that Stellar Blade done them wrong. I feel bad for people like that because,
right.
You know why?
Yeah, it's like a bait and it is a bait and switch. Maybe not like legally, but I feel like it is a bait and switch a little bit. It's like they bought the game and then they went and patched it and tried to censor it or whatever, right?
That doesn't make sense, though.
Well, the thing is, you can literally play it on the disc.
That game is filled with overt sexuality. It is not like it's not like they got
you can't get full boob now though.
Weird, though.
You could you can't full boob. You can. I mean, what does that even mean? You can.
But don't you think it's weird that they changed
full boob
literally on the?
I think the reason I think it's weird is because people are acting like
I think it's weird that we had boobs in games in the PS3 era with like Metro Last Light. I remember it had a boob scene. GTA 5 has naked strippers walking around. What is the big deal? I don't understand.
I understand, but nobody is saying that Sony came in and said this is there's tons of sexuality in that game and overt sexuality and way more than the boob.
Yeah, Bayonetta.
I don't,
Dude, the fact that 2 and 3 are only on Nintendo is such a such a travesty.
They made it, I guess.
Maybe a lot of it.
We need those games on anything else.
I'm gonna mute you guys again just for a second, and maybe part of it is because I do play on other services like Steam. I literally saw a game on Steam. In fact, I can't show it to you because I'll get knocked off the channel. But they have some of the craziest sex games. What are you pointing at? They have some of the craziest sex games on that goddamn Steam that And I get it, not everybody has that, but it's like it kind of reminds me of gamers that get upset with Sony because it's like our system's better than Xbox or this or that or the other. It's like, dude, I've said this many times. It's like you're trying to compare your Toyota Celica to a fucking Ferrari. It's like if you want to fucking play with power, get a PC. If you want to play totally unedited, uncensored games where no one is getting in the way of the artist, play the goddamn PC. But the idea that, oh, this massive billion-dollar corporation is not giving us exactly what we want with any change. It's like, that's not what they do. They're the Disneyland of video games. Your expectations are stupid. Now I turn the mics back on.
But what if I want to play with balls?
You can play with balls. I think there's a what's the goddamn game that has full nudity for men?
Rocket League.
I'm into the dark.
No, the goddamn what's the one that came out where you fuck a bear? That one.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3. You can have all the characters running
Ball. There's
around. Now you get it, Kirkland. Is your first name really Kirkland?
No, it's not.
What is your first name?
I'm not telling you.
Idiot.
Yes.
It's Kirkland.
Oh, Lordy. Woo.
My name's Kirk David.
So dumb.
You're the one that said it. Your name is David, and you didn't put it together that I was calling you by name. You thought my name was Kirk David.
Did you see the Larry David episode where Leon sits down and Larry David sees his balls?
Yes.
And Larry uses it to get out of the trouble at the golf club. Man, that's the shit. That's some good stuff. That's a good show, fellas.
It was a good show.
I can play NBA 2K24 if I want a game that's ass.
Listen, let's all meet down at UCLA right now and fuck with the protesters. I'll see you guys there in 10 minutes.
Aren't they gone?
I'm not touching that.
Not UCLA. No, they're gone at Portland, I think, or Columbia in New York or something.
Well, they tore
Portland's always right. And
asshole.
They did what?
The CHP came in and tore down their little play castle that they built.
Yeah, I don't know. World's going to hell in a handbasket, boys. But it always was. It always was.
Always was.
It's just now it's coming to the West. Now it's coming
Since
to
9/11.
Yeah.
Jaffe, what are our 6 Game of the Year nominees at the end of the year? Or is it 5?
6?
I don't know.
4?
5? Is it? That's 5, I guess.
Well, okay, for me, it would be obviously no Rest for the Wicked.
No, not you. I want like the Keeley show. I want a prediction.
Oh God. Okay, well,
Hades 2 looks good.
Yeah.
That's confirmed for next year though.
it's a
Is it?
sequel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's early access now, or it will be in a couple weeks. But
Yeah.
I don't know what's coming. My guess would be that we'll see No Rest for the Wicked up there. If they probably won't get out of early access though, so that
No.
won't be up there.
You think Game of the Year nomination for No Rest for the Wicked?
Absolutely.
I think Final Fantasy will be up there.
Final
For
Fantasy.
Game of the Year.
No.
Rebirth.
What?
I
No
think-
nomination for Final Fantasy.
No.
That's crazy.
I think it came out too early, and I think it kind of it's divisive. I think there are people who will nominate.
Witcher 3?
16
Witcher 3
is
got
this.
nominated. That came out in March of 2015.
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that it
It
wasn't.
definitely gets a nom.
I don't think it
They
was
got Elden Ring
beloved.
DLC.
Nate's really good this year.
It's not eligible. I keep asking
Yeah.
people that, but it's
Is
not.
that
If
Pete
it was a
Turtle? I don't know if that's
re-release-
the real
Good.
Pete Turtle, but if it is, here you go. But
Oh no, dude.
I don't think it's the real Pete Turtle because we got the real Pete Turtle sitting right up there,
Oh my God.
sitting right up there.
Is he about to argue why it's okay for Drake to date 16-year-olds?
Does Drake want to date 16-year-olds?
Yeah.
Plus, if he's in Mexico, whatever.
Do you remember that guy once called into the channel and he says, "Look, I used to be real shy around the women folk."
I remember.
And then, and he says, I went down to Mexico. Here's how I cured it. He says, I went down to Mexico and I
TJ.
started having sex with 9s and 10s, in his opinion. Really didn't cost a lot. And he got comfortable around
Oh,
women,
like prostitutes.
Yeah.
sex workers. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I remember.
Is prostitute politically incorrect now?
From
Yeah,
the
they say
sex
sex
workers I talk to
Okay.
and that I
Tucker
pay.
probably is.
What?
Hooker probably is politically incorrect.
absolutely, yeah.
So's whore.
I guess
Yeah.
escort maybe.
Here's Kirkland Gay.
Score's
I'm
probably
sure.
fine.
What's up, Kirkland Gay? Is this P Turtle? Oh, I got to bring him on first. Hang on. I bet Kirk has never heard of Kirkland Gay before. I bet that didn't.
Yeah, that's a
follow
totally
him.
new one.
All right, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can
Kirkland
hear
Gay.
you.
Oh, what's going on, guys? Long time.
That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Where you been, buddy? People have been looking for you. They're like, and I'm like,
Honestly, your show.
He's hanging out by the local high school.
Your show's going through so many changes. I don't know how to keep up. Like sometimes they'll say crapshoot, and then sometimes it's like you
That's
just
valid.
talking for like 10 minutes, and then there's like a gabbing and get. I can't keep up. I have a real life.
I assure you that's not true. But what's
He
been up,
does.
P Turtle?
Nothing,
been
man.
up?
I mean, this was
P Turtle doesn't get women's hotel room numbers. He gets their locker number down the hall.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Hey, coming up tomorrow at the casino side of the hotel, Kirkland Gray will be performing his comedy stylings and making fun of P Turtle.
No, I thought I'd just come in and make this show a little bit more based, man. I mean, well, the guy with the long hair seems a little based, but the rest of these guys, good lord.
What happened?
I said, who's this guy?
What? Nothing happened, buddy. Go back to sleep. You're fine. We got you. We got you, bro.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he seems okay, but the Kirkland Gray guy is terrible. And Jeff, you got to never bring this guy on again.
Kirkland Gray? Dude, all women, you know how the women in the milkshakes bring the boys to the yard? Kirkland does something. Listen,
yeah, he makes the three girls that you have that watch your show leave.
There goes Jaffe, Tony Clifton. I love that reference. This is so brilliant. I'm still here for this. I tell you, P Turtle is a total character that I created. He's all with AI, but we love him. Anyway, continue, P Turtle.
Yeah,
and
you
Hammer
can't bring
Pants.
this. Can I ask you something? How'd you meet this Kirkland Gray guy? Where is he even from? I feel like he's an industry plant.
Dr. Hammer Pants.
What I will tell you. So I saw him. He was really hustling out there. He was on all these fucking shows.
What is he, a male prostitute?
No, he's like a game guy. And so
a gay guy?
A game guy. He may be gay. I don't know. I don't care. And so I
somebody who's not afraid to get on camera.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what? You should be. It would be better for all of us if you were scared to do that.
What does that say about you?
Yeah, it's true. Come on, don't you know this guy's he's ready for combat, Turtle.
He doesn't want to get on camera because somebody might give his likeness to the FBI.
That's exactly why I don't want to get on camera.
What do you guys think about that guy licking that kid's ear at the goddamn snooker thing? They found out who it was.
About. No,
you guys haven't seen that?
No.
Oh my god, dude!
Got some ear action, huh?
There's a snooker competition on the UK somewhere.
I'd be licking that dude's braids.
And there's this dude in the background that they caught on camera leaning in, and there's this kid who must be about.
Oh, I seen that. The guy with the glasses.
That was literally P Turtle. That's what he looks like.
No, right. I don't like boys.
I don't know who it was, but it was fucking
like
freaky.
Infants.
Fuck. Freaky.
Who's the guy that's talking to me crazy? Is it Kirkland Gray?
That's Frodo.
It's Dr. Hammer Pants.
I don't know that guy. When did he get in here?
I'm new here.
He used to be MC Hammer Pants, which I thought was a little better, but I liked it. I
just graduated.
Yeah, understood. You got your doctorate. That's good. These liberal leaning types don't care, says CR3D, because they know they won't get canceled. P Turtle's being smart for real. Oh, bullshit.
Yeah, I have a real life. I have a real girlfriend that I got to take care of.
Having not shitty or bigoted opinions does help. Yeah, it really helps with society.
It doesn't help with gaming.
You think so?
Gaming sucks because of you losers. You guys have ruined gaming.
Really.
So because you have white guilt.
I feel that too.
You guys have white guilt, and your white guilt has destroyed gaming for all of us. You guys are losers.
I be guilty? Why would I be guilty for being white? Explain that to me.
Because well, first of all, I'm white as well, and we're superior, and it makes you feel bad.
You should feel guilty for being overweight.
I'm not overweight. I have crazy muscles. Crazy muscles? Yeah, I have huge biceps. How tall are you? I'm 6'3" and a half. You weigh? I weigh 220 pure muscle.
Me?
You
I mean, you could.
I weigh 200.
I'm
I
not
think you
overweight.
guys just get quiet now
Okay,
because you're
but you
scared, aren't you?
describe. No, I'm fascinated because you describe the person you're describing
Mhm.
sounds like a very attractive man.
Yeah, I am.
And I understand and I appreciate the fact that you don't want to show your face on camera, but you could show your
I
your
can't
abs.
for my own safety.
Yeah, he's
You-
literally a criminal.
Let's see your abs.
So you want me to turn on my camera to show a bunch of guys my abs?
Yeah, that's exactly what I want. It's exactly what I
I'm
want.
sorry, I'm not gay. Even though
I'm
my
not.
name
I'm
is
not gay.
Kirsten.
I'm not gay either. But
And yes, you are. If you're requesting
It's
me to show
literally
my
in your
abs,
name.
you are gay, Jaffe.
I'm
It's
requesting
literally in
to
your
see your
name.
abs because
Wait, he put
can't
kind
see your
of funny.
face, but seeing your abs would allow us to go, okay, you know what? He's not lying about everything. He says he's all muscle, 6 foot X, 220 pounds of pure muscle. The abs would prove that to us, and it would allow us to go, okay, we don't necessarily need to see the face.
Asking for his abs is kind of gay, though.
It's
Yeah.
hella gay.
I,
To your
I-
arms,
again,
you said you have massive listen, biceps.
yeah, show us your
Jaffe,
arms.
I don't need to lie. I'm not like this
Right.
Brooklyn Gray guy who lies about getting phone numbers
No,
and has a lot of sex.
the fact of the matter is, though,
Brooklyn
is
Gray,
that
you know you've never had sex. I'm sorry, that bothered me. You have never had sex in your life.
You can be
Admit
bothered
it
all you
now.
want.
the fact of the matter is, though,
How would he
Turtle,
prove it? You'd have to what? Suck the paint off of him? Come on. There's no way to
Suck
prove
the-
it.
suck
Why
the
ask
what
some
off of
guy to
him?
prove it?
What are you gonna suck off him?
The only way,
How does that work?
how is Kirkland supposed to prove it to P Turtle?
There's something you can
There's
suck
no
off.
point in accusing someone of being a virgin. It's the dumbest shit ever. It's the most beta move ever.
Listen, Jaffe doesn't believe him either. The entire chat doesn't believe
Jaffe's
him.
kidding
Nobody
with
gets
him.
on stream and says, "Yeah, I have a lot of sex."
No,
Oh,
let's
yeah.
be clear.
Oh,
Pete
Jaffe-
Turtle, I hate to
let's
tell you
be-
this.
let's
It's going to
be
do
clear.
serious damage to your overall tally, but if they're not old enough to vote, then they don't count.
That's true. That's very
My
true.
girlfriend is of legal age in New York City. Don't be jealous.
Maybe New York City 1850.
You've never
like
given me
Kings,
an
New
easier
York.
task.
listen,
man.
She turned 18.
Google it. Google it.
She turned
I'd rather
18,
not.
Right, P Turtle?
Why not? Because you don't want me to be right.
No, listen. Here's the thing.
Yeah, you
want
did.
me
You
to be
caught
that.
you caught him in a lie because he said he was sad that his girlfriend turned 18 and now she's back to 16 again.
I never said she was 16 in the first place, dumbass.
You literally just said it.
No, I did not.
I can't hear the new boys in chat. I gotta go though. My phone's dead.
Yeah, get out of here before
Bye
I
guys.
punch you. Get
It was
out of
fun.
here.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Jaffe.
buddy. All
Yeah,
right,
get
man.
out of
Good
here,
to see you, bud.
loser.
Don't cut
Oh,
the
no.
Let's
hair.
make this chat a little bit more based. Me and this long
York-
hair guy, we can
York
save this.
says, I love
He's
this guy,
hammer
Jaffe.
pants.
Fuck Kratos and Sweet Tooth. P Turtle is your best creation.
Exactly.
Yeah, this bitch works for me. You know he does. He's a character. I made him up.
You know what though? This might be some real slavery if I am black, because I haven't seen a dime.
I know you're fucking black. I know you're black.
I'm not
and I
black,
know-
but guess what? If I am, then this is slavery. Pay me.
No, because
So I'm
show
working
yourself.
for free.
I will give you $100 right now on PayPal if you put your camera on and you let us see what you look like.
Let
Just
me
your
ask
arm.
you this.
Show us your arm.
$100.
Let me ask you this. Let's say I did that and I put the camera on and then that's it. P Turtle is no longer cool. Everybody's like, he didn't look like what I expected. No longer funny.
Are you
It
under the
just ruins
impression
it.
people think you're cool?
I'm super cool.
That's so charming.
Half the
Listen,
people in
fine.
chat
I'm-
think you look like JJ Walker.
How do you think I was able to get a super hot young girlfriend? You think I'm still hip? I still
I
got
assume your van
Again,
has
if you
locked
hang out
doors.
around the high
Oh,
school
my
long
bad.
enough, it's bound to happen.
it. Yeah, well, it works. You should try it out because you're a virgin.
Sorry, did I say high school? I meant middle school.
Oh man.
Listen,
Jaffe, you know the
Yeah.
cool things about these high school girls?
oh Lord.
It is.
Don't
I
do
get
that.
older, they stay the same age.
Oh, what was that
Stupid.
movie? That was that
Stupid.
goddamn it's Dazed and Confused, right?
Yes.
It's a good movie.
Matthew McConaughey before he got
Yep.
all skinny and weird.
Mm.
Wow. Okay. Fellas, that's gonna be it.
Well, I just got here.
What a
Yeah, well-
what a segment to end on. Jesus.
But listen
Christ.
though, okay, Pete Turtle, I'll give you 8 minutes, not all
Please
you.
don't.
We'll
Hell
get-
yeah.
Alexis,
What
said
about
I'm-
Hammer Pants? Hammer Pants came on in good
Yeah.
faith to like debate
He's not
something,
saying anything.
and you just let the
Hammer
weirdo
Pants,
talk
you're
for
a-
like
The
10
guy's
minutes
a
straight.
loser. We don't want to hear
okay.
him talk.
I'm gonna mute Pete Turtle for a moment. I'll be back, Pete Turtle. Hang on. Okay, Hammer Pants, you're up. What do you want to talk about?
Well, let's talk about DEI, unless that's going to kill the vibe.
Go ahead.
Bringing it back.
There's a sincere possibility that it might.
I don't know what the vibe is anymore.
Go ahead, Hammer Pants. You're up.
So, you guys believe that DEI does not hurt the final quality of a game? Is that
That's
fair?
tough. DEI covers a broad range of things, you know? Like,
There's
I,
nothing.
I
Define
believe
DEI.
it can
I'm not going to
help
say
it.
that there's no situation
And it
where
could
DEI could
hurt.
ever hurt the quality of a game. That's not what
Yeah.
I'm arguing.
It could do good. It could do bad. It really depends on how it's handled, to be honest. A perfect example of it done very well, in my opinion, Gears of War. There is a black character in that game. There's a Hispanic character in the game.
Yeah, but
and
but
they're
those
pretty much
but-
all gay dudes in that game. And yet that game is really good. The
Let me-
first 3 games for sure are good. I never played 4, but not because I boycotted it. Just I never did play 4.
So, how about this? DEI and hiring practices over merit and skill.
Not over merit, no.
Yeah, that's not how it's supposed to be implemented.
Yeah. And I'm not saying it never.
Again, it's supposed to be implemented in a way of if you had a workplace of like 1,000 people and you literally only have 5 minorities, something is wrong with your hiring process that you're not able to like internally filter out and fix. So
It's a
like
real-
it's a
it's a
corrective
real-
measure,
Yes.
which institutes an arbitrary and kind of flawed as a premise, right? That it would be, you know, you would be intentionally trying to diversify. I understand that as a premise that's flawed. If all hiring that took place was implementing that strategy or that, you know, that method, that would be bad. But it's like, okay, we have 1,000 people, but 995 of them are not minorities. That's bad. We need to implement something that fixes that because something about our hiring process is not getting a diverse group of people naturally and organically. Then you would implement DEI to get that number up to something reasonable. But if you're saying, well, now it's like, you know, overboard or whatever, to now there's less, you know, there's not enough white people or whatever. I don't want to get into that. But like, in
Okay,
terms
well,
of a
allow me
corrective
to
measure,
solve this problem. And if you don't agree with what I'm saying, you're fundamentally racist. Okay, and I know people love it when I do that, but
yeah,
whatever.
they hate it when you do that.
But here, okay, so let's say DEI is not the solution, and let's say everyone's upset because people aren't hiring on the skills. Okay, fine, but then let's also accept and admit the fact that when you're talking about at least jobs in games and technical jobs, there is one of the main reasons that you have so few candidates is because opportunities in lower income places, in at least in America, even though I know there are more whites in poverty than blacks, but I also, the number of whites are much greater. Let's say, okay, fine. So here's what we're going to do. We're not going to do DEI, but we are going to have a tax incentive or an added tax to allow low income places to make sure that they are equipped with the best computers, the best tech in the schools and the high schools and the public schools to make sure that we can no longer use it as an excuse that these lower class areas do not have access to the things that allow people to become programmers, designers, developers, architects, whatever. Would that be okay? Or no, that's bad too?
That is not the solution to the problem.
What's the solution to the problem then?
Well, we have to understand where the problem is and why.
We do know where I just said where the problem is. The problem is either
Lack
people
of
are
So look at
people
this.
are either racist.
Chat is going crazy right now.
Lack of
I
opportunity.
can't see the chat. How do you see the chat?
Oh, I'm on YouTube as well.
Oh,
We're talking.
fucking iPad.
Like that's a crazy comment. Guys, if you have 1,000 workers and all 1,000 of them are white, something about your hiring process is flawed. Because we understand, right, that the population of America
You're not answering.
has minorities in it. So if you have literally all white people at your company, something about your hiring process is flawed. So understanding that we can't just internally figure out what that flaw is and fix it immediately. It's an arbitrary measure to get to the point to where we need to be to correct the result of the flaw. Like, I understand the methodology is not good. It's not good to ever hire based on race at all. Okay? But if you're at the point to where you're correcting the result of a flawed method, that's when it makes sense, okay? And you guys are acting like, oh, it would be like some crazy underqualified minority. A, that's racist, presuming that the minority is underqualified so much more than the white person.
I think you can
it's like
say,
a crazy disparity in the qualifications.
But you can build a scenario that would be
Yes.
That's the problem people have with it. So just for the sake of the discussion, you can say, let's assume they were both mostly equal in terms of qualifications.
With minor disparities, then it totally makes sense, because there has to be some sort of, and also, where's this idea that there's some sort of universal metric for gauging how competent people, like, companies hire people based on their personality and for work culture purposes all the time. And they might not be the most competent performer in that position. They literally hire them because they liked how they interviewed and they liked how they spoke and they feel like they would be a good coworker to have in the workspace. People do that all the time.
I hate that we don't have any black people on this conversation. Listen to this. Because listen to this. CR3D says it's correcting a problem that doesn't exist. Well,
it's bullshit.
Okay. Maybe you're right, but I think you're white like me, CR3D, which means maybe you and I are not the ones to say if there's a problem, because I hear black folks say there is a problem.
Turtle says he is not black.
Turtle says he's not. I didn't. First off, Turtle says he's not black, and number two, he's not been muted for the last 5 minutes.
What the hell? You told me I was muted. I didn't say.
And then I changed your mic, and it says you're not muted. I assumed you're looking at your screen.
No, I'm not looking at shit. I was looking at the ceiling.
Why aren't you looking at your girl? Oh, she doesn't exist, right? So
no,
anyway,
because she's.
But you're not a black guy, so it doesn't matter. Where's the black guys at? Bring a black guy in here.
Listen, I'm not black, but I know a lot of black people, and they hate this stuff. I can tell you that right now. Kirkland Gray's not black, and he seems to be the most passionate about this for some sick reason, because he has white guilt. Stop ruining games, you sick bastard.
I think it's because he's highly educated.
Yeah, then why does he sound so stupid? Especially compared to me.
Because
highly educated people sound stupid to stupid people.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Well, then I am retarded.
Wait. Peter,
yes.
Alexa, stop.
You're the male version of a seamstress, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what that's called. Okay,
Seamster?
Okay, sorry. I wasn't
cobbler.
That wasn't a dig. That wasn't an undercut dig. How many employees does the company work at have?
I refuse to answer any question about my real life.
Okay.
Aren't you the guy that tried to get me thrown in jail because you said I was dating a 16-year-old, you sick bastard?
Listen,
that's probably like 15 people that you've interacted with on this platform.
You're just jealous because my girlfgirl's hot. Go ahead.
Pete Turtle, do you have a certain allocated? Do you have a certain allocated?
His daughter's hot?
Little girl friend.
Wait, didn't you say your daughter was hot before, you sick bastard?
He did say that.
Yeah, someone.
Okay, so don't you ever try to throw me in jail.
I'm a boomer. I didn't know fit meant hot. I thought fit meant physically fit. And people were like, oh my God.
Yeah, you're not mentally fit.
So fit. I said, if you think she's fit, you guys would come if you saw my daughter.
Yeah, you're a sick puppy, but you know what? DM me a picture of her.
I meant fit.
How old's your daughter?
He just took the shovel and filled that hole up with dirt and then just dug it right back.
Ravnos, buddy. You're not helping anybody at this point. Time to go to bed. I'm for bed.
With P Turtle White.
These lefties are the sickest people, and they're always trying to judge a good man like me. Go ahead, Jaffe. Ask your question.
They're stealing our women, making our women not want to be friends with us anymore.
For you, P Turtle, is there an allocated amount of time at the hospital where they let you be on the computer and you have to share it with the other patients?
Come on, man. Listen, all I care about is saving gaming. That's all I care about. The entire chat is miserable. All the gamers are miserable, but it seems like all you content creators are the only ones that care about this weirdo stuff to put in games. Who cares about the blacks?
I don't care about it. Jaffe just keeps asking me about it.
The problem is that you can't back that up. You probably don't even play video games.
I can't back that up. Look at the numbers. Disney's failing.
I'm talking about video games right now. You say that video games are terrible right now.
The video game industry's right now. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Why?
It's doing great.
Oh, it's doing great.
So dumb. It's so dumb.
Give me 5 games in the past 2 months that have been great.
In the past
Okay.
2 months?
2 months is a lot. 5 in 2 months is like we never do that.
I will.
We never do that.
Yeah, what, Jeff? You're gonna give me Suicide Squad? Jeff has the worst taste in gaming.
You said the last 2 months. Okay,
yeah, give me right now.
Well, give me a
I'm
minute.
gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat with Helldivers 2. That's 3 months, but I don't give a shit.
Fine. So
Rise
we'll
of the
say
Ronin.
Can I? Okay, you guys just take
It's
it.
debated.
Okay. Rise of the Ronin. Yeah, let's not to worry about that one.
Oh, trash. Go ahead.
I just said let's not worry about that one.
Well, then don't bring it up. Don't bring it up.
I'm responding.
I think we should do 2024. Helldivers 2, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Final Fantasy Rebirth, Stellar Blade.
No Rest for the Wicked.
Yeah.
Here I'm
Hades 2 if you count the early access.
Hang on,
these are the great games you guys are talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
We had some of the best games ever last year.
How old are you guys? When did you start playing video games?
1970.
Bro, we're not
This
women.
guy,
You don't need to be
Kirkland
concerned
Gray,
with what our age is.
Yeah, your favorite game's probably Dream Daddy. You don't play real video games. Don't you play that Marvel card game, you weirdo?
Love that game.
Yeah, Marvel.
Yeah, and you're gonna come on here and try to tell me about video games? I was born into video games. I know everything there is to know about video games. I can school you right now. I don't care if you went to Duke. I don't care where you went. You do not know video games like I do.
School me. Go.
Not you, Jaffe. You're relatively smart, even though you play.
Oh yeah, look at Arath Izzle, Stellar Blade.
I literally have a channel with hundreds of thousands of views of people trying to figure out what I think about video games. But sure, guy who won't come on camera. Yeah, I'm sure you have better opinions than I do.
What's your gaming channel?
You cannot.
What's new video games? It's in the fuck. Are you illiterate? It's in the fucking tag.
I'm looking at the ceiling. You fucking 90-year-old, 16-year-old looking bastard. Go ahead, Jaffe.
I just, you must be out of your mind.
Man, so many slurs I want to say, if I have to censor myself. Go ahead.
Oh no, you don't have to.
What is that?
I have to. This is Jaffe's chat. If you guys want to hear the real slurs, you come to Rumble. Turn on Rumble. Go ahead, Jaffe.
I have absolutely no problem if you have a personal sense that video games are bad, but the fact of the matter is, it even though I don't agree with a lot of these anti-woke people, I'm a very woke person. I think, progressive stuff is problematic at times, but it beats the alternative. But
oh my God.
But where I will push back on is the quality of the video game art form is stellar right now. That doesn't mean AAA, but I don't care about the budget of a game. I care about, is it awesome, and is it cool, and is it interesting? And as video games have gotten democratized in terms of the ease of creation, the number of people that can express themselves through the medium in unique and interesting ways has exploded. The fact that Manor Lords on Steam has sold over 1 million copies and it was made by one motherfucking guy is all you need to know about the state of video games right now.
Listen, Jaffe, I agree with you. I think you need to invest in the neighborhoods. You invest in the foundation. You don't hire people because they're black. You don't hire them because they're ugly, smelly lesbians. You don't do that because all it's going to do is ruin gaming. We've seen it ruin based series and franchises.
You realize nobody's hiring lesbians to meet a quota. They're hiring them because they're qualified. You just don't like it because they're lesbians.
Give me one lesbian that's qualified for to be a coder or anything in gaming. They don't do anything good in gaming. Give me one.
How do you know
Jaffe told you.
I mean, these takes are awful.
There wasn't a single woman
terrible.
that worked on God of War 1, and that was the best God of War. Go ahead.
Why do you think that? What makes you?
Because the proof is in the pudding.
Because he's a misogynist, sexist.
What fucking pudding?
You said what?
Have you ever played Diablo? Any of the Diablos? Every single.
Hell no! What the hell? I don't want to play that trash.
Okay, so there you go.
You know what's funny? I have Game Pass, and they just released the new one, and I don't want to play it. The reviews are trash.
And it's trash.
It's fun.
I pointed out how
if a woman touches anything, it's trash.
Can I ask you something, Kirk? Give me your top 5 best female characters in the past 5 years.
In the world or in video?
I know you can't do that because all female characters suck.
Wait a minute. In video games or in
Jaffe,
movies?
I'm not asking you because
there haven't even been that many female characters because The only reason we have female characters now is because of the shit you don't like.
Closed.
Whoa, wait, what? What? Say that again.
The only reason we have female leads now is because of the inclusion and stuff that you don't like.
So give me your 5 favorite. This is what you do like, right?
I don't particularly care one way or another.
Turtle just took this loser to school. Oh my God! Let's get more of this in gaming.
If you have to say it, then probably not.
Any of it. Good. We need more of this stuff that I can't even tell you I even like. Loser! What a loser!
I literally don't care if they do more of it or don't do more of it. The
yeah, because you don't care about ruining gaming for guys like us. Gaming
give me an example of gaming being ruined.
Gears of War.
By woke culture.
Gears of War.
Because Kate Diaz is a woman? Go fuck yourself, dude.
So you ask for the answer and then you don't like the answer.
Sexist over here.
Yeah, I am sexist.
Kate Diaz is a great character.
And then you don't like when I give it to you.
It's a terrible fucking answer. I'm going to call you out on it.
At least I answered your question. Give me your top 5 favorite female characters in the past 5 years.
All right, Celine from Returnal.
Jaffe, I'm not asking you. You like Suicide Squad.
The girl from Control.
The girl from Control. What a great character. The girl from Control. We don't even know her name.
I didn't play
Jesse Faden.
Saga Anderson.
Jesse
from
Faden.
What?
That's the girl from Control, Jesse Faden.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Jaffe. These are great characters. You're doing a great job. Go ahead. The girl from Control.
I'm saying.
Can I say this to the chat? I just want to say this to the chat. This is what happens when you put pressure on these progressive weirdos. First of all, they don't like confrontation because if I were in their face in real life, they would squirm like a little baby, especially that Kirkland. I hate his face. I hate his face. Oh my God, his face.
You won't even show your face.
P-Turtle. What are your 5 favorite male characters in video games the last 5 years? Go.
Oh, I can do it right now. Well, okay, we're in 2024. When did hold on? When did Red Dead drop?
Oh, when pressure's on you, you don't do so good, do you? I hate your face.
Wait a second.
We really took you to school, didn't we?
Can I answer the question?
Wait.
This is what you did.
Did you guys hear that bell? Yep, it was the school bell that you just got taken to school.
Wait, but you guys didn't even let me answer the question. First of all, my argument is, can I explain my whole argument? Is that male characters today are being ruined to prop up female characters. So the past 5 years, male characters suck. Look at Joel. He has a golf club up his butt cheeks right now. It's not a good character anymore. They ruined him.
That's not where he was hit.
I don't like The Last of Us 2.
Did you like The Last of Us 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you did. Because it was made for real men, unlike you.
So Ellie could go on that list of the top 5.
Oh, yeah, where she was having gay sex with her big nose friend who's pregnant with some Asian guy. Oh, my God. Just repeating that.
Ellie's in the first game.
That's the game. But anyway, yeah, Kratos sucks now. The entire Gears cast sucks now. Master Chief sucks now. I mean, gaming's been ruined. I mean, maybe you got the Yakuza guys; they seem okay, and the Street Fighter characters are good because there's basically no story. But outside of that, maybe Red Dead 2 had some cool characters, but that's it. Male characters suck today, just straight up. I like the big titty girl from
Arthur Morgan's amazing.
Arthur Morgan's cool. I just said Red Dead 2 I like. My God, does this guy know anything? God, I can't stand this guy.
He agreed with you, so
the reason you can't stand the guy is because most of us talk to you, P. Turtle, and we enjoy your comedy stylings, and we think you're a loony bird. But you're our little fun, crazy loony bird. Kirkland doesn't give a shit about you, and he's smarter than you, and he can actually back up what he's saying with facts.
But Jaffe, he hasn't answered one question. I totally schooled you. All right, chat. If I schooled Kirkland, type 1. If he schooled me, press 2.
I mean, I don't think you schooled me. I don't think you schooled me.
Kirkland never comes on this stream again.
69.
I don't see what you asking me what my top 5 female characters are in games proves at all.
Because this is what you're pushing for. You want more women.
I'm not pushing for anything. I just think that your take is bad, and you should get over whatever devs choose to do with their games. If you don't like it, don't fucking buy it. But nobody gives a shit what you think. You're fucking stupid.
I've muted everybody except this new guy, Cass Agro. I can't say your name, but welcome to the show. What do you want to talk about with these guys? Dude in the weird mask. Dude. Guy who looks like he's in Ghost. Where are you at? Do you want to say anything, or are you just here? Yes. Hello. How are you?
I'm fine, man. And you?
I'm pretty good. What do you want to talk about? Who do you want to talk to first? I'll bring them on the person you want to talk to.
I'm fine. I would like to talk about games industry.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
You, David.
Yeah.
David.
Yes. I'm here. What's up?
You want to get back to making games again?
No. The only way I would want to get back to making games again would be it has to be a very specific scenario. It has to be like I have the producer I want to work with. I'm not flying around the country trying to find funding. And it's the game I want to make. But in terms of just, do I miss being in the trenches of making games without those caveats? God, no, not at all. Not at all.
I understand, man.
Mm-hmm.
I understand your point.
Yeah. You sound scary. Are you scary, or is it just the mask?
No, it's because of my headset.
Okay. You speak, how many languages do you speak?
3 languages.
Yeah,
I'm from Brazil, man.
You're a smart motherfucker. You're a smart motherfucker, and that's why you sound scary, because you're smart, you got an accent, and you're wearing a mask that looks like you've killed somebody today.
It sounds like Werner Herzog.
Who the fuck was that?
I'm wearing a mask from the new Slipknot member called Eloy Casagrande. You know?
Yeah. Okay. What's the other language you speak?
I can speak Portuguese and Spanish.
Yeah, but Portugal's not a real country. So it's basically, I'm kidding. It's Ricardo calling in. Relax, fellas. Relax. Okay, good. All right. So, but that's my answer to your question.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get back to cooking this Kirkland Gray guy?
No, people are bored of that. We want to move on.
Okay, fair enough.
Talk about something else.
All I know is he got schooled pretty horribly, but go ahead.
But wait,
Not at all. So if you want characters, I would say Amicia from Plague Tale, 2B from Nier Automata,
He was okay.
Ellie from The Last of Us,
Whoa.
Cassandra from Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Bayonetta, obviously.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's
Claire
brilliant.
Redfield from Resident Evil 2.
Ugly
and
Duck
Jesse
says.
Faden
Ugly
from
Duck
Control.
says. P Turtle took him to school just like he does with his girlfriend.
Yeah, I have been Googling. Like, what? Why would I have that in my brain? Like,
Because
already.
they don't exist, my friend. And half the characters you named.
I
either
literally
suck
just
or
rattled off
remakes.
5 for you, so you have to shut the fuck up now.
Yeah, you did it like an hour after I asked you and you Googled it. Real
why,
good job.
why would I have the list ready to go? Like, I don't just sit around like
Because
some
you have a
fucking
gaming
nerd and think
channel
about,
and you
oh,
obviously
what are
don't have
my
a brain for
what are my
gaming.
top 10 favorite gay dudes that I like to jerk off to because I'm P Turtle. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is coming from the guy who creeps on women. While he's at work, by the way. He said he was at work when he did it too, this sick bastard.
No, that's not him. That's the guy he works with.
yeah,
Jesus. Look at that. P Turtle took him to school.
Peter, he liked Stellar Blade, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should. There's big titties in there.
Yeah, so then he's not.
Which, by the way, Eve, not a great female protagonist. Are you
Yeah,
going
but
to come
you
for the
gotta
writers
understand, there's
then?
never good female protagonists. All we care about there is design. If they have big titties, that's good enough.
The fact that you just said
Troy.
there's never good female protagonists.
It's
Damn
rare,
right.
my
It's a
friend.
self-report.
It's super rare.
It's a self-report.
No, it's a straight up report.
But Judge Dredd, who cares? He says the guy in the top middle is a derogatory slur for homosexuals. So, are you living in like 1995? Who gives a shit?
I mean, it's
that
not
is
good
not
to be
true.
that. I agree with him.
Oh, shut up, Pete Turtle, you idiot. Come on. I mean, who gives a shit? God, are we still doing that? Are we still fucking?
Of course we are. You live in a bubble.
My
Jaffe,
bubble is pretty fucking good then, because the fact that you give
Shut
a
up,
shit
George.
what someone else wants to have sex with in terms of the
I don't understand why
You know what's
my
funny? You say that, but you guys shame me for my super hot, super young girlfriend. You guys.
I don't
seem to care
understand why
about-
my knowledge of video
fucking-
games is relevant to the discussion of whether there's good female protagonists in games or not.
There isn't.
Like there either is or there aren't. And
There's
so I
not.
just listed off a bunch for you.
You named what?
There
Claire
used to be.
Redfield? You
There
named
used
Claire
to be good
Redfield.
ones.
That's a remake.
There still are.
They
2D
suck
is
now.
a good
They
protagonist.
suck.
Hammer Pants. Give
They
me one
suck
who
now.
sucks. Who sucks now?
Let Hammer Pants talk.
Go ahead, Hammer Pants.
All
Tell
right.
them what time it is.
I think it's all
Well,
about
you know,
skills
my
and
bo-
competence. If
That's what I'm
girls
saying,
have
man.
Competence,
But-
they have a place there.
Okay. So
Not-
Jaffe, you're saying if we have more opportunity, more, mentorship in underprivileged communities, that's the reason why?
I think what that would do is create a more level playing field, and it
sure.
would also get rid of people's argument about DEI, which, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, there are people who seem to think it's a problem. Whereas if the real problem is because, yes, I think ultimately it will create more opportunity, and that's what's important.
Okay, but like if you look at, say, another creative field like rap music,
Mhm.
white people have a huge advantage as far as opportunity to get microphone setups, to afford studio time. Why aren't there better white rappers when they have more opportunity?
There's a cultural resonance that white people typically do not have.
Perfect answer. So that means you want to change culture as well. Is that true?
Woo!
No.
I was about
Why-
to say the
Video
same
games
thing. You took it
aren't-
right out my
Why
mouth.
do I want to
Video
change
games
culture?
aren't
Where are you
God
getting that
eternal.
from?
Well, you're saying.
Schooling.
What do you mean? What do I mean? Can you expand on that?
You asked a question. You asked why are there not as many good white rappers, and I said there is a cultural resonance that they do not have that many black rappers do have.
So you're
they-
saying we need to change black culture
no
to get more
you
game
are
developers.
saying that. Did you
No,
hear that
you're
come out of my
saying it.
mouth?
No,
Loser.
you're saying that, man.
No, I'm
That's what
not.
you're saying.
No.
Okay, well,
I'm
I will-
totally fine with there being less white rappers. I'm
You
totally
hate
okay with
blacks.
that.
You
But-
hate
But are you
blacks.
okay with there being less black programmers and creatives in the game industry?
I have a problem.
No,
with there
because
being
you don't have to have a
less
cultural
opportunity.
resonance to be a good
Mm.
programmer.
But there's white
I do,
rappers,
but
guys.
I do have a problem with there being less opportunity.
You know there's
Mostly,
white rappers, right? Like very
Of course,
successful
yes.
ones.
Yeah.
One of them.
There are.
There's like 3 of them that are like good.
Disproportionate. We need more white rappers.
But
It's disproportionate.
all black rappers are good, and I'm here.
I just
We
don't
need
understand
to-
how you
we
guys
need to
can
get
be
these
on the
white rappers
side
out
of
there.
like all jobs should go to white people who are overqualified, and also all
Bro.
women protagonists
We're
in
not
games
saying
are
that, you
bad.
That's
dummy
no one's
Duke
saying
loser.
that.
Okay,
No
now
one
you know
thinks
how
that
I
here.
fucking feel when you try and tell me what came out of my own goddamn mouth.
You said what
Okay.
you said.
Yeah, I did, and it's not what you fucking said.
Who is this? Who is this? Dr. Hammerpants, you're base, man. We should
I
be
didn't
friends.
take
Appreciate
it
it.
that way either. Like, did you take it that way, Jaffe? Did you take Kirkland Gray saying that we need to change black culture so white people are better rappers?
Not at
honestly,
all.
for
He's
the last
basically
8
saying that's what
minutes,
you're saying, you idiot.
Not at all.
You have to follow the logic, okay? Rapping and hip hop is an expression of black culture and creativity in black
Yes.
culture.
Are you
how-
saying
Video game-
programming
hold
is
on.
an expression of
Hold on.
white culture?
Video games are an expression of art and creativity, even though they can be pretty shitty sometimes and do a terrible job at it.
True.
And art and creativity are
but
not
wait a
race
minute.
specific.
Your
So-
analogy doesn't work though. Your analogy would work if you said music and video games, but you're taking a specific genre of music and you're putting video games wholesale and comparing it.
This is universal in art and creativity and the skill and merit and greatness that you can achieve in it. Because you got to understand, look at it this way. There's over 100 million songs on YouTube. How many songs have you guys heard on YouTube over 100 times?
I don't know.
Compared to that 100 million different songs.
I understand, probably 5.
So what we can learn from that is we kind of don't give a shit about mediocrity. We don't give a shit if something's just okay, or even if it's just good. We don't want to put our time into that.
Okay, so
So when you're hiring from DEI, when you're hiring from DEI, you are not hiring based off merit and skill.
Right.
They will be in the position if it's from merit and skill, and that's what we should be striving for: is merit and skill.
Right. And all we're saying is it would be wonderful. Like you're talking about a world in which there is no systemic racism.
There isn't.
Let me finish
Oh
my
my
thought.
Well, it's
God,
against the
bro.
whites now, but go ahead.
There is no systemic racism. There is no misogyny. There is no anti-LGBT, anti-Muslim, anti-Jewish, whatever. Okay. In that world, because we have had the white males running the show for a very, very long time, and that's not because of just skill.
Because we're the best.
It's not because of that. It's because the power that has been set up and the systems that have been set up have benefited that. And these are people who are saying, let's make that better. Do I think DEI is a better solve than let's work to make sure lower income areas have the same opportunities of technology, computers, training? I would rather see that happen, because I think ultimately then you're going to have the best of the best rise to the
But then
top.
the same people would complain about government funding for that because it would be a bad
because
use of tax dollars.
Okay, but you know what? That's
I'm not trying to pay for that.
Well, you know what? I'm not trying to pay for, a goddamn war that I don't believe in, but that's what it means to live in a republic.
Well, I'll
not
agree with you there.
not every tax dollar that gets
Elections,
spent
yeah,
is going to be run by you to get approval.
Why won't you guys admit that DEI reduces the final quality of the game? Because you are forced
you
to
can't
hire.
measure that. You don't have a metric for demonstrating.
Look at, all right, I'll explain it. Let me explain it. Let me explain it.
Let me explain.
Damn it.
Let me explain.
Come on, man.
Come on,
Let me
Jaffe.
answer. I will, but let me answer your question about why we won't admit it first, because let's stick with the topic, and then you can jump in and change it.
Legit.
Fine. The reason is because you don't have any evidence to suggest when it comes to video games. I'm not talking about airplanes or whatever, because I know you can point to that, and the other, but I can show you just as many examples, probably more, because there's more white men in video games, where the boys club mentality of hiring their buddies or hiring not the best qualified person, but the person that they feel more comfortable with, resulted probably in a less great product. So unless you actually have stats to say, here are games that have hired these number of people based on DEI, and here's games that haven't per capita, not because there's more white dudes to begin with, then I think we can have that discussion. But you're just pulling that from where?
Well, look at it this way.
No, well, where are you pulling it from?
I'm going to explain it. Not all races, genders, and orientations pursue game development at equal rates.
Right. Why is that?
Well, like, again, if we're to talk about Black culture and creativity, they might be more interested in something else and expressing their creativity as a whole.
Like
so they're not going to invest.
What if they're interested in games?
I'm not even saying.
What
I'm
if
not
they're
even
interested
saying
in
athletics,
making
dude.
games?
Wait.
I'm saying like Black people lead most of American music and have for a long time.
And they also lead in crime. Go ahead.
So
Dude, kick this fucking guy, Jeff.
So here we go. So like
You
to
can't handle
answer
the
that.
truth, Mr. Lawyer. You probably defended Black people. Go ahead.
So imagine this. Like the IBM president, there's like a video that leaked a while back where he's saying he wants to work towards an equal representation within the company based on the demographic of society. So that means DEI in his vision would be 50% men, 50% women. Because that would be, what would you guys agree? That's an accurate representation of society.
Yeah.
Sure.
So if we were to have 1,000 men pursue game development for every 50 women, and say the game company needs to hire 100 new people, they're going to hire all 50 women and only the top 50 of the 1,000 men.
Okay,
So that means you're, and that alone sets a diversity quota, which means you are
But
hiring.
you can't demonstrate that that makes the game worse.
That's what I'm
That's the
asking.
problem.
Where is that?
The skill and
Like,
merit.
you can argue the
What do you
premise that
mean?
the hiring is bad.
I'm
Like
asking you-
that's fine. We can even concede that. We can say that hiring practice is bad,
Yes.
but you can't demonstrate that makes the game worse.
How about this? But that does demonstrate the capacity for the greatness the game could become.
Question.
No,
What
it doesn't.
games do
Yes,
you
it
want?
does.
Of course
You can't
it
just
does.
say that out
Absolutely,
loud
because
and
they're
it
not
be
hiring
true.
on
No.
merit.
Wait, guys, we're doing this based on the perceived fact that games with diverse developers are bad. So
You have
No,
to
we're not.
demonstrate
No, we're
that.
not. No one is saying that.
Well,
No
then
one is
what
saying that a
the
minority isn't
argument?
capable of what doing a white person
No,
or a
and
white
I
man can do.
It sure as fuck sounds like it.
That's
No, they
because
can
it
do
sounds
the
like it to
unbelievable.
you, because that's what you
Yeah.
hear. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening exactly to what you're saying, brother.
Okay, then what did I say?
You're saying that if they hired 50% women and 50% men, then that would produce a worse quality product.
No, he's not. He's saying that they're not hiring based on merit. You idiot!
It's the same thing.
No, it's
Because
not.
men and
They're
women,
not
hold
any
on, hold on.
different.
I got to connect the dots for you. So there's a lot more men pursuing it than women. So the idea is that we are losing men who are more competent than the women because there's
Of
a
course,
less.
the men are more competent in your
So there's
scenario.
your answer,
Do
because
you have
that's
any
reality.
data to back that up, that the
That's
men are more
rea-
competent?
Wait,
No.
Do you have any
That's-
data to back that up, or are you just a raging sexist?
Kirkland, hold on.
If there are
my
1,000
God,
men
ad
for
hominem
every 50
attacks.
women, you're gonna have higher quality men because you have 1,000 to pull from in the pool.
Okay, Jaffe,
So what do you want? All
So what are you
100
saying,
to
bro?
be men?
that's not how hiring works, is it,
Jesus
Jaffe?
Christ.
Not with you.
Jaffe hasn't worked in like 30 years. He doesn't know what it takes to hire somebody now.
Well, that's
I
why
don't
I
see-
want Jaffe
Did you ever see
to
the
talk.
videos Jaffe put up for the studio he ran that made Drawn to Death?
Say that again.
Did you
Sorry.
notice how not everybody there had a fucking cock? So he might know something about hiring.
Yeah, and guess what?
And
That
that
game
wasn't
flopped,
50
unlike
years
God of
ago.
War 1, where it was mostly men working on it. Thanks for proving our point, idiot.
That's
Well,
not
God
your
of War
point.
Correct.
2018
My
was
God, I'm telling you, these lefty progressives are so stupid.
Jaffe, did
No.
God of War win Game of the Year?
It did.
Yes,
Okay.
And deserved
so did
it.
2018, right? And so did 2018, correct?
sure.
Over Red Dead Redemption 2, correct? Yes,
Are you
over
which?
Red Dead Redemption 2, 2018. won
Yeah, Red
Game
Dead
of the
was
Year.
woke too, though. It's
Okay.
not, you know.
So, did the game get worse because Sony Santa Monica hired a bunch of soft, feminine men and women and lesbians?
No, it won Game of the Year because now you have progressive weirdo journalists like you
so
guys
now
that
when a
vote
game
for
is
it.
good, it's because progressive weirdos liked it.
Yeah, straight
So
up.
what do
That's
you
the
want?
world we're in right
Theoretically-
now.
What do you want?
Theoretically-
Bitch Fucker Simulator 2024? Because you ain't gonna get that game unless you make it yourself, chud.
Yeah,
No,
it'll
I'm
be
not
better than
talking
that
to
new
you,
God of
everybody.
War,
I'm
and it'll be
talking
better
to
than
you.
whatever the hell you're playing.
Dude, you don't realize there are so many fucking good games. It's almost everybody in Jaffe's Discord was talking about how 2023 is probably the best year of gaming we've had since either 98 or like 2008. But yet you are making it sound like gaming's ruined because, oh fuck, your dick shrunk when you saw a lesbian. Get over it, pal.
Gaming is just factually worse.
bitch.
They're releasing products that are broken
Get
left and right.
fucked.
You can't
Right.
blame my
It's
dick for
worse.
shrinking. You can't blame me for that.
It's already
I
like
can
that.
blame
It didn't
them.
have to
Can't
shrink.
handle women in games. They just make you feel less manly or
I
something.
love how this guy is defending them, so he can't even give me 5 great female characters. Can't even
Dude,
do it.
I already
Yeah.
did, dude. I already did.
He did.
Yeah, Claire Redfield, who in the remake of Resident Evil 2, great job. Such a stupid guy.
I wouldn't have.
Jeff,
We
where'd you
literally talked
find
about
this
best
guy?
video game characters of all time, and Leon was one of them. Like, are you
I
going to
would've
say that
picked
Leon's a
Lonnie
bad
Melkers,
character
but, you
too?
know.
It's not.
I just
I
wanna
understand
say-
what I'm saying.
Listen,
I'm
I
saying
would
you're
fuck the
taking a
Little
character
Mermaid.
that's
I would
that's from
fuck
a
the Little Mermaid.
1998 video game.
And I'll say it.
You guys, I'm telling you, 1,000 men, 50 women proves what I'm saying.
You
And
no.
then you guys turn it.
still cannot
You guys turn
demonstrate
it into
any
a
games that
personal
are
attack.
worse. You still
that's
cannot
never
demonstrate
going to
any games
happen.
that are
Look, I
worse
don't even
because of it.
understand your math, though. You're saying
was
that if
the
a company
IBM
has to hire,
CEO.
if a company has to hire 50-50,
Well, actually,
and there are
49%
1,000
men,
men,
51% women. Actually,
if there are 1,000
1,000
men
men.
and 100 women,
it would
50
then-
women.
okay, and so all of the women get hired, but only whatever it is, 0.5% or whatever of the men get hired. Statistically saying, because that limit is there, you are going to have more qualified men, more qualified men, statistically speaking, that do not get put into the funnel because of that limit. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what I am saying is, yeah, so let's not have such a misogynistic, racist society, so we won't need that.
Oh,
No.
dude.
Oh,
Okay. Oh. I'm gonna be
Ugh.
sick.
I
God,
don't-
letting
I don't-
women,
I don't
letting
know
women
where
do
you-
stuff. Oh,
I don't know where you
God.
want to debate, but is not.
This is the guy that made God of War. I can't even believe it. Go ahead.
There's no difference. There's no difference.
You know what's so funny, Jaffe?
letting the women work.
You know
Ugh.
what's so funny, Jaffe? If you tried to make your God of War today, they wouldn't even allow it. It would be
I
the
agree.
biggest news. It would
At
have gotten
Sony-
censored, and it would have
at
gotten blocked.
Sony,
And then
yes,
you would have had to
you're
do a
right.
video, and you would have said, "Well, I understand where they're coming from, but I understand where they have the right to." But
They do.
I mean, come
They
on,
do.
man.
No, what
Who
I'm
cares what they have a right about?
I don't understand. Well, you're derailing the topic, P Turtle. There's absolutely nothing wrong if Sony, who's paying for all this, wants to make certain kinds of games. When I worked there,
Of course, we know it's right. What I'm saying is, the guy who's defending this probably wouldn't even have his game be allowed to come out today.
I understand that, but I wouldn't be working for Sony today because I
but
value.
it took you it took you maybe like a year ago to finally admit that there was an agenda, that this stuff was even going on. You were saying the whole.
There's always an agenda, and there's never an agenda. The agenda is the people who have the money define the agenda. I mean, that's how business works, man.
Yeah.
Okay, and as the customer, we're saying we don't like this garbage.
Yeah,
So
and Saints
buy
Row
it.
went broke. It's because these massive investment firms are pushing
what
this
about
shit.
the
This
handicap
isn't
girl in
the market.
Battlefield?
Okay, but wait a minute.
This is
Wait
not
a
the
minute.
market deciding.
Wait
This is
a
not the
minute.
market.
It is
This is not the
absolutely
market,
the
bro.
market
No, the market
deciding.
is not
Bullshit.
deciding.
I'm
They found
going
a
to
cheat
mute
code.
you guys 1 second because
Guys.
you're not
Bullshit.
listening.
Oh, this
All
I
right.
guy's
have to
cheating.
call on people.
You're not listening.
Saints
Yeah,
Row was satire.
okay, hang on. I'm going to
Hello.
I'm
Hello.
muting everybody.
Hello, Earth. Hello, Earth.
I hear you, but I'm going to mute everybody for a minute. Saints Row, which I happen to like, but that's irrelevant. I know it didn't review well. I know a lot of gamers didn't like it. Saints Row performed so poorly that the company went out of business. Okay. That's exactly what should happen. Okay. So if you've got a game for whatever reason, and I played a lot of that game, I don't think it was this woke thing you guys think it was, but let's assume it was, and let's assume that's what caused that particular game to shut that studio down. Great. That's great. The market has spoken. Just like the market has spoken and made Spider-Man 2 a 20 million seller and The Last of Us 2 a great seller. But, you know, no one's disagreeing with you. That the market said we don't want it for whatever reason. And so they're out of business. That's all I wanted to say. Continue. Let me unmute you guys.
Saints Row was terrible.
Bullshit.
The game is rigged. The game is
The
rigged
game
now
is
by
like
capital
trolling
investment
people,
firms.
Jaffe.
The game is rigged. Bill Gates and
also
George
satire.
Soros, you guys are destroying games.
What? Okay, you are offering.
Larry
You are
Fink and
offering.
BlackRock
you
and
are
Vanguard, you guys are destroying games.
Okay,
I want to hear what
do
the,
it.
I want to hear what the new people have to say.
Me too. Here's what happens when you come
Yes,
in
do
and you
that.
say things that don't really matter. Like I just said something, and your response was absolutely nothing. I have to mute you because it's stupid. So I'll bring you back on in a second. P Turtle, please stop looking at the ceiling, though. Okay, go.
Well, the main
And
reason that
everybody
I
else,
wanted to
everybody
come
else
in-
is free. Go.
yeah, the main reason
If I
wanted to
talk
come
real
in
loud and
was
talk
just-
personal and not get an echo,
You should not get an echo if you're not listening to it on your screen.
Yeah, you're not getting an echo. Well, Jaffe, I think, in my opinion, DEI is like a kind of the new 50 censorship kind of stuff, you know, in which movies had to apply these codes of behavior in their movies. I don't know what's your opinion of that.
My
Maybe
opinion
it can
is
be
it's fine. I don't care. My answer is the market decides, and,
Yeah,
and
nobody's
as much-
forcing
doesn't.
anything.
The market doesn't.
the market absolutely does.
market
What
has
you're
been
talking
speaking-
what you're talking about, I believe, are certain companies like a BlackRock or a Vanguard that have people in power that want to push a certain narrative and worldview. Correct?
yeah.
So they're rigging the market in the sense that it's not just they can
Yeah,
take these hits now.
Okay, but they are
No,
rigging.
if they put if they invest a bunch of money into a game and the game flops, the studio still suffers. It doesn't matter.
The studios
but they're gonna.
on-
They're
But the
They are
corporation
gonna be-
does not.
Sure, it
They're
does.
gonna
Embracer just sold off.
No, they
most
just
of their
take it.
shit.
They take a tax cut, Jaffe. Look at what Square Enix just did.
Okay, but wait a minute. You guys are acting like
Forspoken was labeled woke because it had a black woman.
What
and it
you were
bombed.
saying, though, is
It's not a
that
good game, Ravenous.
what you are saying though is that BlackRock, let's just take BlackRock, has an agenda, which I believe is true. They'll own that.
Yep.
And in that, they don't care if the people who they serve, which are the people who buy their funds and invest in their funds, lose money because Little Mermaid didn't perform as well as Disney wanted, or Forspoken didn't perform as well. That they don't care because they are rigging the market. And my answer to that is the only way they stay in business is if the people who invest in their funds make money. So if they are pushing companies to do a certain thing and those things aren't working, guess what? Just like Volition went out of business, they'll go out of business.
Well, Jaffe, in my opinion, also to give an example, Disney right now, after their last shareholder call, they said that they were pushing back against the woke stuff.
They did.
Were trying to, they're trying to come back into
great
their origins.
Isn't that what you want?
That's
more or less, yeah.
But that's
right?
not-
The market decided. The market basically made Bob Iger go, you know what? If you read his book, which I have, he was very excited by the fact that Black Panther reached an audience that he felt had been underserved. And maybe he decided that he was going to pump the gas more in a way that ended up hurting the entertainment at a business level. And so the audience spoke and they pulled back. What's the problem?
I don't think that's what really happened. What really happened was Elon Musk had a guy that they were trying to push Iger out. The board sided with Iger,
as they should have.
Iger paid lip service about, we're gonna try to be more whatever. And look at the movies and shows they've announced. They're not less woke.
Give me an idea. They just decided She-Hulk was not going to get season 2. What else have they just announced that you feel is not fitting the narrative that Bob Iger shared?
I'm trying to remember. Does anyone remember the last Marvel movie they talked about that isn't Wolverine and Deadpool?
Wolverine
the one that pissed everyone off.
There's a Captain America sequel, and then there's a Thunderbolts sequel.
Right. In the Captain America sequel, they went in and reshot. They're reshooting most of it. I don't know why, but maybe it's because of that. But what evidence what have they announced that's super woke?
I could have swore the internet was pissing their pants over some new Marvel thing.
You could have sworn there was a controversy. You just can't think of what it was.
Shush. I'm on your side. I'm going
I think
long.
It's gonna take like 5 years to Disney to change route into something more.
Okay, well then
neutral.
But you gotta let them. You gotta let them start somewhere. It sounds like he's. So it sounds like he's. What?
Jaffe.
They're not using NORAD for the new.
No, that's not true. That is not true.
I think I remember it wasn't a Star Wars show. It was a Star Wars show that was
the Black Lesbian Star Wars show.
Okay, what do we want to talk about? NORAD or not?
The NORAD thing.
There is a woman Silver Surfer in the comics, and that's the character.
Look, I know. Look here. Hold on.
It is a multiverse movie too, by the way.
Can you see my Silver Surfer comics? I know who it is, the woman.
Okay, yeah. So
and
she's a real
lost
character.
Their mind and went, "Oh my god, they made it woke," and had a fit. That's one of the things I was talking about.
Okay,
and
but that wasn't woke.
Clips or not eclipse?
It never
we
is.
don't know yet. The jury's out on that.
The movie still may be woke, but the fact that they picked a woman character from the
they
comics,
literally had a hostile board meeting where they Elon Musk had this dude that Musk
I know
was, like,
everything
pumping
about
money
it, but
into.
what does that have to do with the Silver Surfer? I was asking for an example where you guys
Well,
said
that's
that
one
Disney,
example.
No, it's not. You're saying Disney has proven that Bob Iger was just giving lip service because they've greenlit and announced a bunch of movies people are saying are woke.
They
And I
don't
said,
have
name,
any proof for
and
any
I
of
said,
this. It's
name
just a
one of those
feeling.
movies, and you said
What's the name
Norman
of
Rad.
Does no one remember the name of the Star Wars show? The one that has the two black.
Yeah, it's
Talking about Obi-Wan with the
No,
Acolyte.
Kirk, what is the proof you're looking for, dude? What is the proof you need?
I mean, I can prove the
Bob Iger said they were going
adverse. I can say that Control and Alan Wake 2, both from Remedy, have female protagonists. They're both great games. Like where's this proof that all inclusion of women and diversity makes games bad?
Because you're not thinking about it from a philosophical level or like a logical level mathematically. You're just thinking
I'm
about
disproving
this
your
game's
theory
good.
with
You're
logic,
just
my
thinking.
guy.
No, you're thinking this game is good, so it's fine. But what I'm saying is things will be
that's
better.
literally all
so
that
if
matters.
it's good, if it's good, it can be excellent.
I think a lot of people.
If it's mediocre, it could be great.
Right. So you're saying
because you're not getting off skill.
So
and
you're
merit.
saying conceptually that you feel like any game that is developed by a diversity inclusive staff that took into account like making sure they had tons of women on staff, that game could have been better if more men had worked on it. That's your argument?
It could have been better.
It would have been better if they hired off skill and merit. Although all those women, if all those women got there based off skill and merit,
that's when you sit down and shut the fuck up because you have nothing to talk about.
Because that's what you like. You like mediocre shit. Then
it's not mediocre.
You're fine with mediocre shit, dude. That you don't even name, and you can't even name the characters' names, dude. Like, listen, look at this.
I literally have.
Jaffe, can I speak now?
Yeah, you've been able to speak for a while. I told you stop looking at the ceiling.
I cannot prove yet that Marvel's doing this, but so far, a lot of insiders have already come out and said that the next X-Men movie is going to be female focused. They're looking for a person of color to direct it. Why does a person of color need to direct an X-Men movie? Why won't you just get the best director?
Well,
why would a person of color need to direct Black Panther in that
I agree.
case?
They would need to.
They don't need to.
Yes, they do not need to.
They don't need to.
All you need to do is hire.
Last time I checked, Spielberg made The Color Purple. That was a good movie, right? Did Spielberg need to be black to make The Color Purple? You idiot! God, I'm gonna punch this guy so bad. Go ahead.
He's too right. He's too right.
I just don't know why you guys are on the side of there should be more white men in everything, and you feel like you're on the right side.
Higher off of merit and skill.
All right, well let's do this.
It's crazy because what you're saying right there
just happen to be white men, don't they?
No, it's that as of right now, most of them are.
They're going
just like they're most black people.
Oh yeah, it's funny how that works out.
So would you argue that we need to get more white guys in basketball? Do we need to do that?
No,
it's not a one-to-one analogy. It's not a one-to-one.
Why not?
It is a one-to-one analogy.
Why not? Let him in. Why not, Mr. Dukelaw? Oh my God, Jaffe!
Because
these idiots.
There's no answer
it's entertainment oriented. So like the same
So
thing
video
with
games.
rap music.
Basketball is entertainment oriented as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, and so the whole point.
So whoever is the most entertaining will rise to the top.
Credits of video games.
Yeah, I do. There's a lot of Steens and Steins and Bergs on there.
Like the problem with your argument is even if they only hired so many women, you'd be like, oh, well, the women must have been underqualified. So if they've hired more qualified people, parentheses, what you really mean is men to make the game, then it could have gone from great to excellent.
All of this is built on this presumption that entertainment we haven't had any good entertainment in movies or television or video games in the last 10 years.
Which is ridiculous.
Well, that would be literally retarded.
Yeah. I understand that, but that's without that being provable, these guys' argument just absolutely collapses.
I don't want to
no, that's not what I'm saying. No. Our video games, artistic, creative endeavors or not.
They are. They
Absolutely.
can be.
So then nobody can do it equally. And there are hierarchies of skills and abilities, just like in music, just like in painting, just like everything else.
I'll take your
Wait,
NBA
wait,
analogy. I'll take your NBA analogy. So this would be like,
of course, you run away.
if a college team, let's go with Duke for instance, if a college team or an NBA team chose to put a bunch of white people on their team, do you think that a lot of people would come and watch them play over like LeBron James? No, they wouldn't. So eventually they would hire, like, it all corrects itself. Like, you being mad about it does absolutely nothing. They're not ruining basketball by putting a bunch of white dudes on one particular
when you have
team.
a bunch of investment firms preventing it from failing, and big corporations like Microsoft or Sony who can take those kind of hits.
Nobody has that much money
they
to
don't
prevent
fail.
it from failing. You'd have to have more money than God.
Oh my God, dude.
So, preventing from failing, look at the film industry and look at the last 5 years of box office receipts before the pandemic and currently. We are well out of the pandemic, and the industry, there's a new Fire article every day about how that industry is absolutely falling apart. So if you think that the quality of, and you look at whether you're looking at box office or actual theatrical attendance, or you're looking at the scores, even from the critics, which I know some people don't ever trust critics, and audience scores, the quality across the board on marquee products is dropping.
Well,
I disagree.
That's very, very different.
I totally disagree.
Why
Look
is
at
it different?
Dune and
Why
Dune.
is it different? Hold on.
Okay,
Let me
listen.
answer. Why is that different?
I don't go to the movies anymore because I don't like sitting in a big fucking room with a bunch of asshole teenagers on their phone.
No, it's because you have no friends and no girlfriend. You have nobody to go with.
Yeah, I have no girlfriend because I'm married, you shithead. I already told you
Still
that.
watch the movies on streaming, right?
He met her at a hotel.
But the other thing, okay, so if we take the cinema and the appeal of the cinema and going to the cinema argument out of it, because
movies. So I love every single Eggers movie. I love The Witch. I love The Lighthouse. I love the Viking one, which the name escapes me at the moment. Those are fantastic movies. And the critics didn't really dig those movies. But
Actually, the critics were the ones that dug those movies. But
the only movies we're not getting a lot of anymore are Marvel movies and Spielberg summer popcorn blockbusters.
You did hear me say marquee products,
right? And that is why
that's why I'm saying.
But the problem is that you don't have causation. Like you only have
causation. It's called the pandemic followed by the writer's strike and the SAG strike.
Ravnos, I'm not talking to you. I don't want to engage with that point. It's a non sequitur. What I'm saying is they're saying that marquee products are getting worse, and that is a direct result of this like wokeness. And like you don't have causation there. Like you cannot demonstrate, like, yes, you can demonstrate that marquee products have gotten worse. You cannot demonstrate that there's a direct causation between wokeness and marquee products getting worse. You have a perceived correlation, and that's it.
It is insane.
Yes, but listen, the reason, yes, and here's the reason why, is that most movies and TV shows that do not require massive budgets are going home to streaming and network TV and cable TV still with AOC and whatever. All right. So the only reason people go to the theater for the most part now is somebody's mic is making all kinds of. I think it's Ravnos. Yeah.
I'll mute it.
Okay. The only reason people go to see movies in the theater now are the big marquee tentpole movies. And the reason they become that is because they spend lots of money. And spending lots of money, the risk has to be minimized. And not only that for the quality or for the engagement or the uniqueness of the product, but for the understandability of the product when it gets translated and goes overseas, because that's where they're making the lion's share of the profit now. And so
that's
it's
not, but
yeah, it actually is, and I can show you.
No. The theatrical take across seas is 20 to 40%. The theatrical take in America, domestic, is still 60%. So
yeah, and then you got to account for the
movie. I can show you the box office figures for the last Fast and the Furious.
Please do.
Okay, grab the numbers, and then I have a question for Vitaphone.
Man, you're getting schooled today, Jaffe.
I'm showing them the numbers, bitch. Shut up.
I brought the A team with me, Jaffe. You're getting schooled today.
Were you insinuating that
I think you're going to find
the
out
causality is because of DEI in Hollywood?
That's what they're trying to say.
I'm saying that industry is trying to manufacture a fifth quadrant, and that doesn't fly with audiences anymore. People
You
for
mean the
big
pandering
tentpole
movies?
films, people for big tentpole films, they want to go for a certain thing, and they don't want to be lectured. They don't want to be educated. The people that do support the message above anything else, and I'm not saying you can't, but those people don't buy tickets to movies anymore. The people that do buy tickets to movies, they don't go for that. If you want to
So-
see that, you go to an A24 or a Neon.
I'm looking at it right now.
Go to
As
an
of
independent
May
film.
Gotcha.
2023, the Fast and the Furious franchise has grossed $7 billion worldwide. $2 billion has
Well,
come from domestic, and $5 billion has come from overseas.
what came from the last Fast and Furious movie?
The last Fast and Furious. All right, here we go.
Yeah, not
Was
the
it
franchise.
Fast
That's the thing.
X
These
or
Like
whatever?
paradigms,
700.
are quickly shifting.
Okay, hang on. All right. So Furious 7 2015 made 1.5 billion worldwide, and it made 353 million in US and Canada.
Okay.
What else can I do for
What
you?
about 8?
8's not out. 8 never came out.
No, the
that
last
would be
one.
So we're at
sufficient.
like
I didn't-
10
I was
now,
What
not-
was
dude.
the last one called?
I was
10.
not aware of
We're at
that
10.
Fast and Furious made that.
X.
Oh wait, okay. Which one?
I was gonna
Oh,
say, I'm like,
wait a minute. I'll tell you. Relax. But what do you want? There's Fast 5.
10. Fast
Okay,
10.
there's. I don't see that on here. I see F9, the Fast Saga.
do that.
Okay.
Okay,
Good Lord.
719 million worldwide. America and North Canada, 173 million.
So it's about the same.
No, it's not about the same. One's
The
700
percentage.
million.
Right.
You
Over
gotta look at the
Worldwide
percentage of what
is-
they get.
But the
I
thing
did.
is, they're only taking 20 to 40% of those box office receipts from foreign films. So distributors keep the lion's
Okay, but
share.
the point is though is that
School.
the okay. Well, let's all pause.
Right, but you're
for a
talking
minute.
about the quality of the product
Stop.
and
Let's give Pete Turtle the microphone for a moment. Pete Turtle, explain to me how I was just schooled by what was said.
Because I wasn't even listening, if I'm being honest. Go ahead.
Shut up! Fucking idiot! My God, it's like a rock gained a little bit of sentience and figured out how to turn on the computer. Sit the fuck down, God.
Jaffe,
My bad. Go ahead.
Jaffe, would you agree that not everyone has the potential to reach greatness and creativity and art?
I would agree if you want to if you want to sort of objectify greatness, let's, for the sake of argument, assume that we can define that, then sure.
Okay, would you agree almost nobody can?
I would agree. Greatness?
Yeah, like you are the best at what you do.
To be like top
And once here's how I would define it.
Mathematically speaking, no, there's only going to be one best.
So therefore,
But here's the thing.
The
Here's
through
hold
line
on.
for this is therefore the probability indicates that it must be a white male that's going to succeed.
No,
In some
that's not what it.
fields, yes.
But here's the thing. So it's like
Irrelevant.
I look at it like this. There's like a threshold, and once you in any creative field, this could be like writers, musicians, artists, whatever.
I got it.
Once you pass over that threshold, you're not better or worse than anyone else who has reached over that threshold. You just become different. And so when your differences makes you more qualified for a job or not. But these people are very, very, very rare. This dude's got talking about the Slipknot mask earlier. You know, Joy Jordison was one of those metal drummers who reached greatness. He passed over that threshold, and even if they replace him with another 100 metal drummers who are some of the best in the world, they could not replicate him.
Mm-hmm.
And so you also got to understand that very few people can even reach this. And when you're hiring for DEI and you're putting a bunch of people who are not capable of reaching greatness, greatness can't cultivate over a long period of
But
time.
that's your subjective
Hold on,
opinion
hold on,
if
hold on.
they're capable.
So-
Let him finish.
So like take, for example, Twisted Metal. Jaffe reached greatness. Sakaguchi reached greatness. We did not get Twisted Metal 2 without Jaffe learning from Twisted Metal 1. We didn't get Twisted Metal Black without Jaffe learning from Twisted Metal 2. Helldivers 2 did not just come out of nowhere, even though people think it did. These guys have been around for like 10 years, and there's actually a really, really dope article from Polygon of all places.
I don't understand the point though, but you're right. I
So-
mean, sure, fine.
so we're-
Experience matters.
DEI is hurting the potential candidates who could be cultivated to reach greatness over an extended period of years and work. You know, We didn't get Final Fantasy
putting
VI.
women and minorities in a position to get that experience to become great.
No, it's because almost nobody can achieve it, and if you're getting your position,
unless they're a
not
white
based
male,
off-
that's the
no one's saying
thesis
that.
of
That's
your
what you're
thesis.
saying. That's what you're
right,
saying.
but that's just you're just
That's
not
not what
saying
I'm
that
saying.
part out loud.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't agree with that, Kirk. I don't agree with that at all, Kirk.
If they don't have to be white male, then what is wrong with companies hiring other people to put them in a position to achieve greatness?
Can I make his point real quick?
Go ahead.
All right, Kirkland, let me ask you this. Who would you say is smarter, me or Dr. Hammerpants?
Dr.
Oh my God.
Right. If me and Dr. Hammerpants, and mind you, I'm a black guy. If me and Dr. Hammerpants went to PlayStation and we both were signing up for a job today, they would hire me even after hearing this entire conversation.
Oh, I
See, that's
assure
not
you
how
That's
it
not
works.
true. That's not true.
They would
You've never hired anyone, have you?
So you just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how
Guys,
DEI actually works.
So you're saying
the dumb black guy like me. Go ahead.
you just said that's not true, which proves that they're not hiring off skill and merit.
Guys, I've hired people before. That's not how you hire people.
Yeah.
You take in applicants and then you only call the ones in for an interview based only on their resume. And if they don't have a resume, then their education. Once they come in, then you evaluate their
And you see that
ability to
chocolate skin
communicate.
and you're like, I'll hire him.
No, you listen to their ability to communicate, what they're trying to get across to you, and you ask them questions. You ask them questions, how would you deal if something like this happened? You evaluate on that. In a DI situation, what you would do is you would make sure that not all of the people you called were white males. And then after you interviewed several of them, you would narrow it down to one or two, maybe three, and then you'd have them come in for a second interview, and then you would go off of that. But by the time you get to 1, 2, and 3, all three of those people are fully qualified to do the job. It's just, do I want?
Whoa, hold on. Where were you hiring? We don't know if you were getting Larry Fink's money. Where are you hiring these people?
I've never worked for a company that was infused with.
I'm just muting everybody for a second. I'm sorry. I just want to make it clear that we were at a point in the discussion where it's like movies are demonstrably worse. And then it was like, well, marquee movies are demonstrably worse. And we were like, oh, well, here's the reason why. It's not DEI, or maybe it is, but as Kirkland said, there's no causation for that. But we can point to the economics of the situation and say, because the risks are so much greater and because the audiences are so disparate, the ability to spend a great deal of money like they did back in the 80s and early 90s on storytelling that was more nuanced and thus usually resulted in a better product is no longer ruling the day when it comes to decisions being made. That we can actually point to. And then someone said, no, that's a false narrative. I said, not a problem. Let me give you some figures. I gave you some figures. And then we changed the topic and now we're talking about, I don't fucking know. I just want to make it clear that we never really finished that. Okay.
I'm going to finish it right now.
He's going to finish you right now. Go ahead.
I'm going to finish it right now. Vitaphone, you might actually like this. Listen, if DEI is done correctly, once you narrow it down and you have 3 different applicants and one happens to be a minority, but all of them are just as merit-based, able to do the job, and you hire the minority, that's not bad. When it is bad is when you have people saying, the next director is going to be a this. The next star is going to be a that. That's when DI is done wrong, because then you're choosing the race and or sexual identity or gender identity of the person before you've even had a chance to look at applicants.
That's why I would get hired over Dr. Hammerpants at Naughty Dog.
Assume all DEI hires are, and I'll tell you right now, very few of them are actually done that way.
How do you know?
Well, he's hired people, but more
I've worked
importantly,
in companies,
how does he know what comes everywhere else?
where people were hired that were a different color than my skin.
I love how
and
we
they
can
were
give you
better
like
at the
real
job
life
than I was.
experience and like actual things that demonstrate things, and you're like, well, yeah, but I don't think that. I don't believe that.
But what I'm not saying that some companies don't do it backwards. If you want a perfect
Neither am I.
example of someone doing it wrong, Joe Biden did it wrong when he said the next justice is going to be a black female.
Exactly. That was terrible. And that was our
What you
president
do
that
is you
did that.
don't say that part out loud, and you hire the black female saying she was the one with the most merit. But
And
he
that's
didn't
what
do it
they're
that way.
doing at PlayStation. That's what they're doing at
That's
Xbox.
the assumption.
No, that's a fact. Listen,
You
we
can't
just
prove
hold on.
it, though.
Not
Hold
an
on, let me
objective
say this.
fact.
Let
You
me
can't
say
prove
this.
it.
Let me say this. Jaffe, did we not look a few years ago where that they had that black lady or the white lady at Disney saying that wherever they could, they were throwing gay stuff in their movies and shows. They were hiring
Kennedy.
gay people left and right, and that there
that-
absolutely was an agenda.
Well, okay, everything
Well, that's
except
not
her
Sony.
saying they're
Are we
absolutely.
talking about
looking-
games
she
or
didn't say
movies?
that.
Like
She
these are
didn't say
two
there was an
different
agenda.
conversations.
Yes,
Oh,
but
now
I
you
know
wanna
what
switch
you're.
it up.
I know. I'm answering your question.
No, I'm talking
yes.
to the dummy Duke guy.
Are we talking about games or
yes,
movies?
She did say that. That's right.
So that's proof right there, Kirkland dummy.
That's
You
proof of
can't,
what?
there's no proof in the games.
Oh,
That's
you're talking about
specific
movies
to
and
games.
television.
We're saying that
P-Turtle.
this happens in
Wait,
entertainment.
stop. What is that proof of, P Turtle? That she said that? Yes. What are you saying?
That's a bad
proof of?
actor, right?
Why a bad actor? There's
That's
been nothing
not
but gay people in
accurate.
Disney.
What I'm
movies since.
asking you is, what, buddy? You don't. Disney is basically gay coded. Forget Bob
Yeah,
Iger.
well now they're out the closet fully, and I don't want my kids to see that.
Okay, well,
I'd rather it
first
stay
off,
coded.
okay, well, first off, let's be clear: sex dolls will not get pregnant. Don't worry about it. You're never going to have kids.
We'll see about that.
Though,
We'll see.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
I'm fucking loaded.
Number two, though, is what does it matter that woman said that?
That's what happens when you tell women that
'Cause
they
she
shouldn't
was the
have
one
jobs
that was
that men
putting
should
this in
have.
all
Is you
the
probably
movies.
aren't emptying your
right,
semen in anyone.
and then if what she did wasn't working, you have Bob Iger coming out and saying we went way too far with this.
Yeah,
Our
so now
number
we're
one-
gonna make the next X-Men all female focus. We're gonna hire a black director.
First
we're gonna
off-
we're gonna have the Fantastic Four movie focus on Sue Storm or whatever her name
Okay,
is.
here's what I would like. I will send you $100 right now.
Okay.
If you can show me,
Last time I schooled you, you didn't send me my
No.
money.
if you can show me a viable source, and I will let everybody who's currently live on the mics here decide if your sources are valid.
It was on a website, and it's an insider said it on a comic book website. One of the popular ones,
Okay,
comic book
so-
movie.
Okay, so what you're saying is because somebody on the internet said that was what the fact was.
No.
you know-
It wasn't somebody. It was posted on comic book movie. They report fairly credible insider spoilers and tips. So usually
Okay.
they're right. How about this? How about this, Jeffy? How about you give me the money if there's a black director and if that movie's female focused, or just if one of those two are right, you give me my $100. How about that?
For the
You still haven't demonstrated how DEI
You
makes
don't want to do
games
that because you
worse,
know they're going to get a
or
black
that it
director.
does at all.
I don't want to. I don't want to do
I will-
that. I don't want to
You
do that
can't do
because
that.
what you're offering is not the same thing that I'm offering.
Guys.
I don't know who they're going to hire.
I guarantee you
I
know
said
more
it was a
about the
rumor
X-Men
from
than
an
Kurt.
you.
insider.
If you
Kurt.
can show me the evidence that they said,
Yeah, I
we
can
are
get you the link right now.
not the link to some insider. I want to know where they're basically open up and saying we're going to hire a
P-Turtle.
black person to direct this movie, come hell or high water.
Wait, P Turtle.
That's what the rumor said. I said I can't prove it yet, but I'm
Well, then who
certain
gives?
that's
Then why
that's
are
a
you
fact.
offering it up? Who gives
Well,
a shit?
I
what the
said it was a
said?
rumor, but I'm certain that when the movie comes out, that'll be the case, and I'm so sure of it. How
Just
about
trust
you pay
me,
me my
bro.
money when it happens?
Just trust me, bro.
Jaffe, he might be right, but P Turtle, do you know anything
schooled
about the
again.
X-Men?
Yeah, I know about the
Can you
X-Men.
name some of them? Because
Yeah,
I'm telling you right
Wolverine.
now, I'm looking on my walls. There's a whole bunch of fucking women on my walls.
Okay, so
I have like a $70,000 X-Men collection.
let me ask you this:
just
Can
on my
I
wall.
ask you this question? Who's the most
Yeah.
popular X-Men?
Was Halle
Wolverine
Berry
by far.
woke when they
Wolverine.
casted
Hold on,
her?
who's the most popular X-Men?
Wolverine.
Okay, so that's who you focus on, dummy. You don't focus on
Wolverine
Jean
was
Grey.
in Logan, and I don't know how they're handling this X-Men this time because technically the old man Logan is from a different multiverse, and now you have a different Logan that's going to be in the Deadpool movie. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
but we're
where
talking
they're
about the
going.
X-Men reboot.
All right, guys,
If they're
you
gonna
guys
do
are
that,
talking
they're
about
probably gonna go
movies
off-
and not
yeah.
games. So I
Hey
don't
guys,
support it.
I'm going to wrap it up anyway. This has been fun.
Oh.
At least for
Oh my God! Right when
Dude,
we have you on the ropes.
You
Here's what I want
to.
to. I want to say this real quick.
How about
It's
this?
been 4 hours.
Stop. I'm going to mute everybody real quick. I'm going to give everybody a 30-second last word. Okay. No one's going to talk over anybody else. We will start with Glass Burrito. Do you want to say any? Oh, he's been waiting there. Glass Burrito, do you want to say anything?
Nah, man. I'm waiting here. I wanted to talk to you about something, but since you're wrapping up, I'm not going to do that.
I had no idea. I thought you were on the stage, and I just saw that I hadn't brought you up. I'll bring you up next time. I'm so sorry, buddy. Thank you for waiting. All right. Vita Phone, what do you want to wrap up with?
Yeah, I would just leave it at the point that you actually kind of went through, which is it's a mathematical issue. You know, if you're the more factors that you interject aside from merit and quality, the more you're going to water down the product. There's no way around that. So I don't care about race, gender, any of that, and it's not that like women or people of color cannot make a good product, but they better be making a good product at the end of the day. That's really what matters. That's what the consumer wants for their money. So anything else is pretty much trying to rig the deck, and that's the problem that a lot of people have with current marquee products.
Isn't it a problem, though, that the deck has always been rigged for something or the other? There's always decisions made in film or in big ticket that have nothing to do with just quality.
But as
if
I
everything
said,
was merit based,
as I said, the more factors that you introduce to that, you are mathematically going to water down the product even further. I don't want
sure, but why is this the bridge that or too far, the straw that breaks the camel's back? Why weren't
because I don't think
people
you
up?
win racism by interjecting more racism.
Okay, but
yeah,
I understand. But why weren't people up in arms when the first vision of Edgar Wright on Ant-Man was rejected by Marvel? Right. I mean, there's lots
of people pissed off about that.
Yeah,
Edgar Wright fans were pissed off. But yeah,
okay.
I mean,
but I'm saying that every day in Hollywood or in entertainment or in video games, decisions get made that ram into the idea of the best and brightest only having the choice. And people have been fine with it for the century we've had movies, over a century. Suddenly now that it becomes about women and black folks, now we're going to complain about it. Where were you guys complaining about it, at this level, 30 years ago?
I mean, people have always complained about, critics for years railed on about Hollywood blockbusters and how it wasn't good for the art form of cinema. It's not a new thing for people to care about quality and to care about.
Yeah, but no one's talking about that in the sense that Terminator 2 is looked at as a classic by most people. Raiders is, Superman is. There are plenty of movies that were massive blockbuster marquee titles that were also looked at as great film.
Yeah, but you're talking about interjecting race and racism, because it is racism, no matter how much people want to redefine the dictionary definition of racism, to disqualify people because of their race, and then to preferentially hire based on race or gender.
Right, but why is that the thing you guys want to keep talking about versus what about all the other decisions that got made over the history of film that had nothing to do with race or but it had to do with we put this actress in the movie because the director was fucking her, even though there was a more qualified actress that should have been in the movie. No, you can laugh, but that happens all the time. Why is that?
I'm well aware of that. Yeah,
I know. So why isn't that
22 years now?
Okay, so then why isn't that as gets the play? Why is it this is what suddenly has gotten all the fanboys upset?
It upsets people because the very argument that we need to end racism or we need to end preference towards cis-normative behavior and those types of things, using that very argument, but then saying we need to be racist and we need to be sexist and we need to push these people out, it's a non-starter argument, and it's why people are infuriated, because it's not a very good argument. If you want to say we want to raise up all the ships, that's great, but if it's being disguised as, well, this isn't racism, but we can discriminate, and we can...
Okay, but you're talking semantics then at that point. I mean, yeah, sure.
I don't think that's semantics. That's actually at the core of the argument. We're going to fight.
Yeah, but you're arguing
you're racist.
Okay, but the argument is about a semantics issue. You're basically saying just call it what it is, but it's still in your mind, and I think by definition possibly true, depending on which definition you use, but yes, it's still racist. Fine. But it also doesn't mean it doesn't need to be done. You know how much racist shit has caused limits?
There are other ways to find talented people that would be of a minority group rather than we're simply just not going to really actually
There
entertain.
are, but you guys have already made it clear you don't want to raise taxes to allow lower class, lower income people
I don't
to have
have a problem with
access.
that.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. But anyway, all right. I hear you. Thank you, buddy. Talk to you later. Thank you, Ravnos. All right, Sal, last word. What's up?
Hello. So, in conclusion, I think one of the best TV shows right now is Shogun, and it's mostly written by women.
I'm
And
sorry.
it's
It's
the
called
best
what? It's what show?
Shogun. FX Shogun.
Shovel.
Shogun.
Shogun.
Oh, Shogun.
Yeah,
That's that
it's
movie
right
with
now
all
the best TV show.
all the Chinese people.
Japanese.
I know.
I'm gonna quote to yeah. It's gonna go to the soundboard.
Not a problem. Keep going. Keep going.
So I think DEI is just a coincidence of all these things that is happening around it, you know, and that's it.
All right, buddy. Thank you, Sal. And thank you for the funny pictures over on the Discord. I see them all the time. See you, bud. All right, let's bring in Dr. Hammerpants. Hammerpants, what's up?
What's up? All right. I just want to say the following statement that you do not need to suck a dick to like Queen. And if you do suck dicks, that doesn't mean Queen sounds better to you. And if you talk shit in an Xbox chat room and say homophobic slurs, you still love Queen, because Queen is greatness. It is greatness in art and creativity, and we can all gather around it. I do not need to call Wu-Tang Clan up on the phone and be like, yo, I'm your record executive, and we need to get Jared from Iowa to go on your album just because it's going to sell more records. You're not going to do it because Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. That's why, Jaffe, listen up, man. What's going on and what's being put in people's minds does not reflect reality. When you see people like Kirk who don't engage with what you're saying and they start calling you that racist, sexist, whatever it is they want to throw at you, that's nothing but a psychological defense mechanism to discount what they're saying and not actually have to address anything that's been said. And it's basically Kirk just shutting down. And this leftist ideology, which is in some ways connected to DEI, along with corporations and capitalism pushing it, it's nothing more than a set of psychological self-defense techniques when you really analyze the doctrine.
What about the fact, though, that Freddie Mercury had to stay in the closet because financially speaking, if he would have come out at that time and admitted to being a gay man, Queen, as brilliant as they are, and I agree with you, they're one of the best bands of all time, would have been a financial failure.
That's wrong.
Of course it's wrong, but
yeah, that's not good.
But now, because people have worked to make things like fairness and equality and pass laws, because gay folks needed laws passed, even though they shouldn't, to protect them. It should just be because you're human. That's what's allowed people to be accepting of artists that bring amazing things to our lives that are from those groups that have been marginalized and worse. So
you're completely right. And there's actually no way to even counter that. However, if that's what you want, then you have to say the quality of the art has to suffer, because it's no longer about skill and merit. It's about now you're branching out into other ideas under DEI in order to expand sales.
No, what I'm saying is that anything that you do that adds to the friction of the art, whether it is hiring people who aren't quite as good at times, or whether it is again, the singer who sucked the dick of the executive got the movie role but the other person didn't, you're always going to be deflating the art at a pure vacuum level. But I would also argue that as long as people are funding the art that are not the artists, that's been going on since we've had Patreons and or patrons and artists. But yeah, I mean, it is one more thing that affects it. But I mean, that sounds like a bigger fight, which is you don't like anything that gets in the way of the purity of the art, which is fine, but that's not reality. Most art is affected by at least a handful of outside factors, and most of it's not made in a vacuum.
I mean, if you want to watch Brokeback Mountain, go make Brokeback Mountain. Go make that money. There's nothing wrong with like a movie like that existing. I'm specifically referring to in DEI. Obviously, we talked about the hiring process, but then there's also the actual impact it has on the creativity. And that's when you have to put in restrictions in games writing. And that's more the issue I see than anything.
I would love for you to call back when you can call back anytime, of course, but I'd love for you to call back specifically when you can provide some evidence that DEI hires has caused a specific example of a game being worse than it could have been.
Well, I already did mathematically in terms of hiring.
No, but you're talking about at a very abstract level. I mean, can you?
That's not abstract.
It is abstract because you're basically talking about 1,000 men, 50 women. There's a limit. There's a rule. I'm saying what game, like take Forspoken. A lot of people say that game sucked because it was woke. What about, let's say they hired a bunch of black women to write it. Why does them being black women have anything to do with the fact that the game was bad?
So again, it's not that it's any person of any race, gender, and orientation is capable of anything in creative greatness.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a factor. It's a factor if you were being hired for that and you weren't the most qualified candidate and somebody else did want it and they would have done a better job.
I was hired to direct Drawn to Death. I was not the most qualified candidate. I had never made a third-person biped shooter before. Sony's looking,
But just, I'm going to ask you more about that in a sec. But if we're looking at Forspoken, for example, the DEI, and this comes when progressive ideology comes to play, works in its turn like a sort of punching up and down system and order of operations on which they can write about and how they can write about things through intersectionality. So this is why, like, when you see a lot of black characters being made today, they all seem like they came from upper middle class white backgrounds versus somebody who really grew up in the hood and has that kind of identity. So they're not even representing black culture.
So Miles Morales falls into that bucket, you think, as does the new character Zhao in the new Zhao game from EA?
I haven't played him, so I can't comment on that. But I'm talking about Forspoken. I'm talking about Forspoken.
Okay.
And so,
okay,
that game would have been fucking great if that chick had some sexy red trap energy, dude. That would have been super fun, super entertaining. But there's no way Sweet Baby and these companies would write black characters like that because it goes against the terms and conditions of being under DEI and progressive ideology.
What is red trap? What is that?
Sexy Red, man. She's just like a female trap artist.
Okay.
St. Louis.
I will say me not playing much more Forspoken beyond the demo had nothing to do with anything other than the fact that it was just kind of generic. But all right, bud, thanks so much.
Well, that's what you get. Hey, man, thanks for letting us chat, and Jaffe, you the fucking man. All right, have a good one,
buddy.
Dude.
All right. This is no. This is the guy in the mask. Sorry, I can't see your name. Fabio.
Yeah.
Okay, Fabio,
hey,
what's up, baby?
Hey, man, thanks for letting me be part of this meeting. It was nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here. Do you have any women trapped in refrigerators in your basement right now? I just need to check. I have to ask that.
No. It's
but say you do, because that would be creepy.
My wife is sleeping. I cannot talk quiet.
Are you saying that she's sleeping or she's sleeping?
She's sleeping.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Call back anytime, buddy. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
See you, bud. All right, here we go. P Turtle, what's up, buddy?
I have 30 seconds or something?
Yeah, just come on now. What do you want to talk about?
All right, I just want to say it's a shame that they're still not here, but man, for the first time on this show, I finally had some decent, good, level-headed human beings on my side. I almost thought they didn't exist because you understand I live in New York, and then when I'm not in New York, well, when I'm talking and socializing with you guys, it's like talking to weirdos. So sometimes I tend to think there's nothing but weirdos walking around.
Well,
But
the
to
thing,
hear
the
those
thing you
guys
have to
restore,
understand is those guys that I brought on had to clear a DEI requirement. I only brought on certain people, and that's what you get. You get low
so I believe
quality
the
people.
guy's name was Vitaphone
Yeah,
and
Vitafone's still there, yeah.
Hammerpants.
Dr.
Good
Hammerpants.
guys, good men. I hope you guys impregnate a lot of women and you spread that good moral principles to your kids, and let's change this world and let's get this world back to being great again. Second thing I was going to say is regarding Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
We could also argue that Freddie Mercury would be alive today if he was not gay.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
possible.
the third
but
thing
not,
I
but,
was
but,
gonna,
but but we would argue that's that's a ridiculous concept. Did
no,
him
it's
being
not.
gay?
You said if he wasn't in the closet, he might not. If he
No,
would
I
have stayed in the
said
closet, he
he
might
died
not have.
of. Well, no, he died of AIDS, and he
Right.
died of AIDS because most folks that were
But
getting
sex.
AIDS, most folks that were getting AIDS for reasons that had nothing to do with needles or really fucked up blood transfusions.
No, it had to do with anal sex.
Were the homosexual community.
Mhm.
And in that, you could say, well, if he wasn't gay, but if he wasn't gay or basically who he was, then he also probably wouldn't have been Freddie Mercury. So
Yeah, I'm saying I'd rather be alive.
Well, I'd rather him have lived the life that he wanted to live it.
All right, fair
And-
enough. Now,
Yeah.
the last thing I was going to say is thank you, Jaffe, for having me on. You usually get me out of here quick because I know
Well,
you're
this was
usually
a different. I feel comfortable now that we have Gabbing and Games live, because now this is like the people who want this kind of crazy bullshit. They can come for that, and when
That's
they
not
see
bullshit. The world needs to know about these things.
No. I mean bullshit like it's just crazy chaos.
Mhm.
And then when they see just Gabbing and Games, they know that's a more refined. I don't know about refined, but it's a more video game centric. Boom, boom, boom. Topic, and that way I don't feel like I'm letting either.
I
group
love
down.
this. I wanted to say this real quick with the Colin thing. Why the hell did you get me out of there so quick?
Goodbay, Peter.
Oh, wait,
Goodbye.
real quick.
I
Can
hear
say one more thing?
I hear your girlfriend crying. Check
No,
the
wait, let me say
monitor.
one thing real quick, Jaffe, please.
Yeah.
Never bring that bastard Kirkland on again. I can't stand that guy. This is the last we see of him.
I'll be back, motherfucker.
What's
no
in it
one
for
likes
me?
you. Your mom
What?
doesn't like you. Your parents don't like you. Do not come back. If this
What's
is me
in
and
it
Jaffe
for
show.
me? Goodbye. All right, Ravnos, Larry, what's going on? Go.
Oh, I don't even know anymore. I'm just
All
like, I'm kidding with you. No, I just wanted to say, P Turtle, sorry I yelled at you. It's just
He was
sometimes
talking
your
about
voice-
Colin Moriarty, by the way.
Sometimes when your voice gets screechy, I feel like you're trying to talk over me, so I tried to talk over you. I just want to say, I don't understand why so many people think DEI equals guaranteed getting a worse hire. They're not hiring on merit, they're only hiring on identity. Because like I said, that's not how it's ever worked when I've been involved in hiring process, and I've worked with people that were not white males like myself, and they were more than capable of doing the job.
We should be a lot better as a society by now of media literacy and recognizing that most people who are spinning a black and white narrative either got it from someone in a position of power that wants to manipulate people, or that person is literally in a position of power and they're trying to manipulate you. Because some things are as simple as they seem, but most things are not as black and white as we are being tried to be led to be believed, is what I would say. All right, Ravenous, talk to you soon, bud. Thanks, man.
All right.
And where'd he go? Can't unmute the guest because they chose to mute themselves. Well, can't help you there. There you go.
Oh no, there it is.
What's up? Last thing, go.
Yeah, I don't know if I was able to unmute myself, so that's probably not good for your muting.
Well, thanks for letting everybody know that that's a possibility now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like I'm not gonna engage with P Turtle. I mean, he just says wild stuff all the time. But yeah, with Hammer Pants, I mean, he's accusing me of doing the basically calling him bigoted. And the fact is, you have to be accountable for the fact that when you come and you say something is a factual statement, and it has inherent connotations, like saying that, oh, hiring more women is bad, or hiring women because they're women is bad, and we say, oh, and they're saying it leads to a worse product, and we say, okay, well, can you demonstrate that? and they say, well, I'm demonstrating it by the simple premise that if you have 50 women and 1,000 men, then if you hire all the women, then you would get a worse product. Like, that's not demonstrating your point. And so, like, if that's your argument, then yes, like, I then am going to have to call you bigoted because you're showing by the weakness of your argument. You're showing by your inability and your incapacity to actually demonstrate what you're trying to say, like to actually demonstrate that there's a causation between hiring all the women that might be up for a specific position in the interest of diversity and the game being worse. Your failure to demonstrate that and saying, well, I proved my point on like this weak, awful correlative argument. Like, it's basically a self-report that person is bigoted because they're not looking at actual data or anything that actually demonstrates in a tangible way what they're trying to prove, what they're trying to argue, which is that like women are bad for gaming or whatever, or hiring or involving women in game development specifically because they're women will lead to worse games. And it's like if there's nothing for them to look at tangibly to get that perception, then it has to come from within. It has to come from a place of not wanting women to work on games. And that can only be described as bigoted. So it's like if he had had a more substantiated argument with something actually tangible to demonstrate the premise, then I wouldn't go to that extent. But when you come in here with nothing and you say, oh, I proved it with mathematics, that's not even how basic math works, for one. And two, yeah, if you have such an inability to demonstrate your point, and your point does have certain connotations about basically not wanting women to get hired to a certain degree, or not wanting women to get hired because they're women, then yeah, I'm going to call you prejudiced because that's what you're revealing yourself to be. That's what it comes down to. It's not like I would jump to that immediately. I'm going to hear your argument out. But if your argument sucks that much, then it's obvious that you must be prejudiced.
I like that story you just did.
I hate it when you do that.
Because it's so much. My brain is just like, I got it. What do you think about this new character in the Snap? The woman, the triple agent. Good card, bad card.
Widow or Valentina?
Yeah, I haven't gotten her yet.
I don't know how I feel about total randomness in Snap. Like, I like to have an idea of like what I'm gonna play, and so like you go into a match, it's basically like, so you play Valentina down, you can't snap before you play her, right? Because you don't know what card you're gonna get from her. Like, you could get like a Red Hulk or something and it costs 4. That'd be amazing. But like, you don't know what you're gonna get. You could also get like an Arnim Zola that's a -2 power or something like that. Like, it could be awful.
That motherfucker.
So like, you can't snap going into it. I think I've seen a lot of content creators that cover Snap like full time say that, like, you know, a card is good when you can snap when it enters your hand. And so like, Valentina is not a card like that because there's so much randomness to it. You could get a card from Valentina after you play her from the on reveal effect that enters your hand that you would want to snap. But then the person might retreat because they're like, oh, they just got a god tier pull from Valentina, so I'm cooked now. So if you snap after you play Valentina, then you're more likely to get a retreat, and then you don't get the cubes from it.
So don't buy her.
I don't think so.
Look.
But buy whoever you want to have fun. Buy Cannonball. You'd have a lot of fun with Cannonball.
The next 2 seasons are really disappointing conceptually. They may be brilliant gameplay-wise, but the Immortals, what was that movie? The Immortals is next season. Ugh. And then after that, they have Gwenpool, which is great. But all of the other side characters for Gwenpool are just like people. I've been reading Marvel since 1974. I've never heard of any of those fucking characters that are with Gwenpool. So I'd like to get a couple of seasons that are just pure Marvel, classic fucking Marvel,
Yeah, and isn't it weird that like every like really good card is like some animal? Like, it's like the shark, the dinosaur, the cat. Like,
DEI.
Animal DEI, bro.
It's horrible. It's ruining everything.
It's ruining Snap.
But I'd like to get, I don't think they have the image rights, but I would love to get some cards that are MCU cards. I'd love to get photo cards of the MCU guys. That would be awesome. Tell me one more thing before I let you go. When you have I can't figure this out. the frame that you have, sometimes I'll get some that are yellow and blue around my frame, around my character avatar at the upper left of the screen. And then sometimes I've seen people who have animated ones. What causes
the
me
yellow
to
and
get
blue
those?
is from a spotlight if you pulled it out of a spotlight cache.
Okay.
So you get the
Got it.
avatar from the
Okay.
I guess any spotlight cache pool. It might just be the variant pools. I'm not sure.
Okay.
And then the animated ones are for going 5 straight in Infinite Conquest. It puts the animated border around whatever avatar you were using. I only have one. It's a Miles Morales one. So that shows you I support DEI.
I wish people liked the Snap content. Whenever I cover it, it gets no views. I'd love to do a Snap show. I think that would be a great idea of mine to do a show about Marvel Snap.
Great idea of yours, yeah.
But nobody ever watches the Snap stuff.
Well, we could put it on its own channel and just Spotify or whatever. I don't know. It'll come around eventually, probably.
All right, well,
you
let's
like
talk
me too
about
much. You miss me.
No, I do like you. I don't miss you. I like talking Snap when I'm, ready to talk Snap. So let's talk about it. Let's have another conversation later in the week because I love the game. I'll never not love the game. And I like talking about it. So we'll circle back. I gotta go. Be well.
Yeah, me too. I stayed on this
thanks
way
for hanging
too
out,
long. It's
man.
way too late.
Yeah, you love it. Listen, fellas, everybody watching, thank you guys so much for spending some time with us tonight. I appreciate that. I will be back with a pre-recorded Gabbing Games tomorrow or Saturday, maybe. They take me a while to do. And then I'll be streaming some Drug Dealer Simulator 2 and giving away codes this weekend, as well as maybe, I don't know, maybe no rest for the wicked. I don't know. And then next week is a lunch with Jaffe for members. So in the meantime, though, thanks for hanging out. If you do a hot tub Marvel Snap stream, yeah. All right. I'll see you guys. Good night, everybody. Thanks for everybody for calling in and having a good chat. See you later.